Government of India. Can we have a please huge round of applause for ma'am? I request everybody to kindly settle down. A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries present on stage. Can we all settle down? Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to our dignitaries, global leaders, CEOs, state governments, subject matter experts. Before we officially begin this two-day summit, can I give you all an opportunity to just meet and greet each other? So all our neighbors sitting on our left and right hand side, can we just say namaste to each other on left and right hand side? Namaste. And to bring this morning into perspective, let's invoke Almighty's blessing by starting the lamp lighting ceremony. Can I please request our dignitaries on stage to kindly do the lamp lighting ceremony? Our chief guest, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Sri Bhagwant Kuba, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Thank you so much. Kindly settle down. And now, we'd request Mr. Shubhrikant Panda, President FICCI, to kindly felicitate our dignitaries with a green certificate. Our chief guest, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, to be honored with a thicket of 10 trees at Trees for Tiger Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. Shri Bhagwant Kuba, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers and Minister of State. Shri Pratap Keshri Deb, Honorable Minister of Industries, MSME and Energy, Government of Orissa, for 10 trees. And Shri Arun Baruka, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, for 6 trees. Let's begin this beautiful two-day summit by the welcome address by Mr. Shubhrikant Panda, President FICCI.
Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, Honorable Finance Minister, Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, Honorable Minister of State, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Pratap Keshri Deb, Honorable Industries Minister, Government of Odisha, Shri Arun Baruka, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this third edition of the Global Chemicals and Petrochemicals Manufacturing Hubs in India seminar, which will go on over 2 days, as you just heard. It's a very important sector that we are here talking about today. As you know, the Indian chemical sector is highly diversified with over 80,000 commercial products, and it provides the key building blocks and raw materials for several industries such as bulk chemicals, specialty chemicals, agrochemicals, petrochemicals, polymers, and fertilizers. And it has seen robust growth over the last decade, I believe growing at between 1.2 to 1.5 times that of GDP. And this is something which has been driven both by consumption growth as well as the enabling policies of the government. If I were to talk about the current status of the sector, we are the 6th largest chemicals producer in the world and the 4th largest in Asia. Exports of chemicals and allied products currently account for about 12% of India's exports in FY22 and have been growing at a compounded rate of 14% over the last several years. It creates large employment opportunities and has a significant role to play in India's journey to becoming a $5 trillion economy and, in fact, beyond. It's currently valued at $220 billion, according to a report from McKinsey, and is expected to grow at a CAGR of 11 to 12% over the next few years and 7 to 10% thereafter till 2040, reaching a value of $300 billion by 2025 and a staggering $1 trillion by 2040, accounting for 10 to 12% of the global chemicals market. So indeed, it's a large market, growing very noticeably, and it is something that will position India as a strong player in the times to come. We are already there, and the journey is only going to accelerate, in my opinion. All of this has been made possible by several initiatives which have facilitated the growth of this sector. So, for example, 100% FDI through the automatic route, the PCPIR zones in various parts of the country, my home state of Odisha, for example, in Paradeep, of course, plastic parks, and many other, not just sector-specific policies, but the business-friendly policies that this government under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has been able to bring about to really facilitate the growth of industry and manufacturing. India is an attractive business destination for the global chemicals industry. This, as I mentioned, is mainly out of rising domestic consumption. In fact, more than 20% of the incremental global chemicals consumption in the next 2 decades is expected to come from India, so that's faster than the global average that I just mentioned of 10 to 12%. Changing consumer preferences and a growing demand for bio-friendly products, and Indian producers in this context have been able to innovate and be ahead of the curve in this important area. Of course, shifting supply chains. We talk about opportunities arising out of geopolitical developments which have underscored the need for diversification from a single source. And while there is some distance to cover, what we have clearly made a start, and this is one of the sectors where we believe there is a lot of potential. And finally, just to reiterate the point I have made, that ease of doing business measures and enabling policies, not just directed at the sector in general, but not just directed at the sector in particular, but in general, the environment which has been created for growth is what is paying dividends in this sector and elsewhere. I would like to mention some of the challenges as well. There is limited domestic feedstock availability, resulting in high level of import dependence. But I believe that a PLI for specialty chemicals is on the anvil, and that is something that will certainly help make a difference in this regard, as have many of the other schemes which have, or PLIs for other sectors which have been impactful. There is a scarcity of skilled R&D talent, but I believe that as one of the world's, youngest population with the demographic dividend that we have, we should be, with the right focus and attention, be able to address this without too much of a difficulty. And finally, there are, of course, ESG concerns There is clearly a focus worldwide on the need to reduce emissions, on a greater emphasis on green chemistry, as well as decarbonization. Again, these are not challenges unique to this sector, and I'm sure that with support from the government and all the work that is being done to progress in this regard, this too is something that the chemical sector in India will be able to surmount. Finally, to talk a little bit about the summit theme of sustainability and circularity, it is obviously important in the present global context and India's own prioritization of sustainable growth. As you know, something which has been emphasized by the Prime Minister, by the Honorable Finance Minister, it's not just growth that we are targeting, but sustainable, resilient, and inclusive growth. In that context, the summit's theme of sustainability and circularity, I believe, is extremely appropriate. And to get to this, there is a holistic approach which is needed, which is involving recycling, renewable feedstock platforms, efficiency enhancements. All of these are subjects which I believe will be debated over the next couple of days, and I'm sure there will be some good outcomes that will benefit all of you who have taken time out from your busy schedules to be here today. And the only advice that I would give that it's important for a proactive approach to help avoid disruptions, and a focus on sustainability will open up new opportunities as the world looks to go green, and of course result in greater shareholder value creation. At the end, I would like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister for her presence here today. It's deeply motivating for everyone in the sector who is assembled here today, as well as for FICCI that you have taken time out from your busy schedule at a time when Parliament is in session to be with us today. It's something which is deeply motivating, and we look forward to your address. And I would also like to mention that while we miss the presence of Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, who has had to travel for some urgent program, but we at FICCI in particular are deeply appreciative of the support that we have received from him. There are multiple programs that FICCI has engaged with ministries that he looks after, not just in chemicals and petrochemicals, but health, medical devices, etc. And we certainly miss his presence here, but appreciate the guidance and the leadership that he has provided to the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panda, for your warm address. Now, I'd like to request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman, FICCI National Chemical Committee, and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitrite Limited, to kindly set the tone for the summit.
Good morning, friends. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs. Shri Pratap Keshwari Deb, Honorable Minister of Industries, MSME and Energy of Government of Orissa. Shri Kuba ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers. Shri Subrakant Panda ji, Arun Boraka ji, and friends. Ma'am, the chemical industry in the world is close to about $8 to $10 $1 trillion. China itself is about, I'm sorry, $8 to $9 trillion. China itself is about $3 trillion. India is about $300 billion. As we speak now, actually the world is going through major challenges, with Europe going into recession, challenges relating to oil prices because of the Russian and the Ukraine wars, and China itself going through almost a deflation because there is huge overcapacities that have been built up while the demands have been crashing. In this background, India appears to be one of the best locations today, with an Indian demand of about $180 billion and ever growing. We do believe that India would be crossing $300 billion in the next 4 years to come. and the rate at which improved quality of life is happening thanks to the efforts by the current government. We believe that in the next 10 years, India itself has the potential to grow to $1 trillion. The real challenge is how much of this is going to be produced in India and how much of it will be dependent upon imports. And keeping these challenges in mind, the chemical industry, under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, have been working on various ideas, including chemical clusters that could be helping to bring in an ecosystem to make chemicals competitive and safe in India. Ma'am, it was during Vajpayeeji's times that this whole idea about PCPIR was conceived, where the whole concept was, can we create islands of excellence, that at this one place, everything that is required for the chemical industry, be it building blocks, be it ports, be it railways, are meeting at one point, and therefore they would be able to give in a great competitive advantage. In fact, the Chemical Association used to plead that we don't want subsidies and backward area benefits. Give us this ecosystem and we will be sustainable forever. PCPIRs did start well, but they have yet not achieved what was intended. One of the reasons that has been also identified is that there is something what they call as a viability gap funding. Between the times the infrastructure is set and the industry comes in, there are these few years when there is nobody yet taking the full benefit of the infrastructure. So the state governments and the institutes have been saying that for those few years, how do we get some sort of funding, some sort of assurance, so that the infrastructure, it's like a catch-22 situation. And hence, over the last 10, 12 years, there has been no such integrated development taking place in any of the PCPIRs, though some efforts have been tried very well by some states. So we request if there is a way of ensuring at least some sort of support from the center for taking care of these 5, 7 years when the infrastructure is built up, but the industries have yet not come to its full utilization. And if that can come in by way of viability gap funding. Today, not only India has this fantastic growth opportunity, but countries in Europe and USA have been now looking at more and more as an opportunity for China +1 or an alternative to China. In fact, in the last 3 months, we have been meeting various companies in Europe. We have been finding that each of the major chemical companies have been told by their government that you please find a solution to see that we are becoming a little bit independent of China. We need a second alternative. And there is no other country except for India who can take this place in the chemical business. In other businesses like textiles, you might find Indonesia, Bangladesh, Vietnam. But no, none of the states have at least the basic, countries have at least the basic ecosystem like India has for the chemical sector. So this is one thing that we certainly would feel that we need to put in our efforts together to make this dream come true. And India really becoming a hub for the world, not only for the country. During these times, we also need some support in terms of ensuring that as we build in capacities, there are huge capacities in China and some of these countries. And we would like to see that as long as our capacities are coming up, we don't get into situations where dumping takes place. We've had problems where in the past the government has signed a number of free trade agreements. Today we are finding that in quite a number of cases, these allow imports of products duty-free. Of course, until now they were not made in India. But if these products are duty-free and not made in India, the impetus to do Atmanirbharta doesn't happen. Because then we cannot be competitive to face imports with duty-free options when our raw materials are having normal duties. So here too, we need all our ministries, including Ministry of Commerce and Revenue, to work together to find a interim solution to ensure that Atmanirbharta, creating capacities in India, is given some way a priority and a solution, particularly when it comes to these FTAs. These are two major two concerns which I'm sure Nirmala ji could give some support, her ministry could give some support. Otherwise, I know that the industry and the government are working together very well in creating an ecosystem where we will be able to attract more and more investments in the chemical sector in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for your kind words. And now, for the sectoral presentation, we'd request Shri Arun Barokaji, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, to kindly come up on dais.
Honorable Finance Minister, ma'am, Honorable Minister of State Bhagwant Khubhaji, Honorable Minister Pratap Keshri Devji, dignitaries present on the dais, Shri Pandaji, Shri Deepak Mehtaji, and the captains of the industry present in the hall, ladies and gentlemen. In the welcome address and the address by Deepak Mehtaji, the scenario of this industry has been said very clearly. I'll just try to give a little better insight into what exactly is happening in this sector and why we are meeting in this two-day event which we are having it today and tomorrow. I'll be presenting on harnessing the potential of sustainable manufacturing and circular economy in the Indian chemical industry. This is a scenario with respect to the Indian chemical industry. We have been doing pretty well, even though, let's say we see the GDP growth rate, let's presume it is about 6.8% or so. We have been able to do much better than many of the countries worldwide, where the comparative changes have not been really that better. Our recovery, because of the efforts of the government, has ensured that we are able to recover, and we are having a V-shaped recovery, which you can see in the second graph. So this is a post-COVID pandemic, and we have emerged as a robust and fastest growing economy. The world has recognized India as a bright star, as the country is recording healthy economic growth despite global uncertainties. Coming to the policy reform support which the government is providing, which is plus the increasing demand, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, and also the kind of innovation which we are having, India's outlook remains pretty strong, and it can be a global manufacturing hub. Government is continuously striving to create enabling environment for the industry and playing a supportive role. Government is heavily investing in infrastructure projects to bring down the logistic costs and facilitating ease of doing business with the whole of the government approach. Indian CPC industry as such, chemicals and petrochemicals, worldwide it is known as chemicals, ma'am, just for your information. We are calling as chemical and petrochemical separately. This has started playing a pivotal role in India's GDP, and Mehtaji has briefly mentioned about 300 billion, and the overall context where China stands about 3 trillion in the total about 8 to 9 trillion size of the, and we are projected to grow to about 1 trillion by 2040. These are estimations. We are providing enabling environment, but we need to ensure that we have much better facilities to ensure that it plays that important role. It is at the chemical industry is at the fulcrum of the allied industry, and is projected to have an accelerated growth, which is being catalyzed by by various growth enablers such as industry-friendly government policies, availability of skilled and low-cost manpower, low per capita consumption, and rising level of incomes which we are having now. Ma'am, industry landscape is driving the Indian chemical industry towards the next wave of growth and presenting new opportunities. And in the post-COVID pandemic, the world is looking at India as a new manufacturing hub, and government is capitalizing this opportunity by providing suitable ecosystem. Locational advantage of India is also attributing to the growth of chemical and petrochemical sector in the country. Ma'am, these are some of the high growth prospects in different end user sectors. We can see the chemicals and pharmaceuticals, they are very much interrelated. The other sectors are also very much interrelated. All of them are having projected growth, which is on a very positive side. More number of pluses means it's a better prospect. So one can see that due to enhanced demand of chemicals in the other allied sectors such as construction, pharmaceutical, agrochemicals, automobiles, packaging, etc., the chemical and petrochemical sector is bound to have a double-digit growth in this decade, ma'am. India is establishing itself as a global manufacturing hub through earmarking of strategic locations in the form of PCPIRs. It has been a mixed bag. These are the locations as was being mentioned by Mehtaji. So we have had good success in some areas, particularly in the Dahej area, in the western side. But in the eastern side, in some areas like in Paradip, etc., still work is in progress. One of the important things, ma'am, for PCPIR was to have a cracker to provide the feedstock. And all of these locations, they have not been able to do justice to that kind of situation, particularly in the southern India, in Tamil Nadu area, where still the reactions are mixed. There is a way out, and we are working in having, even though these areas are pretty big, so we thought we'll have a focused kind of approach, and we can go for chemical parks also, which are smaller in area. Now, coming to the kind of Indian government support which has been given, it has undertaken multitudes of initiatives to develop ecosystem for adoption of circular economy, and this has not only helped in promotion of the chemical and petrochemical industry, but we are also ensuring that we focus to have a sustainable industrial growth in this sector. India is therefore poised for taking a lead role globally and becoming a global manufacturing hub. A multi-pronged approach has been adopted for reusing and recycling of the hazardous waste being generated through chemical industry. I'll just stop here. Ma'am, we'll be having good discussions in various sessions wherein we'll be having experts from the industry as well as from the government side. And we hope that for the sustainable development in this sector, we'll be able to come out with various suggestions. Some things are known to us. We need to validate them, and we'll come back and give you a briefing on that, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baroka ji. And now we'd request Shri Pratap Keshri Deb, Honorable Minister of Industries, MSME and Energy, Government of Orissa, to kindly share his warm address with us with a huge round of applause.
Very good morning to you all. Jai Jagannath. Today on the dais, Honorable Finance Minister, Government of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. On the dais, Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Bhagwant Kuba, Minister of State, Honorable Minister of State, Renewable Energy and Chemical and Fertilizers, Shri Shubhrakant Panda ji, Shri Deepak Mehta ji, Shri Arun Baroka ji, Shri Parab Das ji. Friends, today I welcome you all on this occasion of putting up papers in front of the industry which are poised to make India Atmanirbhar as per the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, and to take this country to a 5 trillion economy. Petrochemicals and fertilizers play a very, very vital and important role as of today in making us self-sufficient and a world leader at that. Looking at the geopolitical scenario and geostrategic politics of the world, attention has certainly shifted to India, and the world expects a lot from us, and we in India are poised to take this challenge. And the young and aspiring India is eagerly waiting, and under the able leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and the various state governments, we are actually ready to take up the challenge. I will not spare time, because you've heard Mr. Baroka ji, you've heard Mr. Panda, you know how Mr. Mehta also with all the data, where we stand and how the chemical stands, and we are growing at 8% domestically, and to sustain that growth over next 10 years, we require a 40% growth in the capacity. So here comes in the policy of the government to enhance that 40%, and I, representing my state under the leadership of Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, we in Odisha have got a very robust industrial policy called IPR 2022. And in that we have kept petrochemicals and chemicals in the thrust sector. So when I say we keep it in the thrust sector, in a state policy, industrial policy, means we are giving it top priority. And we will take and handhold all those industrial captains who want to come to my state and set up the industry there. We have got certain natural advantages over the others. As of today, the western part of the country is crowded, land rates are very high, there is scarcity of water, and it is getting, the Dahej area, Gujarat and Maharashtra, they are getting saturated, or if not, another 5 years they will come to a saturation point. Whereas in the eastern corridor, the PCPIR in Paradip, we are just opening up. We have got a robust infrastructure there, with all the norms which Mr. Baruka showed you on the slides. We have incorporated everything shown to you today there. And the biggest advantage is that we have got the port facility, we can import and export also. To name a few highlights in my industrial policy, we are giving you 30% capital subsidy, electricity duty is exempted, on the tariff we are giving you 2 rupees, and stamp duty and other things which follow. But these are the basic highlights, to name a few, in my industrial policy, which makes it actually viable. The most important part, what Mr. Mehta said in his speech, is policy sustainability. And back in Odisha, we have the sustainability of the policy, and it will continue for at least 10 more years. because Odisha is just opening up, and I can boast standing here that we have worked hard, really hard on the skilled man-force or the R&D part. And we took at least 15 years' time to reset, reorganize ourselves, reorganize the finances, so that we can stand at the national order, hand to hand, and inviting others to come to my state and to invest. We have created such environment there, and I'm happy to inform you today that we are ready to take on any challenges which come to us. And friends, I can also impress upon you that we have standardized a work culture called 5T, which means teamwork, transparency, technology, leading to transformation. On these 5 principles, we have been working for last 10 years now, and has shown us excellent result. The entire industrial policy is monitored on a monthly basis, grievances are heard and settled. I will impress upon Honorable Finance Minister to emphasize on specialty chemicals, because that is one sector where, as a country, we also lag behind, and we have to break this monopoly cycle of the Chinese. Less, again, what is being apprehended, you will have to give tax concession to the chemical industries here. By saying these few words, I would like to invite you all to join the Juggernaut. We have started since 2015, and this is set to continue. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much. And now we'd request our guest of honor, Shri Bhagwant Kuba, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to share her addressal with the gathering.
Third edition Summit on Chemical and Petrochemicals. On the dais, Finance Minister of India, Srimati Nirmala Sitaramji, Odisha Government Minister, Sri Pratap Debji, President FICCI, Subrakant Pandaji, Chairman FICCI, Deepak Mehta ji, Secretary CPDC, Arun Buraka ji, Prabhudas ji, और इस सभा में उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर माध्यम के मित्रों, आज इस समिट में भारत के वित्त मंत्री जी ने आकर के समिट का एक रौनक बढ़ाया है उन्होंने, और मंत्री जी आने के वजह से सभी इंडस्ट्रीज को भी समस्या और अपॉर्चुनिटीज दोनों का भी समाधान भी मिलेगा, ऐसा एक विश्वास भी हो गया होगा, ऐसा मैं समझता हूं। पिछला 9 साल में भारत पर कैपिटा इनकम ऑलमोस्ट डबल हुआ है, और देश का कंजम्पशन हर प्रोडक्ट का भी उसी के हिसाब से बढ़ा है, और सभी सेक्टर में एक अपॉर्चुनिटीज का माहौल देशवासियों को अनुभूति हो रहा है। आज इस सेक्टर के लिए प्रेजेंट हमारा मार्केट $190 बिलियन, अगले साल 2025 तक करीब $300 बिलियन, और आने वाला 2040 तक $1 ट्रिलियन की अपॉर्चुनिटीज, ये अपने आप में इस इंडस्ट्री का ग्रोथ लगभग 10% से ज़्यादा हो रहा है। तो इस क्षेत्र के अंदर हमें बहुत कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटीज को सीज करना है। और भारत सरकार लगातार हर क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा देने के लिए पीएलआई स्कीम करीब 14 सेक्टर के अंदर लेके आया। आज पीएलआई स्कीम्स सारा दुनिया भारत का पीएलआई स्कीम्स को सराहना कर रहा है। आज कोरोना महामारी के बाद भी वित्त मंत्री जी का नेतृत्व में आज हमारा भारत का जीडीपी लगभग 7.2% है और देश का महंगाई करीब 4.25% है और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट करीब 5% से नीचे है। ये तीनों आंकड़ा विश्व स्तर पर सबसे बेहतर अगर कोई देश की है तो वो भारत की है और इसका श्रेय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को और वित्त सचिव श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी को जाता है। ये सारे आंकड़े अपने आप में इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए और विदेश से इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ पर निवेश करने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा विश्वास और भरोसा को जन्म देता है। तो हमारे डिपार्टमेंट लगातार इस सेक्टर के अंदर एक इकोसिस्टम डेवलप करने के लिए पीसीपीआर ने बताया केमिकल पार्क्स लाने का प्रयास हो रहा है। केमिकल पार्क्स प्राइवेट के साथ भारत सरकार और राज्य सरकारों का मदद से होगी और देश के अंदर प्लास्टिक पार्क्स ऑलरेडी प्रोसेस में चालू है। इसके साथ में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमी को एक साथ में ला करके इंडस्ट्री को भी मदद मिले और एकेडमी में संशोधन वगैरह होने का संभव भी बढ़े और देश के अंदर लेबर सेफ्टी के लिए काफी कदम उठाया गया। लेबर स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए भारत सरकार काफी स्किल डेवलपमेंट का प्रोग्राम चला रहे और सबसे बड़ा आज देश के अंदर एज ग्रुप बिटवीन 18 एंड 59 अराउंड 92 करोड़ पीपल्स। दुनिया के अंदर कोई देश में भी इतना वर्किंग एज ग्रुप नहीं मिलेगा। ये सबसे बड़ा अवसर अपना भारत के लिए है। तो मैं समझता हूं आज का भारत का सारे अवसर को आने वाले दिनों में आज सभी ने उसका लाभ उठाएंगे और आज और कल 2 दिन का इस समिट के अंदर अर्थपूर्ण रूप से चर्चा भी होगी और हमारा मंत्रालय को और भारत सरकार के लिए कुछ अच्छे सुझाव भी मिलेगी और निश्चित रूप में नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का सरकार सुझाव को स्वागत भी करती है, गंभीर रूप से सोचती भी है और उसका सुलझाने का भी प्रयास लगातार करते रहती है। इसी के साथ मेरा 2 बात मैं समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको मेरा शुभकामना।
Thank you so much, Kubaji. And now I'd request Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji to kindly release the knowledge paper prepared by FICCI, the knowledge partner of GCPMH is PwC. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, Honorable Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India since 2019. She previously served as the 28th Defence Minister from 2017 to 19. With a huge round of applause, can we please request ma'am to share a few words with us?
Namaskar and good morning. My colleague Bhagwant Khubaji, Minister from Orissa, Pratap K. Sridevji, Secretary from the Ministry who's done an exhaustive presentation, Subrakanta Panda, and the President of FICCI, Netaji, and dignitaries on the dais, industry stakeholders who've come from far and wide. I'm extremely happy to be here, hearing, listening, and also talking to you on the third edition of the Chemicals and Petrochemicals Manufacturing Hubs and their Summit. It's indeed a pleasure because even to start with, within a few minutes of his speaking, Mr. Panda K gave us a very exhaustive and a comprehensive picture of where this industry is today. Similarly, we heard the minister from Orissa also speak, and specifically about the way in which Orissa as a state has brought in all the facilities which are required and also looks forward to having the industry come in a larger kind of spectrum to participate and benefit from Orissa's favorable policies in this area. You had the Secretary come up with a comprehensive presentation as to where this industry is today in the country and what opportunities prevail. So actually, many of what I wanted to tell you today are already said, and I wouldn't therefore spend too much time elaborating on it. But I would certainly like to repeat some of the important observations which got packaged in the way in which many things were said. The potential and the size, existing size of this industry makes me see as to how far it has become a part of our economic fabric. 80,000 products is not a small thing. There are sectors which make a big impact with one product or two or three, but here is a sector which is producing 80,000 products which are going into our daily lives, and therefore you can imagine the impact this can have. It's understated, if I have to say the impact as it prevails today, it is understated. Yet, it is not achieved over a year or two, over several decades gradually, because of the way in which you have widened the scope of your products, also made sure that applications in daily life also matter, and therefore your product innovativeness have also expanded, therefore capturing a considerable size of industry or daily use items. That is why you find, as the Secretary was presenting, you have an impact on construction, you have an impact on packaging, you have an impact on textile, you have an impact on every other, agriculture for instance. So literally several significant sectors of the economy are directly impacted by the products that you produce, and therefore you are a major influencer of the economy, and therefore also the challenges are huge before you. I was interested in the way in which the Secretary said, look, globally we are called chemical industry, but here in India we differentiate saying chemical and petrochemical. It makes the job even more complicated then, because petrochemicals and chemicals, whether called two different or one, have very many challenges in this era, and it is on that set of challenges, that I would want to spend a few minutes, because if 2 days with the domain experts, with the stakeholders, and with the investors all around in this fora are going to be talking about this industry, it is the deliberations and their outcome, which I'll be, just as Kuba said, I'll be interested in knowing from you if the current challenges are being addressed at all. And what are the current challenges? Sustainability of your products. Not just of your products, but also of the processes through which you produce them. The other is immense need for skilling. Why suddenly would there be a need for skilling? The next challenge which I pose will answer that. You need to adopt Industry 4.0 in a very big way. And I'm sure you're already doing it, but the rapidity with which you'll do it will help you to overcome many of the challenges. And the final thing is about skilling of people. Skilling of people, because if you are going to adapt newer technologies, you need people and manpower who are going to be able to stand up and work for you efficiently. Now, there are, of course, a few achievements which many of you all have already voiced, and I wouldn't want to repeat them. Although, of course, consciously since 2014, because the emphasis has been that India should become a manufacturing hub, the policy facilitation that is so required has been constantly kept in mind, and that is why I would think 100% FDI, being a completely unregulated industry, except you're regulated when it comes to hazardous chemicals, have all made you make a big impact globally. That is why, whether you're talking of global dye supplier, India is a big supplier. Then when we are talking about also major chemicals and also specialized chemicals, where of course more help is needed. But it remains that India has made an impact in this sector. The combined exports of major chemicals and major petrochemicals in the year which is 22-23, and I think my data would only be up to September 22, is $9 billion. And it's a small increase, 2% from the previous year's export value. But I'm also keenly watching the figure which says imports have also increased to $13.33 billion. Of course, all imports are not bad. Imports are required for your manufacturing. Imports are required when you're particularly manufacturing with export considerations in your mind. And therefore, the vibrancy of the industry is also getting highlighted by the fact that not only are you exporting, but you're also importing. I'm quite comfortable with that. But the fact remains that many of these imports are items which can be produced in this country itself, and there are some efforts in that direction. I'm not negating that. The specialty chemicals, and the market has been growing exponentially. And the industry in India is projected to grow at 12% CAGR. And within 25, if you're growing at CAGR 12%, you're going to reach a very significant level. And I can understand the need, therefore, for more robust support for specialized chemicals. The emergence of this Indian specialty market has been driven by the country's strong process engineering capabilities. So that drives this need for specialty chemicals, low-cost manufacturing capabilities, and also abundant manpower. Abundant manpower, yes, but still that end of the skilling which is missing is what is hurting your R&D capabilities as well. So if specialty chemical markets represent about 22% of India's overall chemicals and petrochemicals market, and that is valued at $32 billion US. I can see a lot of members of the media here, and I'm sure they would go into great details in understanding this sector, participating in the deliberations between today and tomorrow. One of the challenge, I'd summed it up as saying there are only 4 larger pillars of challenge. But one of the biggest challenge, I think, the pollution control regulations, which are becoming stringent, and the labor costs and the collaterals involved in it are also becoming higher in all other countries. It's not going to be too late before India catches up on that, and it is required too. Manufacturers are looking to diversify their products and their production capabilities, and therefore, if the world is looking for an alternative destination, India stands out. But India stands out also because we have a large domestic market. I go back to this 80,000 story, 80,000 items which are part and parcel of our daily lives, sectorally or individually as consumers. Now, if viable options exist, it exists in such markets where there is a domestic buffer and beyond which there is an export potential. So that is where I think government's policies have been facilitating. I'm not getting into details of what policies that exist, but I want to remind, particularly because chemical and petrochemicals immediately raised the red flag on sustainability, carbon emission, general pollution, pollution of groundwater, and therefore I think we should remember that India has set its sight on becoming energy independent by 2047 and achieving net zero by 2070. So net zero cannot be achieved unless each one industry, each one sector contributes to it. We are very focused on green growth. Carbon intensity has to be reduced, and therefore each one of the sectors will have to contribute to this. Energy efficiency and renewable energy commitments of India are also very important. We should keep that in mind. 500 gigawatt of installed electricity capacities from non-fossil fuel sources. So when you're planning your industry, you need to keep that in mind, saying you're not any longer for a future industry, for a tomorrow industry. You're not going to be dependent on fossil fuel. You need to have a correct basket of balance. Otherwise, this goal for India cannot be achieved. You will not be contributing to it. Now, about the PLI, quite a lot has been said. We are in favor of having India becoming a manufacturing hub, and therefore, of course, we'll consider the PLI also for the chemicals and petrochemicals. The green hydrogen and the hydrogen mission is also something which I hope you will keep in mind. The National Green Hydrogen Mission has announced 19,744 crore rupees to start with for the year 23-24 to 29-30. India is a global hub for production, usage, export of green hydrogen and its derivatives. But I go back to speaking more about the 4 challenges. Sustainability, recycling or becoming a circular economy, skilling, and importantly, technology adoption. So I would think that if there are investors, and I'm given to believe that global big such as Aramco from Saudi Arabia, BASF, Rosneft, ADNOC, Borealis have all started coming, looking for joint ventures in India. Now, if they are looking for joint ventures, the partners in India should be conscious of the four challenges, as I put it. And unless you are able to bring in that element into what you are becoming a partner with these global big investors, India is not going to benefit from it. I do not want to be a pessimist or a naysayer, but we really cannot have joint ventures, even with the global biggies, when our standards in terms of sustainability are not really up to the global mark or the commitment which India has given as NDC, nationally determined commitments. So I would appeal to industry body, FICCI and its chemical and petrochemical wing, to look at what are the ways in which the sustainability or becoming a circular industry which can be achieved. And it is that suggestion which, if actively is shared with the government, we can take some decisions to facilitate rapid shift towards such technologies which will help in building a sustainable industry. Because it's important for not just India, but globally, if each of our commitments are not going to be fulfilled, and in this, the chemical and petrochemical industries' challenges are significant. I think it's important to have your recycling and reusability elements high on agenda. Efficient waste management, I would think, is important. Efficient waste generation is a point on which you need to think about. And also how to reduce the consumption of certain resources which are going to be high in emission. So there are points on which you have enough to discuss between today and tomorrow. I just want to draw your attention to a report which I came across recently, a McKinsey report which spoke about how chemical engineers in India are not very big number. Understandably, India being a software hub, you have more people moving towards IT and related areas, software related areas, or even hardware related areas. But chemical engineers graduate from India's top 25 and 30 in, institutions or universities. Only 1,500 of them come out. And many of them even shift their focus areas or specializations, not remaining within that area and grow in that area. They move over to study on other areas of specialization rather than continue with chemicals or petrochemicals. So I would think the four areas which I'd like to hear from you beyond other things that you will discuss are important for us to immediately look at what kind of facilitation, this viability gap funding issue. I'll certainly love to have a paper coming from you. And more importantly, as we were walking to this venue, there was this issue of inverted duty structure which is hurting some of you. Inverted duty structure is an area in which I'll utter a word of caution. I'm not saying there wouldn't be any inversion in your areas, but inversion is on an item, if corrected, can have a collateral elsewhere. So I would want you to be mindful of when you're studying about inversion on any particular item. Because if there are items which are being used by you, which are useful in some other areas as well, correcting an inversion in this line can have a collateral impact on some other line. So where there is no inversion, your inversion getting corrected can put that one upside down. So while inversion is a great concern for industry, inversion of duty, and correction is definitely necessary, do look at it in a holistic fashion, and I will welcome suggestions, and I'll certainly assure that the ministry will give an open-minded look at it. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
with this simplicity and poise. May you continue to inspire us, ma'am. Thank you so much for your warm address. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Jai Hind. And now, for the concluding remarks of the inaugural session, can I please request Mr. Prabdas, Chairman, FICCI Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, with your round of applause.
Good morning. I have 2.5 minutes. I'm grateful to Department of Chemical and Petrochemical and FICCI for organizing this summit where I can see who's who in the industry. It's a great effort. This is the indicator, the presence here of Honorable Minister, Finance Minister, and all of you indicate that India is becoming chemical and petrochemical hub. Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, your presence, Madam, itself is a big boost to all of us. This sector will certainly be grateful to you and is grateful to you. You have guided us on sustainability, circularity, skill development, and we will certainly take its efforts to make sure that your desire is fulfilled. This initiative will certainly empower Indian companies to offer unique solutions to global challenges. Ma'am, under your dynamic and committed leadership, India has become the 5th largest economy, and we are going to become the 3rd. Let's give a big hand to our finance minister. We are grateful to our own Honorable Minister of State, Bhagwant Khube ji. Wherever we have gone, meeting didn't last long because he comes to the point, aapko kya chahiye? That's the approach which we have. We are very grateful to you, sir, for all the support all these years. We have with us Minister from Odisha, the most dynamic state, and his team has been doing wonderful job, sir. And we have been to Odisha and we got all the support. So great. Thank you very much for the initiative which you have taken. Our own Mr. Arun Bharoka ji, from day one he has been supporting us, Deepak Mehta ji, and our President, Mr. Panda. I've got just 2 points. One, how to become global chemical and petrochemical hub. As I told you, I have no doubt the initiative which we have all taken and the support which we have been getting from government, we are there. Ma'am, people talk about ease of doing business. I will give you one simple example. We in HMEL, HPCL Mittal Energy, we have set up a 3 billion, 26,000 crore project, petrochemical project, just commissioned. During the COVID time, and after that, we have made this within record time and cost. And this is all because of the support which we got from government and everybody in this country. So there's a live example, ease of doing business. Tell somebody to come to me for any live example. There are issues we have been talking, how to accelerate this development. There are issues we have been talking to ministry and department. They are being looked into very seriously. They have been looked into very seriously, and we are thankful for all the support. So no doubt we will be a manufacturing hub tomorrow. The second issue is of sustainability, as you rightly mentioned, and circularity. Somehow, this polymers, the plastic is considered bad. Although we all know that it is used for daily life and all the specifications, but certainly because of the disposal, not of the product, disposal of the product, this has become a bad name. We are working together with local bodies to make sure that, this is being recycled. India, we are very proud that we recycle 60%, USA only 7%. We recycle the polymers 60%, and we will do more. We will make sure that, there is a sustainability and circularity. Industry is working with the government to make sure this happens, and I can assure you, our efforts will certainly yield results on this. We will work together, achieving a harmonious balance between economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prabdas, for your light-hearted addressal. Can I request all our dignitaries to please rise up for a group photograph? And with this, we conclude our inaugural session. And now let's break for networking tea. That's on your right-hand side. I mean, my right-hand side, your left-hand side. So we meet at 11:30 now for our first session of the summit. Thank you.
Blending, binding, bonding these materials is Indian Oil. A pioneer, a leader, the energy of India. Fueling the country's petrochemical demands, shaping growth sustainably. We have committed to be operationally net zero by 2046. We create the new. We care beyond business. We are not just joining the dots. We are making possible a sustainable tomorrow. We are Indian Oil, and we are energizing materials that create our future. echoes
Indian and international perspective on chemical hubs, can I please request Mr. Jayant V. Doble, Business Head and CEO, Global Chemicals, Fashion Yarn and Insulators, Aditya Birla Group, Shri Arun Barokaji, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Singh Thakur, Additional Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and International Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Mr. Dennis Tan, Senior Director, Energy and Industrial, Sarbana Jurong Group, on Sarbana Jurong's experience with chemical hubs, Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli, India Representative, Port of Antwerp, Berks, Mr. Sairaj Syed, Director, Arid Group of Companies, and Dr. P.P. Lal Krishna, Managing Director and CEO, Ramki Pharma City. Kindly settle down. So this session will be divided into two parts. The first session will have the Indian and international perspective on chemical hubs, and the second part will have the state perspective with state representatives. And now, can I please request Mr. Jayant V. Doble to present a green certificate to Shri Rajiv Singh Thakur, Additional Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and International Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. The moderator for the session is Mr. Jayant V. Doble, Business Head and CEO, Global Chemicals, Fashion Yarn and Insulators, Aditya Birla Group. Can I please request Mr. Doble to kindly take over this session?
Hi everyone, how are you? Good break? Chai vai pee liya? Excellent. Good. I am your moderator for this session. We are going to talk about petrochemical hubs and chemical parks. Chemical parks are actually the building blocks of the chemical industry. Earlier today, you heard speakers talk about the size of the global chemical industry, about $8–9 trillion. The size of Chinese chemical industry was mentioned, about $3 trillion. And each one of you can draw your comparison with the size of the Chinese chemical industry with India's GDP actually. And take a moment or two to think about it. There is no reason why India cannot substantially grow in chemicals. Like us, China doesn't have crude. We don't have crude. We are actually closer to the crude sources geographically. They have a large domestic demand. We have a large domestic demand. China has skilled engineers. We have skilled engineers. So what is really the difference? And one of the differences actually is in the setup of chemical parks. Guys, we hear a lot of noise in the background. Can you please, hello? Thanks. One of the main differences is actually the infrastructure for the chemical industry, which in a way is represented by chemical parks. And to give you some idea, China has over 600 chemical parks, of which 60, close to 60, are what they call national level chemical parks. Europe has over 50 chemical complexes. Today, we have also one of the representatives from that area. If we look closer to home, two countries in the Southeast Asia region, Thailand and Singapore, set up a chemical park in Rayong and Singapore, Jurong Island respectively. Each one of them now do over 50 billion in revenue from one individual chemical park alone. Vietnam is setting up chemical parks. So while the opportunity is there, the underlying infrastructure needs to be there. What you see common across these chemical parks is there is some level of government support, government industry partnerships across the world, whether you look in China, whether you look in Europe, whether in Southeast Asia. And what chemical parks bring is they bring efficiency, because chemical industry is a very complicated industry. Very often, one company makes the basic chemical, second one adds some value, third one adds more value, then you get into special chemistries before it actually reaches the consumer. Some industry will have excess steam, somebody will have excess nitrogen, and a chemical park is a dense infrastructure that brings together overall efficiencies of the chemical system. So this, I believe, is a very important topic. It's a very important muscle for us to build as an industry, as a country, if we are to be globally competitive. And today we have with us participating Shri Arun Barokaji, who will say a few words. And subsequently, we have industry participants, both from India and abroad, and then few states talking about what they are doing in the area of promoting the chemical industry and chemical parks. But I will first start by inviting Shri Arun Barokaji to say a few words and give us guidance, sir.
So, thank you, Ndobleji. This particular session will be focusing especially on the whatever name you give, chemical parks, chemical hubs, PCPIR in the Indian context. So we'll be focusing on that. What has been the history and what is the future for us, and what is the experience worldwide, and how we can learn from that. We all know about the Indian context, and the representatives from both Zurang and also Antwerp, they are here. I think it will be great to learn from them. Just to give them a perspective from the Indian side, we had started with the PCPIRs. They were basically a short name for petroleum chemicals and petrochemicals investment regions. They were big areas which were identified in the coastal regions of the country. 4 such areas were identified. As a land, we have federal government, and then there are state governments, and the land has to be acquired through the state government, and government was active partner in this, in the sense that acquisition of land and then development and then allocation of that land exclusively for the chemical sector. So this has been a mixed kind of a response in terms of its final outcome. Some of them are doing good, and some of them, they need more support. Learning from the experience, based on the evaluation, based on the feedback from the industry, we have decided that we'll be going for smaller areas in a focused manner. And we can focus on some specialty areas, which we call them as specialty chemicals in our sector. That could be one, there could be something else also. So this is not just learning from those PCPIRs, but also from the experience in the private sector. Many of the private sector players, they have also set up their own chemical parks or hubs, or whatever name they be given, in their own respective areas of specialization. Just to mention a few, in Visakhapatnam, in one of the states of Andhra Pradesh, we have this Ramke group had done that. His representative is also here. We would like to know more from them. We have in Gujarat, we have the pile industry. They have also set up, their representative is also there. Are they, I suppose they are also, are they going to, Doble Saab, are they going to, yeah, they'll also be speaking. So this is the domestic experience in the private sector. These are led by private. And we have the experience worldwide, Zurang. Zurang has been, I'm told they were active partners with Ramke also. So we have the experience from Antwerp. We would like to know more about these facilities which we are going to have very shortly. In principle, we have decided that we will set up more such areas wherein the common infrastructural facilities can be taken up by these bodies. And these bodies, we are envisaging that we will not be, it will not be led by the government, let it be led by the private sector. The CO should be from the private sector, and we don't want very big area. If big area is available, I think the optimal size will be about 2,000 acres or so, maybe on the upper side, maybe 5,000. I think Visakhapatnam is about 2,000, and Pile, I suppose it's a smaller area. Yeah. So we don't want to prescribe any particular area, but there should be some minimum size for optimality. And for that reason, we would be flexible in that. Common infrastructural facilities, they add to a lot of efficiency in the system. In fact, in the park which has been set up in the pharmaceutical industry in Visakhapatnam, I was told that they are able to save about 40% of the investment which is required by any industry, which is coming up later on once the initial approvals have been obtained, particularly with respect to the environmental clearances. And obviously, time taken is also very less when the final approvals are. Normally, environmental clearances are taking about 1.5 to 2 years for the overall project, but once it is done, the units which are coming up later on, they can have within 1 month to 1.5 months. So that is another saving which is there. Then of course there is efficiency, roads, drainage, electricity, and many other facilities which are required. Probably they can be taken up very easily. And looking at all these advantages, and particularly with respect to the CETPs, which become a big problem for chemical industry particularly, which needs to be taken care of. So with this thing in mind, and keeping in mind that lot of area may not be available in a contiguous manner, particularly the large chunks which we were thinking earlier in the form of PCBARs. So we'll be having smaller areas, focused manner we can produce some of the chemicals like specialty chemicals or other chemicals where we would like to have our focus. So with this thing in mind, we have, in principle, we have agreed within the department, I'm sharing it with you, that we'll be coming up with this idea. We have engaged with the states which are having good facilities closer to the coast, and they have, all of them have shown eagerness, and they have also identified some of the land parcels which can be used for setting up of the chemical parks. And it is envisaged that the state governments can contribute their share in the form of the land contribution, and from Government of India side, we are thinking of providing some sort of equity. So this is a proposal at its very nascent stage, and we won't like to be a long-term partner in the sense that we would like to exit at the earliest once that particular chemical park has stabilized. The intention is to make sure the government is an active participant in that area for the development of the chemical sector. This is one such thing which gels very well with the overall theme which is there for this summit of 2 days, wherein we will be focusing only on the manufacturing hubs. There could be other models. There could be hub and spoke model also, which was suggested by some states because they were finding it difficult to have a large chunk of land in one place. So whether that will be successful as a model or not, because the efficiencies may not be there in that kind of model. Whether we have lower limit of land, which we are thinking about 500 acres, but there could be little higher also. If you feel that even 500 acres is on the higher side and you want a lower limit, that can also be thought of. And we have identified specialty chemicals, but there could be some other areas which you feel that without the feedstock also some of those areas can be taken up. That's again great. And if you feel that that can be away from the coastal areas, that can also be thought of. So these are some of the things which we would like to know from you people. This is briefly, specifically for this session, I thought I'll provide the context with respect to the thinking of the government. We'd like to hear more from the experience, worldwide Indian experience, as well as feedback from you people. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Arun Baroka ji, for the government perspective. You mentioned central effluent treatment, and that triggered me to think, actually, one of the big advantage of having chemical parks is actually the overall sustainability footprint of the entire industrial cluster becomes better. Because not only can you treat all the chemicals together, but you also don't transport so much steam, somebody's excess energies, somebody's waste becomes your raw material product. So I was reminded by your statement and also by what the Honorable Finance Minister said. Chemical parks are really a fundamental basis of improving the sustainability footprint of the chemical industry. I would like to invite Shri Rajiv Singh Thakurji, Additional Secretary, DPIIT, to give a few words on the investment environment, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, Shri Arun Baroka ji, eminent guests on the dais, and equally eminent participants here from the state governments, from the sector, from the MNCs and all, friends from the media. I'm very happy to be here, and thanks to the DCPC for that. So taking off from the CTP experience, because I look after the leather sector in DPIT, which is the Department for Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade. So CTP for leather tanneries we are handling for last 15 years in a government scheme, and I would say quite successfully, totally focused in the state of Tamil Nadu. Somehow they came up in a big way. And the lessons I wanted to share may be equally valid for your sector also, is that we insisted in the scheme that the SPV has to be necessarily formed before giving a government grant, releasing government grant. So initially lots of resistance was there, and still there is a resistance from lots of states, so they are not able to take the facility. But Tamil Nadu, especially area around Ranipet and all, I also went and saw the place. And they have been doing this through the community, like the leather community who are into exports and all. So when the as you call, your skin is in the game, so then things become different. So all these CTPs for leather tanneries for 15 years or more, they're regularly taking enhancement from us and going from one stage to other. So just wanted to share that if the business or the concerned industry has a stake in the CTP or such type of a thing, it becomes easier for maintenance and other things. So that's one point. Talking about chemical parks, another experience of our department is NIC-DC, which some of you might be aware about, which is the erstwhile Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. Now it is called National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. And 4 industrial mega cities already are in the process of development, and infrastructure is in place, the largest being Dholera in Gujarat, and then Shindra Bitkin in Aurangabad, and Vikram Udyogpuri near Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh, and the last one being nearby in Greater Noida. So I would request you to take advantage of these industrial townships, which are integrated, which also has housing space and other social infrastructure, apart from the state-of-art physical infra like electricity, 24/7 power supply, and all these things, broadband connectivity, drainage, sewer, drinking water goes without saying. So these 4 cities are ready to be used, and lots of industries have already come in. So I would request chemicals and petrochemical sector also to take advantage, have a look at that. And we are planning to have more such cities in future, but these are already ready to be used. So these were the 2 things I wanted to say. Another third point which I wanted to mention, because I was discussing with the anchor, and I was a bit surprised that there is an organization called Invest India, which is, I think, not much known here. So I would request that Invest India is there for the it's the topmost investment promotion agency, in the sense that it has a mandate from the government. Also, the industry chambers has a stake in that, and it has been there for last 7-8 years in a big, robust fashion. So we would request that that facility you must use, the sector must use, and I'll share the coordinates with the DCPC, and that will be really helpful in bringing investment promotion from abroad. Also for domestic industries, we facilitate. We have different states as stakeholders. We have chapters in states and UTs. So these were the things I wanted to share with you, because it might be of some interest for you. But I'd be more keen on listening, and thank you so much once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Thakurji, for sharing some interesting tidbits and new ideas that maybe not all of us were fully aware of. We will now move to the industry section. We have a couple of international participants, and then we also have a couple of Indian participants. We would like to open by inviting Mr. Dennis Tan. Mr. Dennis Tan is the Senior Director of Surbana, and he will talk about Surbana's experience with chemical hubs. Since we have several speakers and I have to manage the time very well, I'm going to request all speakers not to use slides and try to finish in about 8 minutes maximum with all the key points you want to mention. And any additional questions the audience may have for the speakers, you can always connect offline. We have many breakout lunch times, tea time, etc. So, Mr. Tan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's very good to be back. My last trip was a few years ago, and I remember going to the APSEZ, Andhra Pradesh Special Economic Zone. So it's very nice to be back again. We have a direct presence in India, and my colleague, who is our Director for Renewables, is here in this conference as well. So afterwards, if you'd like to connect with us, please come and look for us. I myself, I'm based in Singapore. So what I'd like to do, just very quickly in the few minutes that I have, is to give a little bit of information about a few. I won't be walking through the slides in any specific order. Instead, I'll just talk a little bit about the projects that we're involved with around the world. So it's just to give a little bit more of an international perspective of what's happening around the world. And I think specifically it's worthwhile talking about what we do, followed by the project that we're involved with in China. We're also working on one in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and then I'll talk about Singapore as well, and I'll just end off due to time constraints. So we are a consultancy firm, and we have a couple of strategic partnerships. And in China, we've been very involved with the petrochemical parks developments. There is even a petrochemical park that is now in the implementation stage, and it was approved by the Chinese central government with our assistance. And the name of the petrochemical park has our company's name in it. So, you know the Chinese words, right? The first word is Savannah Jurong's Chinese name. The second word is the location. So that's our level of involvement with petrochemical parks in China. We're now working with a state-owned enterprise on one in the province of Hainan. And the province of Hainan is actually in southern China. It is positioned such that it can serve the rest of China. It's an island province. It can serve the rest of China, but it's also close enough to Southeast Asia. And the climate there is very nice. You know, some people call it the Hawaii of China. So our partner over there is China National Offshore Oil Corporation, or CNOOC in short. And what they're doing in the petrochemical park that they're developing is that they're taking a very good look at the government's directives. You know, in China, the government talks about peak emissions, followed by a net zero position. So this is decades-long type of planning. So they're looking at that. They're trying to beat that. They're trying to beat that so that they can differentiate themselves. And they have a unique position because, as we all know, CNOOC is involved in upstream work. So they are pulling some of their molecules from the offshore fields and other sources, and they are planning a mixed feed flexible cracker. So in doing so, actually, they're actually abating some CO2. And then they're making they're investing in a cracker complex. And the downstream petrochemical products are actually moving along the chain very quickly into specialty chemical products to serve some of the industries in China that are booming right now. So for example, those related to the battery ecosystem, those related to medical devices. So they look at that upfront and they say, how do I get the value chain right? How do I go and integrate deep down to the specialty chemical products? And we know the central government vets a lot of this. So the central government is actually playing a very strong, nudging of a hand that nudges industry to invest in certain projects. So that's just very quickly about what's happening in the province of Hainan in China. Moving on. Over in Europe, in the UK, we are working on a site in northeastern UK called Teesside. I'm not sure if you've heard of Teesside before, but Teesside will be synonymous with carbon capture, and the big anchor investor there is BP. So what they're doing there is that they're trying to rejuvenate a mature industry, and we're the strategic growth consultant. They're trying to rejuvenate a mature industry that has seen the rise and the demise of steel making, the collapse of ICI in the decades prior. And now what they're seeing is new investors coming in that are looking at lithium hydroxide, for example, battery chemicals. And what they're doing is that they're trying to, I think just now somebody mentioned, how do you take China out of the supply chain, right? So some of that is angled towards essentially refining spodumene from Australia without going through China to serve Europe. So they're seeing some of these developments. Europe has been very aggressive with the adoption of sustainable fuels. So we're seeing a lot of sustainable aviation fuels projects interests. And along with biogenic CO2, actually there's a value proposition for the future of power to fuels, that whole area of development probably in the coming 7 years. So they're anchored around these developments, as well as a very big government drive to support essentially the anchor investor BP's carbon capture initiative. So with this, they will hope to rejuvenate the entire industrial cluster in the northeast part of Teesside and get a carbon capture network up and running, support the 4 to 5 green and brown hydrogen projects that have been announced and are under the design phase, and transform the industry from there. So that's our role. We're the strategic growth consultant for that. So you can see that's how they are developing in that part of the world. And the third example I'll just quickly talk about is Singapore. I'm quite familiar with Singapore because, of course, I'm based in Singapore. I'm a Singapore citizen. And previously I worked for the Singapore government, where one of my roles was the planning, development, and management of Jurong Island. So people know very well Jurong Island's state of achievement. It's a very impressive reclamation of 7 islands to triple the land mass to 3,200 hectares, and today hosts over 100 companies. It's a big complex with room for growth, and many cracker developments and downstream developments. So what's happening in Jurong Island now, and we are involved, we've always been involved with Jurong Island as a spin-out from the government. We do project management, we're the owner's consultant. We run the underground caverns there. What's happening now is that we are also partnering with the different stakeholders and also working with the government on circularity on Jurong Island, on the adoption of renewables and the push for renewables. So they're looking at circularity in terms of every new project coming in to build the circularity narrative, whether it's to make things like calcium carbonate that consume CO2, or to do something with the processing of sulfur that the refineries are generating. And they look at it from waste streams, circularity, water integration. We've got a trial over there where the cold energy from the LNG terminal is used to cool supercomputers, side by side. On the renewables front, what's happening on Jurong Island is that they're pushing innovation. So aside from offshore solar farm deployments and trials, they're looking at nearshore development. So we've done a design for an integrated land and nearshore development. So the land development is quite standard, but the nearshore one is essentially a 4-in-1, and it utilizes Dead Sea space behind the jetty. So behind the jetty, there's a body of water. So in that Dead Sea space, how can you generate a 4-in-1 infrastructure that is a solar farm? It also uses thermal energy storage. There's some wave harnessing, and it's a double layer, so there's aquaculture as well. So 4-in-1. And they're looking at the deployment of photovoltaics on infrastructure on Jurong Island that is essentially quite commonplace. So the storage tanks and the pipe racks. So that's what's happening on Jurong Island. And I think this will hopefully give you some idea of what's happening around the world. And with this, I'd like to just say, I look forward to the rest of the conference and what is being said here. I enjoy this conference because it's much more lively than what I'm normally used to, where over in our region, everything is very scripted. So I enjoy it very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. That was a very interesting perspective. You covered China, you covered Malaysia, you covered Singapore, parts of India as well, where you have been in. And I would request Fiki actually to share Mr. Tan's presentation with all the delegates. And if you have any questions, guys, you can always talk to him during the breaks in the session. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli. He is the India representative of Port of Antwerp Burgess. For those of you who don't know, it's probably one of Europe's largest chemical cluster with a really interesting and innovative story. So, floor is all yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I've promised that I'll limit my presentation to 8 minutes, so I may have to skip some of the slides, which I've actually got a permission to play those, so please bear with me. Just what I'm here to talk about is how we build this whole chemical cluster. As was just mentioned, that we are one of the largest chemical clusters, and we are how we've built it over years. I'll put this across in 4 themes. One is it's not built in one day, so we're going to talk about some past of it. Success factors on how, what has taken this whole cluster to build. The next keyword is partnerships. And next one is all about innovation and digitization. I have a small video, but I'll have to skip this because of time constraints, but I think the presentation will be available from Vicky. So Port of Antwerp, I think most of you know, but not many may know that we've merged with the Port of Zeebrugge last year, which is another port on the coast of Belgium. And this is, the reason for the merger is quite around sustainability terms, and I'll come back to that later in my slides. As mentioned, we are one of the largest chemical clusters in Europe, and second in the world after Houston, Jubail, Singapore, and Shanghai. These are the big chemical clusters. We rank second. And you know, the first shipments, actually oil shipments, go back to 1861, which is quite the earlier days. But the main push actually happened during after the World War II, when the directors of that time actually had a real focus on the importance of chemical industry for the future. And they put up a whole land bank and invited the German companies to set up base there. And that was the main initiation of all this project that we have. And over the last 70 plus years, we've grown to the cluster that we are right now. And I'll come back to the success factors on what is important for us to build that. Just quick on the stats, we do 82.5 million throughput of liquid bulk, which includes supply and finished products of the port companies. 13.5 million TEUs, 20 million tons chemical output, 40 million tons of oil refining output. The last one is very important because the Port of Zeebrugge is actually does 15% of the European needs of gas. And a lot of imports of LNG come through that port. And that is one of the reasons we actually merged with the Port of Zeebrugge on sustainability, where we talk about bringing that know-how and knowledge to our port, and how do we transmit that, the new green molecules that we're talking about, the green ammonia, the green methanol, or the green hydrogen, and bring them as feedstock to the industry in Antwerp, and then later to the feedstock to the industry in Germany. What are the success factors for us? And there are many success factors, but I'll list on a couple of them. Vision and strategic focus. I spoke about the vision that the directors at time in the past 70 years back had. But currently, as we speak, in the last 3-4 years, we've also looked at evolving, and we have a land bank in the port, which is an area which was automotive factory, which was flattened out. And we could have given that land for any other warehousing, but we dedicated that land in terms of our vision to circular economy. So we're inviting companies to set up circular chemistry industries in that particular land bank. And over the last 3 years, we've got 5 concessionaries right now who are signed up for this, and we tend to increase more. So that's a commitment that the port has, and it's also about the vision and continuing to build that vision. Our role is very specific in terms of community builder. And I was just hearing that, you know, how the government is actually very inviting suggestions from the industry, and that's what we do at a port. Like, you know, we work with the chemistry industry in the port and decide on what's the roadmap. We don't do it unilaterally. We work with the industry players and see what could be the next road of it. The next 3 slides I will go through individually, because there's truly integrated cluster, infrastructure and connectivity, and the innovative spirit. So I'm not sure whether you can read that, but this is the chain of raw materials to the final products. What you see in red is the industry that is present in the port. So what we do when we are actually inviting new industries is we talk about having those molecules which can strengthen the chemical cluster. And those are molecules which are missing in the supply chain, and then they could add and strengthen the supply chain. A lot of these molecules are actually in terms of, like, you know, could be finished product of one is the raw material for the another industry, and that's how the chain continues. So that's what we are looking at, and this is a really strategic focus that we work on, and looking at the missing links and inviting only those companies to set up there. Some of the investments that are there in the port, if you look at the names, they are quite big names. But also there is a lot of companies who are investing into independent storage capacity at the port. For example, you see oil tanking, SEA Invest, they are investing in independent storage capacities, which actually means that the logistics sector and the value-added sector in the port is actually strengthening the whole chemical industry. Another success factor, connectivity. And we talk about rail and inland navigation. Rail, currently, we contribute to around 7.5% of our distribution. But inland navigation, that is inland waterways, transport about 45% of our chemical through European hinterland and from the European hinterland. So that's a big one. But I come back to the last point, pipelines. The Port of Antwerp, Bruges acquired a company who operates a network of pipelines in the port area. The idea is to look at transportation of these chemicals through the pipelines to different industries, as well as evolve and evaluate the options of using the green molecules in future. And we have almost 1,000 kilometers of pipeline in the port area itself. And we reach to 60% of European customers through all these modes of transportation. And just about the infrastructure, a lot of companies I mentioned about investing in there. They're already investing into tank storage for not only the current products, but also for the future. This is the very important factor about the innovative spirit. When I talk about, we're not only inviting the big chemical majors, we're also inviting the startups at the port to actually do innovative solutions around chemical sustainable industry. And I will just name a few. Blue App and Blue Chem are basically incubators where you have all these startups who are setting up laboratories and doing research. But the main part of that innovative spirit is that all these chemical majors are also taking offices in this space and trying to see what's happening in that industry. And what are these startups really doing? That also, the benefit is that they actually have a mutual respect as well as they nurture the industry. And this is the kind of ecosystem we are creating in part of that whole, the chemical cluster that we have, so that it is a breeding ground for future development. Partnerships, that's a key word. We've seen a lot of disruptions in the last few years, and we believe that we will not be able to achieve everything on our own. So what we do is look at partnerships. And I will just run through my slides to some of the examples. This is the demo power to methanol plant which we are building at a port, which is a combination of 6 partners, industry players. You may see the names on the left. And this has been set up to really demonstrate that we are really looking at the sustainability aspect. Antwerp at Sea, this is a carbon CCUS project that we are setting up at the port. And why we're setting up is the number that you see in between is 18 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions because of the chemical cluster. We're trying to reduce that by 50% by 2030, and that's a big target for us. So we're trying to set up this whole facility at the port where we will be capturing the carbon dioxide from the chimneys or gaseous form and taking it to the liquefaction plant and to whether use it for reuse or exports into oil fields into Norway. Hydrogen Import Coalition, this is exactly why we are working with the industry everywhere across, because this is going to be the next thing we're talking about, the new molecules, the sustainable molecules. You see some of the countries mentioned there. Oman is also there because we run a port in Oman in consortium, and that's a very interesting market for us. But we also explore other markets where there could be possibilities of these imports of green hydrogen molecules. When you talk about partnerships, we also talk about international partnerships, and there are various of them, but I'll just take your focus towards this one at the bottom, World Economic Forum, Road Freight Zero. This is a partnership of clusters. This is not an individual partnership. This is a partnership of 10 clusters coming together and developing solutions and learning from each other. So this is also a kind of activity that we look at. The key word in all this is partnerships. We look at international partnerships, we look at local partnerships, and see how we can grow together. And nothing can be possible without the digital transition. We also talk about setting up a whole 5G network in our port area. We're working on a project where we are doing a 3D mapping of a port, which will give us a complete insight sitting in a room, what's happening in the port, what are the leakages, what are the water levels, what are the temperatures, what is the traffic. So that's completely a part of what we're doing. But with regards to the chemical industry, I think the chemical industry will groom only where there is a lot of data exchange that can happen through the platforms. And we, in 2016, we set up this company called Nexport, which actually prepares an open network platform, which does not build applications, but gives a lot of platform for companies to build in. The initial idea was to actually get up consortiums and let companies share data, but that's a very difficult task because to get companies to share data is a humongous task. And we started off with a consortium of willing companies looking at data. So we formed this consortium called ECLIC, which was actually looking at doing some logistics, chemical logistics and some digital solutions to that. One of the things that we did quickly was that we developed this cleaning document solution, which is very important and does not require any commercial aspects of it. So that's what the initial bit of it. This is my last slide, which talks about what the values have been created. I know I'm just exceeding my time, so I have to finish it off. But that's what it is. But I think in India's march towards 1 trillion economy and chemical industry, the digitization will play a major role. That's it for me. I think I don't have that much time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Kohli. I was just reflecting that of the 5 biggest chemical hubs in the world, we had 2 speakers, one from Antwerp Burgess and another one with experience from Singapore. Thank you guys for your commitment to FICCI and to the nation building of the chemical industry in India. We will now have a couple of speakers from the Indian perspective. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Siraj Syed, Director, Arete Group of Companies. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it correctly. Mr. Syed, please welcome.
Thank you very much, guys, for having me. Thank you very much, Baroka-ji, Thakur-ji, all of my co-presenters. I think it's an important area where we need to focus by talking about chemical hubs, because chemical hubs is going to help us solve a lot of problems. Not only increase the pace at which chemical industries can go in India, but also how we can build a competitive advantage to compete with global players. To start with, I'll just take a brief to explain the approach we take towards the development of this industrial park, right? We have been time and again contemplating with the question, are we a real estate company or an infrastructure company? Actually, and that's what the major discussion is about, availability of land and the quality of infrastructure. But when we kept on meeting a lot of clients and industry players, figuring it out what are the challenges these guys are facing, what came out is the problem actually starts once you set up a plant. What is the problem? What is the sustainability? How long you can, without hassle, without breakdowns, without maintenance, you can keep on continuing the production, right? So when we were trying to figure out the strategy for the whole park, what we started working on it is not just the land and infrastructure, but the services post the industry starts setting up in the park are one which really needs kind of our attention, right? So that brings us to what our way and approach towards an industrial park development is. Basically, it's not just real estate, it's not just infrastructure, it is a complete holistic solution, right? And the values we imbibe by is basically agility, quality and consumer centricity, right? I'll just take a moment to explain agility, why it is so important. Whenever someone puts their asset in a chemical industry, it is for decades to go, right? We have to keep this in mind that things are changing pretty fast in the world and a lot of new technologies are coming in. So while as a park developer, we have to envisage certain trends, certain change, which we can understand from industries and start preparing for it. The main game or the main challenge we have to face today is, of course, we are looking at circularity, going more green, but we have our challenges of cost and competing with the players today in the market. There has to be a trend or a transition path through which we move from our current level to those levels. And I think having a long-term strategic approach is the only way we can do that we can compete in current market and have good returns on our investment currently. Meanwhile, we are transitioning towards a more greener and more circular economy. And of course, it is very critical for a lot of industries because the international market, which are majorly our customers, right? They are adapting to it much faster than we are ready for it. So it really needs our focus on. So that's where the agility is so important for an industrial park developer, thinking from a long-term perspective. Quality, actually, I don't want to talk too much about quality. Quality is a mindset. I think I would invite most of you to come and see our park, so that itself will talk about the quality. The third and the most important part is that customer centricity. as we are developing a product as a park, right, the most important ingredients is the client's challenges. What are they facing, what are the problems, and how they are trying to build the competitive advantage. We have to be part of that ecosystem, understand them. Daljit, my friend, has covered most of the points which we think are very, very relevant in building up a strong ecosystem which gives a lot of advantage to an industrial park. I'd like to highlight some key features about our park. Our park is spread across 3,500 acres. It is complete 3,500 acres are within the HPCPIR. It was launched in December 2021. Our phase 1 is under execution. We have environment clearance from MOEF for red category industries within our park. We have approval for 50 mld water and 30 mld discharge for phase 1. And our comprehensive master plan has already been approved by Regional Development Authority of PCPR. So, and our CTP is under construction right now, and we should be done with it. Our first battery, we should be done with it by December. So this is just to highlight that we are good to go now. Any industries can come and start working on the development. So when we say plug and play, we have been using this term a lot to educate our client. What we mean to say from our park's perspective, we have environment clearance in place. When we say we have environment clearance in place, is all the majority of red category industries have been covered in our environment clearances, and MOEF has granted us an approval for total pollution load. What this means for the industries coming in is, as far as their process is optimum, and they abide by whatever the requirements are for the state GPCB, State Pollution Control Board or MOEF as per the regulation. They do not need to worry about the pollution load, about how the water is going to come in or how the water is going to go out. We, as a park developer, take complete responsibility of it. When it comes to connectivity, we are part of PCPR and wonderful initiative of central government and state government of Gujarat. We have a very efficient operational PCPR with lot of road networks, rail networks, and port connectivity. Of course, we have built within our park, we have built in a lot of infrastructure which we try to match whatever we can understand from our clients. Our CETP is already in construction, and what we have worked around is a convenience system from the doorstep. The client does not need to worry about anything. We take the effluent from the doorstep to our CTP through deep sea discharge line. Here again, we have to keep on thinking about sustainability and keep in mind that at some point of time we will have to go zero discharge. We make provision for it, we keep on thinking about it, but right now we give the cost of what deep sea discharge would be applied to an industry. So competitive today, but transitioning towards the future requirement. Same goes for power, water and gas. They are pretty much established within our park, and they are available for our client to use for industrial purpose as and when they sign up with us. So this is what we mean by plug and play, right? So what is the value proposition which we are talking about? The biggest value proposition from chemical industry's perspective is reduction of risk. May it be title indemnification, may it be predictability of your project, how fast you can come online, because time is money when it comes to product launch in international market. Continuous and adequate availability of all the industrial infrastructure, and moreover, we have validation from regulatory approvals for red category industries. So that takes away a huge amount of hassle from your mind, that whether your plant or your project would get an environment clearance or not. We are pretty confident that once we study the project and when we say we can do it, we should be able to get your EC. The other areas where we add value is reduction in time and effort. Mainly we handhold all the industries for environment clearance, because a good part of justification come in as an industrial park from a pollution loads perspective. We get faster approvals for power and gas because we already arranged the right of way and the approvals required from the different authorities of government. And the last is that building plan approval for you to start your construction and get into action pretty soon. So we handhold and try to expedite that process as much as possible. And Ajit ji is getting up, and that is carrying me. So I won't take too much of time, but I'll just like you to see this is what our deliverable has been for our first client and the clients coming in the pipe. What the main message I'm trying to put is that within 7 months, we got our first client from sale deed to construction phase. I think that is one of the biggest milestone you could have thought about in industrial park, chemical industrial park. And our objective is to keep on doing it better and better. I won't talk too much on the strategic advantage because Daljit has already covered ecosystem, partnership, whatever you want to say. People coming together are the only way we can solve this problem and become more competitive advantage. Strong ecosystem is our answer to large chemical factories in China. That's how we think. We have to work as one rather than different parts of different industries, different sectors. Within a value chain, we have to act one, and we are very much part of that system. Of course, the idea of putting an industrial park is to convert as much as possible from capex to opex, which improves the viability of these industries, right? And last, just two suggestions from our side. What we understand can have a very significant impact for the industries and the park developer is that if the common utilities can be considered under infrastructure loan, that will give us lesser rate and longer tenure to pay back. This will allow us to do more and more utilities for our park, which Daljit has already spoken about, which will be a big advantage. And the last one is giving a DISCOM license. I think the SEZ already has that provision in their licenses. PCPR should try to think about getting that into their policy, or whenever you're looking at new chemical estate, if this is considered, we can get our chemical industries far more competitive. With this, I'd like to thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Said. Very interesting presentation. I'm sure you will have many questions from people after this session who may want to visit your park. And I think your suggestion to the government of infrastructure loan for these type of projects actually is a very interesting one. I would very much ask help of Shri Arun Baroka ji to keep that in consideration, because infrastructure building is actually the backbone of everything. Okay, okay, we can cover it at that time. Yes, thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Lal Krishnan, Managing Director and CEO of Ramki Pharmacity. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Arun Baroka sir and Vicky, for giving the opportunity. This is a theme-based pharma industrial park in the VKPCPI region. VKPCPI region, we know it is about 640 square kilometers. We are one among them. And the name of the pharma city is Jawaharlal Nehru. It is an exclusive pharma and chemical hub, actually. And this is a government of AP initiative by APASC. My shareholder and concessioning authority is sitting here only, Mr. Praveen Kumar. And there is a GO is there for appointing a consultants and that. It is a sector-specific park and a BOO basis. Build, own and operate, there is no transfer. Normally, industrial projects, the industrial infrastructure projects are in BOT model, but this is a BOO project. And we have got special economic zone in the domestic area. A sustainability of industry park, socially sustainable, environmentally sustainable, and economically sustainable, and digitalization. These are the 4 important things when you want to set up an industrial park, actually. And industrial parks are developed on 4 pillars. I think our speakers also spoke most of the things: external infrastructure, internal infrastructure, environmental social compliance, and business support. Environmental social compliance is a very important thing in this. Normal industry, there are 3,925 parks are there as per Invest India. Out of that, 183 parks, only private parks are there. External infrastructure, this park is connected to the, well connected to the national highway, airport, seaport, and the power corridor, water supply, and all the other things. Internal infrastructure, everything I put it in 4 baskets: physical, environmental, social, and civil. So these are the investments we have made. So we connect all the physical infrastructure is there, environmental infrastructure is there, civil infrastructure, social infrastructure, everything is there. I think Mr. Arun sir already spoke about this. The major advantages, suppose in pharma industry you want to set up a pharma unit outside the pharma city and inside the pharma. What are the major advantages? The first advantage is the park level environmental clearance we have taken. That saves about 2 years' time. That is nothing but money. And 40% of the project cost will come down because we are giving the connecting road, we are giving the 33 by 11 kV power lines, we are giving the treated water supply, hazardous waste treatment, solid waste treatment, then fire services, hospital, all the things. Everything is available there. So all the things, if you take it together, if it is a 10-acre plot, if you buy outside and inside the pharmacy, the 40% of project cost will come down. Compliance and environmental systems, air pollution, water pollution, and sea pollution, these are, as a park operator, compliance is very important. If it doesn't comply, then it will become a big problem to all the member industries. So the special emphasis has to be given to the compliance part. The fourth pillar is the business support. First three pillars I explained, that is first the internal infrastructure, external infrastructure, and environmental compliance. Business support, this we are planning actually, the common R&D center, common testing centers, and power generation unit, steam generation, all the things we are planning to set up so that they are competitive enough. This park has become the eco-industrial park by UNIDO, and we are the top 13 of the SEZs in India, rated by the IPR 2.0, Industrial Park Rating System. The success story is a concession agreement made 2004 and operation started 2008-9. As on today, land occupied 86% of the park and 32,000 people are employed, 25,000 crores of investment we brought. Occupants are from innovators, generic companies, Indian giants, multinational companies, first generation enterprise. Continual improvement in upgrading technologies, facilities to meet the customer requirement. This is the only one park in India offering integrated environmental management services. That means you generate any kind of waste except the radioactive waste, we are there to take care. And it's a central command control system with the digitalization we have done. Normally the wastewater, whatever it is, they take by tankers or something like that. Here we put the pipelines and sit with the central command control center. We allow them to discharge it and treat it and dispose it to the sea. These are our client list, Pfizer, Pharmagel, there are more than 100 pharma companies are here. And each company will be having 2 or 3 also. Laurus, if we take about 6 units they have, Pfizer is only 1, Biocon 2 units, Mylan 3 units, like that. They come with the 1 and they started buying the 2, second, third and fourth, 5 also. If we take the India's top 25 pharma companies, there are 7 are in pharmaceutical only. No, not 7, 10 I think, 10 are in pharmaceutical only. If you take the Indian scenario in chemical and petrochemical waste, I think our next speakers, they speak it on most of things. We are in the APPCPR region, so there is a possibility of chemical and pharma hubs you can develop there. Because right now the pharma business about $55 billion. There is a possibility of $130 billion by government of India is their setup. So there is a lot of expansion possibilities, other manufacturing expansions are required, and the industrial parks are required. So in one of the PCPI regions, we can develop the industrial parks and give for the global community cheaper medicines. Thank you very much. I covered, I think, 8 minutes, sir.
I think, Dr. Krishna, your projects also finish well on time, perfectly, with a good sustainable footprint and fully occupied by the industry. Thank you so much. With this session, we will actually move to the second part, so I want to thank our industry participants. And I will now invite the state government officials to join us on stage. I will thank Mr. Tan, Mr. Kohli, Mr. Syed, and Mr. Krishna. And I would like to invite on stage Shri Praveen Kumarji, Dr. Narendra Kumar Meena, Shri Hemant Sharma ji, and Mr. Kulveer Singh. Baroka ji, you have to still stay. Aapko to rukna hai. Yeah, and Mr. Thakur ji will also stay. We now move to the second section of this part, where we will hear the perspective of the state government representatives. We will start actually from Andhra Pradesh. So I would like to invite Shri Praveen Kumarji, Commissioner of Industries, Commerce and Export Promotion from Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Good morning to all dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. Quickly, I'll run through a brief presentation. I'm here to put across the perspective, how we look forward this particular sector in next few years. Key strengths and economy highlights. Andhra Pradesh is consistently number one in ease of doing business. Leads based on the logistics parameters, number one. There are 10 industrial corridors. We are trying to leverage 3 corridors in the state of Andhra Pradesh. There are some facts and figures regarding GSDP. Now recently we had done MOUs and 13.42 lakh crores investment, 6.05 lakh crore employment, and majority of them are falling in this particular sector. There are 3 corridors: Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor, first of many corridors. It's like this started 2015-16, and it's functional, and we are doing a lot of works with the help of ADB and support of the DEA, Government of India. Chennai-Bengaluru corridor, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka state, we are trying to taking advantage of this corridor, and then finally Hyderabad-Bengaluru corridor. We are developing nodes around this corridor, and those there are a few nodes I am highlighting here. VCIC, Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor, basically falls in this PCPIA region, which is one of the largest in the country. Then there are plenty of land available to coming to this particular theme, that is chemical parks. We can accommodate anywhere in the any part of the state, and the model may be similar to what just now we have seen, the JN Pharma City model, where APIC we partnered and we made this a successful model. We are looking forward to work on that model. We have very significant advantages of having cold storage and warehouse capacity. That's why logistic index, we are performing well. We have 6 functional seaports. There are 3 greenfield ports we are constructing. AP Maritime Board, I am CEO for that. We are trying to commission first of the berths in December of this month, and by 2024, 3 ports. Basically, this infrastructure provides the support for the feedstock from across the border from different parts of the world. Coming to chemicals and petrochemical sectors, PCPIR defined 6,640 square kilometers. As per DPIT, 51,481 crore committed investment going on in this region. And we have been looking for one anchor unit in this PCPI region, and there is very significant discussion on this. And I'm sure that in next few months we'll be able to clinch that, and then that will make this whole region vibrant as far as this sector is concerned. There are major oil, gas, all big players are operating different parts of this PCPI region. Some of them have been highlighted in this JN Pharma City cluster already presented now. There are availability of feedstock. We have HPCL going for expansion, providing good support to us. Andhra Petrochemicals Limited, ONGC started the operation. BPCL is setting up a new petroleum plant, and opportunities in end-user industries as far as specialty chemicals concerned, 21-22, 12.4% growth. Agrochemicals and fertilizers, 12%, 7.5% petrochemical products, 21-22 data. There are 3 significant nodes we have seen in previous slides: Visakhapatnam zone, Nakapalli zone, Kakinada zone, and the gas grid also significant contribution in this sector because we are slowly moving from oil to gas, also many of the activities. So we see gas infrastructure coming across the coast of Andhra Pradesh. We have 974 kilometer coastline, second to Gujarat, and that's the marine ecosystem based on the port-led development, fishing harbor-led development, basically helping us to take it to the next level. Coming to the hard facts about what are the potential in development, since there are many players here who will be interested to know about it. JN Pharma City, APIC and private developer, we did it. We have nearly saturated that. Achutapuram is a similar park. It's a multi-product. However, we have significant presence of petrochemical and petrochemical sectors here also. APIC developed park. Still, we have plenty of land to really accommodate the request. Nakapalli and Rambilli cluster. This is the cluster which I think will be suited for any kind of new projects which maybe similar to the chemical park which we are discussing at the government level and the government of India level. It's at advanced stage of discussion. We have land of approximately nearly 5,000 acres of the land, very close to the sea. We have water supply, plenty of water supply, and we are developing infrastructure with the help of ADB, 1,200 crores, and then all the clearances, we are in the due process of obtaining all the clearances. And in and around, even though not a part of this cluster, already we have big players operating. So there's a complete ecosystem, very close to airport, seaport, national highway. So we look forward this particular nodes in Andhra Pradesh as a greenfield node to come in the next near future. Kakinada Oro Industrial City is a private SEZ where Andhra Pradesh is partnering with the SEZ to develop the infrastructure. We are developing a PPP port. We are developing water supply, desal water supply. It's very close to national highway, close to the port. So here a lot of activities already happening. This is one sector where I think one particular destination where I think many players can look forward to work with this particular city. And I'm sure that this will be one of the, again, very progressive clusters in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Coming beyond the PCPIR region, so basically coastal PCPIR is very close to the sea, and therefore whatever area we have earmarked is having access to the marine discharge, access to the coastal infrastructure, seaport infrastructure. But there are many of the products in this particular sector which can go beyond the sea areas, beyond the coastal areas. We have Krishnapatnam city, we are developing under NICDC, Rajiv sir was talking about it. There again, we have opportunity to go for orange and red category of units which can fit into a particular sector. Koparthi, again, we are PM Gati Shakti, we are developing the infrastructure, water supply, railway siding. Here also there is scope for the development of the similar clusters. Orvakal, very close to Hyderabad. After Hyderabad, since it's getting saturated, they are looking forward some destination. It provides two and a half hours from the Hyderabad airport. Orvakal node, which is again going to be big thing in Andhra Pradesh. So we are trying to develop that in next couple of years. Naidu Peta is again very close to Chennai. It's like there is huge demand for the land here, and there are a number of chemical operators, chemical sector operators are working there. And we are developing core infrastructure beyond requirement with the ADB, so that I would like to make it as a model hub again in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Srikalasti, we are developing with the help of ADB funding. So these are all beyond the PCPI region, which provide a lot of opportunity. There are players who have been operating, there are infrastructure in place. So we look forward for any kind of interaction on this. And most importantly, the concept of chemical hub, where we are looking for the private players coming and anchoring the whole activity. With the experience of JN Pharma City, experience of many SPVs operating in the state of Andhra Pradesh with the Department of Industry, with the APIs, I think we can happily take it forward. Just last but not the least, coming to the sustainability, whole ecosystem of chemical, petrochemical requires very serious regulation as far as PCB is concerned. We are very committed to that. At the same time, we are coming up with the green hydrogen project, one of the biggest in the state, now the biggest in India, NTPC, with the Australian partner coming with almost 1,50,000 crore investment. And Andhra Pradesh is going to be like this energy, agriculture to energy, that ethanol blending, this project is coming a big way. Almost more than 20 investments already coming to the grounding stage. They are going to take it forward, and I think sustainability shall remain always important for all of us. It goes beyond saying, it doesn't require any specific mention, but state of Andhra Pradesh and APIC per se, since we also operate many parks, we are committed to this and will ensure that sustainability will remain a part of our whole discussion. Last but not the least, we look forward for kind of restructuring for the chemical parks where we can work together with the private players to take it forward. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen Kumar. And by coincidence, the company I work for, Grasim Chemicals, also is an investor in Andhra Pradesh, and I want to thank you for all your support. Now, another state where my company is a big investor is Gujarat, and I'm very happy to invite Dr. Narendra Kumar Meena, Joint Managing Director, GIDC, Government of Gujarat.
Very good morning to all, respected Secretary Sir, all participants, Captain of Industries. I will take through the development journey of PCPAR Dahej, Gujarat. We are the first operational PCPI in the country after becoming the policy. As we can see, there are 4 PCPARs. What is special about this PCPAR? We are having the locational advantage, like we are having robust supporting infrastructure of road, rail, port, power, gas and water supply. We have chemical port where liquid cargo with storage facilities available at Dahej. State highway connectivity from the location to the national highway. We will be shortly connected to Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, bullet train and other the dedicated freight corridor facilities. We have efficient waste management facilities like CTP, disposal systems like TSDF, and incineration facilities. We have the large concentration of petroleum, chemical, and petrochemical estates near PCPAR, like we have some estates of GIDC, Ankleshwar, Jagadia, and Panoli in nearby areas. The Gujarat PCPAR, we are having around area of 453 square kilometers. We are having 5 GIDC estates nearby area, and in this area, nearby area is especially focused on chemical, petrochemicals, dyes and pigments, textile and engineering sector. GIDC has earmarked and developed or in process of development of residential areas and housing facilities for industrial workers. We have more than 1,600 industries who are already committed investment in this region. Total investment so far in the PCPR is around 1,07,000 crores. Total investment in infra till now is 21,000 CR. We are providing direct employment of around 60,000 people and indirect employment around 1.83 lakh people. We have the development plan in place since 2012. We have the EC for this area since 2017. We have a Gujarat model of preparing town planning schemes to acquire land for the common infrastructure and public facilities. So this kind of 14 TP schemes are for non-processing area, means the common area or the housing facilities. 4 draft town planning schemes are sanctioned for non-processing area, means acquiring land of for the companies or for the processing area. This is the land map. We have planned 2 escape routes to decongest or in the emergency situations for this area, and 6 new TP schemes are under planning to implement this 120-meter wide road passing through the processing area. These are the real pictures of the infrastructure of roads and railways. The total capacity of operating capacity at this location as on today is 32.9 MMTPA of different companies. We can see the new development, one jetty is developed for handling over-dimensional cargo is also in place. The GCPTL, who is running this port facility, is expanding the rejection capacity to 12 MMTPA by inserting second berth. These are the pictures of the jetties. We are real picture at the location of Reliance, LNG, Adani Port, GCPTL, and Birla Copper Jetty. We have reliable and adequate water supply, power supply, and the reliable power network which is established by JETCO. At the location also, we are having 1,200 megawatt power supply by Torrent Power. The recent development and the JETCO, who is establishing the 220 and 66 kV substations for the requirement as and when it comes. We have abundant and sufficient supply of capacity 555 MLD from Narmada River, Narmada Canal and desalination plant. Present utilization only 250 MLD. So this is the picture of the raw water reservoir and of the intake wall of the Narmada River. This is the one of its kind, the industrial desalination plant, first in India. It is built by L&T, joint venture with Tecton. It is built with the cooperation of the industries who are working in that area since last 1 year. This reservoir we are making to make this area on the water sufficient. This will be operational by October 2025. We are having these are real pictures of the CTPs. Around 80 MLD capacity is there, and as on today we are utilizing only 42 MLD capacity. Then the GIDC is constructing 90 MLD disposal pipeline of 42 kilometers and deep sea dispose offshore pipeline of 4.25 kilometers, and it will be completed by October 24. We are having their multi-model logistic park, and it is connected, well connected by the mainstream railway line. The total project cost is around 200 CR, and it is in operational condition. It is built with by GIDC in joint venture with the Concor. The GIDC Dahej Industrial Estate, we are having this kind of infrastructure facilities, plus the rates are also mentioned. They are very competitive with other estates, and we are saying not competitive only, but reliable and tested by time. So the land allotment price 2845 rupees per square kilometers. We have very robust connectivity for the air also. The two international airport around 90 kilometers both from the area, Vadodara and Surat also. The waste disposal facility, the TSDF facility also at the place for use. The incinerators with capacity of 20 million kCl per hour are installed by the Saurashtra Enviro Project Limited. This is also a real picture which is at the location. Then we have the advantage of the anchor tenant, the OPL. It is a joint venture of ONGC, GAIL and GSPC, who has developed a world-scale multi-feed cracker in the PCPIR. With this anchor tenant, there are many players, Indian and global players, who are present there as on today. These are the products we are developing there as on today. The major industries, major Indian players and global players are there as on today who are not there. So I am inviting on behalf of Government of Gujarat, and we are assuring the every kind of help to establish and grow with us. For the CSR responsibility, there is a PCPR Welfare Society who is doing the CSR works in the nearby areas, making roads, primary health centers, schools, and every kind of facility, toilets, water supply schemes. So I welcome you on behalf of Government of Gujarat, GIDC, the players who are there to expand, who are not there as on today. So do come, we'll respect you, we'll welcome you with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. I think it's fair to say that among states, Gujarat is probably really leading the way in encouraging the chemical industry. And of the industry participants here, I think there will be almost everyone who has facilities in Gujarat, whether it's in the Vilayat region, the Dahej region, and I'm sure that the state will continue to grow and prosper. I would like to now invite Shri Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industry Department, Government of Orissa.
Okay. So I was just asking Mr. Dhoble that while introducing Andhra and Gujarat, he mentioned his partnership with those states, but he forgot to mention his presence in Orissa, because our Aditya Birla Grasim Chemicals is a big investor in Orissa for quite some time and have been progressing and are our partners in progress. Of course, he will mention it after I complete my speech. Honorable dignitaries on the dais and my close friend and batchmate Rajiv Singh Thakur, whom I am meeting after quite some time, and what a pleasant surprise to meet him here today. While I was watching the two presentations by our able colleagues from Andhra and Gujarat, now Orissa, and then it will be followed by Rajasthan, and the two of us have shared this stage earlier also. So I was remembering that this, all these presentations, when states come one after the other, is actually like a Bollywood film. If you have seen one, you have seen them all. So what Andhra said is what Gujarat said. What Gujarat said is what I am going to tell you. And what I will tell you is what also Rajasthan will repeat. So please bear with us that there would be a lot of repetition, and but every Bollywood film will have something different, something which will either make it a miss or a hit. And what I'm going to show you here today is not a film, but a trailer. The larger film you will see when you come to Bhubaneswar, being attracted by this trailer. So what is it that makes Orissa film different from others? What is it that distinguishes Orissa from most other states in the country today, which is relevant for industry and investors? These are the 5 distinguishing features of Orissa. In a nutshell, it is our polity, the political system, our economy, the geography, the way we are placed in India and in Southeast Asia, the policies which we have brought specifically for this category of industries, the chemicals and petrochemicals industry, and a demographic advantage which Orissa and some other states also have, which provides a steady supply of skilled workers to any industry, more importantly, the chemicals and petrochemicals industry. This is our polity. This gentleman represents polity in terms of political stability. In an intense democratic framework, a leader getting elected term after term and serving the 5th term, for 23 plus years he is leading the state. He must have done something good for the people of the state. That is why we say that this is the most distinguishing feature of Orissa, which distinguishes us from other states. But what does it mean for you as investors and industry and people who are going to spend money to set up factories? It is the political stability which brings policy certainty, policy predictability. Our policies are also not cast in stone. They are very responsive. But there are no policy flip-flops in Orissa. What was promised 10 years ago continues to be delivered today. What is being promised today will continue to be delivered tomorrow. I can give many examples, but the latest example, it comes from a state down south. I cannot name the state because, we are not supposed to name them. The moment there was a change, the first decision which the government took was to raise the electricity tariff by rupees 232. That was the first decision taken by the government. And what was the end result? The end result was that a lot of industries who were sitting on the fence and were planning to come to Orissa actually came to Orissa. Because there the slogan was, Puri Bijli Adha Bill. That was the slogan which came, which meant that for industry, Adhi Bijli Pura Bill. So you can understand that policy certainty comes from these kinds of stabilities, and this becomes very important for investors in the long run. This is what distinguishes us from many places. Our economy is growing at 11.5%. We have grown consistently in the past. 2 days ago, the Union Finance Minister, who was there in the morning today, answered a question in the Lok Sabha. You can Google it and you will find it for yourself. It showed how the liabilities of Indian states have performed in the last few years. And it said that Orissa is the only state in the country today where public debt liabilities have gone down, and most other states, they have gone up phenomenally. Some states it has gone up in such a manner that they are almost bankrupt, to the worst that they cannot pay their salaries to employees, they cannot pay DA to their employees, they cannot pay to their contractors. How will they pay capital investment subsidy or SGST reimbursement or electricity duty exemption or power tariff subsidies to investors going forward? The same report says that Orissa is the only state in the country today which has not drawn even 1 day ways and means advance from RBI in the last 15 years, and the only state in the country which for last 3 years has been setting aside 10,000 crores per year in a fund which is called the Budget Stabilization Fund, because we cannot have a sovereign fund, but we have set up a fund which is called the Budget Stabilization Fund. This strength, this financial strength, comes from what is called our geography. We are a mineral-rich state. Today, we are the single largest source of iron ore, coal, magnesium, silica, quartz, bauxite, chrome, and manganese. This mineral wealth has given us financial strength, and which is what the government is investing into infrastructure, into skill development, into good roads, good railway networks, and more importantly, industrial development, which is planned for the long term and in which chemicals and petrochemicals industry will find a special place. Why? I'll come you a little later. Just look at this map. This is extremely important for those of you who come from north, west, and south of India. This is the map of India which shows east, central, and northeast India. Andhra, Telangana, Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Bengal, Assam, and the northeast. This is 50 crores of India's population. 1/3 of India's population is in this region. And this is the fastest growing region in the country today in any product category, whether it is plastic or plastic pipe, shirts or trousers, steel or stainless steel, aluminum or cement, power, anything. You name a product or a service, you will find that this is the region which is growing. Our country is growing at 6% because this region is growing at 12%. This is the truth of the matter, and therefore, in case for companies who are there in north, west, and south, want new markets or new product categories, or want to de-risk themselves, at a stage comes for every company that you cannot have all the eggs in one basket. Therefore, if you are trying to de-risk or diversify, and in this region you find good opportunities, do a state comparison. Will it be Bihar or Odisha? Will it be Chhattisgarh or Odisha? Jharkhand or Odisha? Bengal or Odisha? Assam or Odisha? And you will find the answer yourself. Not only within Odisha. If you look at the placement of Odisha, West Coast in India is the most developed part of our country, and all of us should be proud of it. East Coast is where the new opportunities are. The new large industries, large ports are being set up in Eastern India. Why? Because these ports are closer to almost 50 to 60% of the world's economy in Southeast Asian countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, PDR. These are the regions which are growing equally fast as India, and therefore, for those of you who are looking for new markets abroad, this is also a good territory. Now, I'll just take 1 minute here. As I mentioned to you, that we are a very large producer of steel. In fact, the largest producer of steel, stainless steel, alumina, aluminum, all the ferroalloys in the country today. But this leadership will only continue to grow. Why? Because world's largest steel plant, second largest steel plant, third largest steel plant are being set up in Orissa. World's largest aluminum plant is in Orissa. The second largest steel plant, aluminum plant is also being set up in Orissa. But you would be surprised to know that this mining and metallurgical complex is heavily dependent on specialty chemicals. Not even one chemical is made in India. All the chemicals come from, you know where they come from. I did not mention that country here, but you know where they come from. Is it not a business opportunity for you? If the steel making goes from 40 million tons to 140 million tons, is this not good opportunity for the 17 chemicals which go into steel making? When the aluminum smelter or alumina refinery capacities triple or quadruple in the next 5 to 10 years, is it not an opportunity for chemical industry, for the specialty chemical industry, to look at what is being imported from China to run this entire complex? These are good opportunities, and that is why for us in Orissa, we are trying very consciously in a planned manner to transition from a minerals-led development to a chemicals-driven industrial ecosystem. Why? Why are we doing it? Because we find that if you look at India, the time of Eastern India has come now, and therefore if we need to position ourselves for the chemicals industry, the time is now. If I would stand here and say that we are the next destination for automobiles, you will laugh at me. If I stand here and say that we are the next destination for electric vehicle industry, you will again laugh at me. But when I tell you that chemicals industry is something which many places do not really prefer because it is a red category industry, we in Orissa want to treat this with a red carpet, and that is why we share these attributes. If you look at mining, metallurgy industry, the requirements of land, water, power, effluent treatment, marine discharge, availability of logistics in ports, roads and railways is exactly similar. The industrial ecosystem which we have put up in Orissa, the steel which is made is not consumed in Orissa. It goes to western Orissa. So the chemicals which could be made in Orissa can still go to west, north and south, just like aluminum, cement and steel are going. And how are we planning to make ourselves the chemicals hub of the country is both by infrastructure, dedicated infrastructure, and policy. And through policy, we want to give this industry, this red category industry, the red carpet welcome. See, these are the 4 categories on which our policies are determined. The negative category, tobacco, alcohol; the neutral category, the priority sector, plastics; and the thrust sector. Our industrial policy categorizes chemicals, petrochemicals, textiles, and technical textiles as the thrust sector, which means that you are entitled to 30% capital investment subsidy without any upper limit. You spend 100 crores, you get 30 crores from government. You spend 1,000 crores, you will get 300 crores. Spend 10,000 crores, you will get 3,000 crores. Spend 50,000 crores and you will still get how much? 30%, Susanji? 15,000 crores, which we have actually given to IOCL for setting up of the naphtha cracker project in Orissa. 100% exemption from electricity duty and rupees 2 per unit discount on electricity tariff for a period of 10 years. 100% reimbursement of ESI and EPF for any domestic employee for a period of 7 years. Now, you should ask, what is the cost of industrial tariff in Orissa? The cost of industrial tariff today in Orissa is 585. Reduce 100% ED, remove 45 pice, remove 2 rupees, it becomes how much? 3 rupees 45 pice per unit for chemical and petrochemical industry in a port location, in a PCPIR, close to IOCL, close to IFCO, close to PPL, and in a rare earth territory where titanium, etc. can be made in a highly competitive cost of doing business. Our cost of land, cost of water, cost of power, cost of skilled workers is the lowest in the country. And if you add all these incentives, it alone raises your EBITDA place by place by 7.2%. That is our claim. We can sit with you and discuss each and every part of it. This is where you could come up. So this is the map of Orissa, the industrial map of Orissa in a very, very simplified manner. What you see on the right side is the National Highway 16, which connects Kolkata with Chennai. All the 4 ports are located on this national highway, very close to the port. Suvarnrekha Port by Tata Steel, 1,000 acres of land for chemical industry. Dhamra Port, state government port run by Adani's, 1,500 acres of land ready to move in for chemicals industry, LNG terminal in place, gas pipelines in place, 220 kV grid across the road, industrial water at 11 rupees 88 pice. And power I mentioned to you. Come down to Paradip, where our PCPR is located, more than 3,000 acres of land readily available. It was 5,000 acres, but 2,000 we just handed over to IOCL for the cracker complex. Same thing in Gopalpur. So we actually are not propositioning one. We are actually propositioning to you today 3 locations dedicatedly for the chemical clusters. Paradip being the PCPIR, Gopalpur port-based location with a 2.5 kilometers dedicated exclusive pipeline corridor between the port and the special economic zone and DTA, which is more than 3,500 acres. You don't need to get out of the port to come inside the SEZ. It is connected from within the SEZ. After this meeting, if you come, I will show you on a Google map how these 2 regions are connected, ready to move in land with factory gate availability of water, power, and connectivity. Now, cost of doing business I mentioned, this is called ease of doing business. We are very proud I am very proud to state this, that this is my photograph on this slide, getting the national award for the best single window services. 54 clearances from 18 departments are delivered. I need not speak anything else on this. Today, on this public platform, we are promising to you, we are committing to you, in any of these industrial clusters, 30 acres of land in 30 days, 50 acres of land in 50 days, 100 acres of land in 100 days, with factory gate availability of water, power, and connectivity. You pay for this land after this water, power, and road is delivered to you. And we deliver what we commit. Our Honorable Chief Minister says, if you can afford 100 rupees, do not promise 101. When you have promised 100 rupees, pay 100 and not 99. This is our commitment on delivery. If you are interested, we are here for the day. I have my Executive Director, Mr. Kalyan Mohanty, here with me. Also, I have Arpan Sanyal and Deepak Sikh here. We are available today as well as tomorrow for any queries and any further discussions which you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. And as you said earlier, Grasim Chemicals is a very happy investor in Orissa, and by the way, so is our group company Hindalco. And as Aditya Birla Group, we can confirm that the story around resource, metal, mining, and the related chemical industry is a very powerful one, because we are fortunate enough to be actually present in all those sectors. Last, not the least, I would like to invite the state of Rajasthan, Mr. Kulveer Singh from RICO. Though our chemical business does not have a big presence in RICO, I did share with you a personal story that the first project I ever did in my career was actually at Abu Road in RICO. So,
dignitaries on the dais, gentlemen, ladies in the audience. So as far as movies goes again, sir, any movie shot in Rajasthan is supposed to be, better than the most. So we come forward with a project, a lot of learning to do from our counterparts in Andhra, Gujarat and Odisha, of course. We are launching this Rajasthan Petro Zone in Rajasthan. This is just a snapshot of the state. Our state has been growing at GSDP of around 10% consistently for the past 10 years. So that just shows we are doing better than most of the other states. We have an extensive road, rail and airport network. And Rajasthan is the largest onshore producer of crude oil and second largest producer of natural gas in India. So that pitches us as, one of the most potential sectors for growth of the chemicals and petrochemical sector. Till now, we hadn't really focused on the chemical sector, but now, in the future, we are pitching ourselves as the, the site for the future location, which can, come up with the best. We have some strategic locations. We are close to the 40% of the India's market is in the north, and we are right in center of that. We have a robust infrastructure of about 390 industrial areas, effective governance. In natural resources, what Rajasthan perhaps lost out is commonly known in terms of water. We have gained in terms of minerals. We are the largest producer of lot of chemicals, major and minor. We have an extensive, network of educational hubs. For the Rajasthan Petro Zone specifically, we are planning it in an area of approximately 60 square kilometers right now with the learning from the PCPIRs. We earlier applied for the PCPIR scheme, but since the Government of India is now fine-tuning it and focusing it more on smaller chunks and smaller areas, so we are dovetailing our scheme now to the schemes of Government of India, and we are ready to go ahead, Secretaries, DCPC sirs, as you had suggested, with the smaller hubs also. So RICO has already initiated work. The development work on upcoming Rajasthan Petro Zone has already started. We have allocated 22.5 cubic water, 50 million MLD, 55 million liters per day water already for the project, so that will not be a constraint as well. About RICO, my organization, Government of India has rated 25 of our parks amongst the 68 top parks of India. So we can safely say that we are amongst the best, and we were given the Outstanding SIDC Award by COCDC in September 2021. We have core expertise in developing many sector-specific zones, and now with this Petro Zone, we'll do our best too. So this is the proposition. There's a highway connecting Amritsar to Jamnagar on which 4 refineries are present or coming up. The Bathinda refinery, the 2 of Jamnagar, and ours refinery will be on the expressway. HPCL, in partnership with Government of Rajasthan, is the main anchor investor. Their team is also here, so the feedstock that will be available, we can have a discussion on that. So any person who sets up units in this Rajasthan Petro Zone can, avail of feedstock from all the other 3 refineries as well. So the site is very close to the dedicated freight corridor also, providing fast connectivity to the ports through this expressway as well as the western dedicated freight corridor. This just shows the land available with us, 50 square kilometers already in possession of Government of Rajasthan, close to the refinery. This is very close to the Jodhpur city. It's on the road leading from Jodhpur to Badmer, around 100 kilometers from Jodhpur, which is a city with a population of over 25 lakh or something. And this is also close to the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor Hub, the Jodhpur-Pali-Marwar industrial area, well connected with the train network, with the road network, and we are also upgrading the connectivity to this petro zone once this thing, the construction, the civil infrastructure has already started, just a small photograph of that. We'll be coming up with all the facilities as the chemical park scheme of Government of India is now coming up. We'll be seeking their support also, and we'll be very willing to engage a private party as an SPV for managing the common infrastructure. We'll like to have a discussion with them over here during the course of this conference also, so that at the drawing board stage of this SPV thing, we can put their views forward. Just an idea of the slate which HPCL is offering to the downstream industries there. There are certain niche feedstocks at the bottom of the screen. So these are typically short of supply in India. So I think people in the downstream streams of these niche products can have a look at this. RECO, we also fund our projects, so that is one thing which you can look at. Rajasthan offers one of the best investment promotion scheme. We have asset creation incentives, where a bouquet of investment subsidies, capital subsidies, turnover linked subsidy. You can choose anyone as per your need. Special incentives also and certain exemptions. Petrochemical sector has been notified as a thrust sector. And then there are some which will give certain additional benefits. So the investment subsidy, 75% of the state tax due, deposit for 7 years, capital subsidy goes up to 28%, and turnover linked incentives also up to 2% of the net sales. Add on that the special thrust sector benefits for the petrochemical industry and the other special incentives. I think we are amongst the best in terms of incentives. Thank you. I look forward to have discussions with the industry captains in time, during the course of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kulbir Singh. And with this, we come to the close of this part of the session. I want to again thank Shri Arun Baroka ji, Shri Rajiv Thakur ji, all other state government participants, industry participants, and I will hand back now to the Master of Ceremonies for the next steps.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the insightful session. Well, we now break for lunch. I can see everybody smiling to that. And we meet at 2 p.m. now. Thank you. Because we are all set to begin our next session. I request everybody to kindly assemble back. Please take your seats, be comfortable. We are about to begin. I request everybody to kindly assemble back as we are all set to begin our next session for the summit. We're all set to begin the session 2, that is Roadmap to Net Carbon Zero. This session will address the significance of supportive policy and regulatory frameworks in facilitating the industry's decarbonization efforts. This session will address the significance of supportive policy and regulatory frameworks in facilitating the industry's decarbonization efforts. And for the same, I'd like to invite on the dais Vaibhav Singh, Executive Director, Energy, PwC, Dr. Prashant Gargawa, Member Secretary, Central Pollution Control Board, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Mr. Rajendra Gogri, Chairman and Managing Director, Aarti Industries Limited, Mr. Mukesh Malhotra, Country Manager and MD, Solvay, India, Mr. Alexander Girding, Managing Director, BASF, Mr. Bala Ramani, Director, Sustainability Consulting and Asia Strategy Advisor, ICIS, Mr. Pranjal Jain, Partner, Bain & Company, Mr. Ashish Modi, President, Honeywell, India. And firstly, we'd like to show you a video message that is sent by our chief guest, Shri Bhupender Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Labour and Employment, Government of India. Let's have a look at his video message.
Member of the August gathering, ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged and honored to be invited in this summit focused on the growth of India's chemical and petrochemicals industry. The sector has played a foundational role in the economic growth and development of our country, and further helped in achieving national priorities of development, innovation, value addition, and research. As a developing nation, India's role in the global chemical industry is rapidly increasing, making the responsible management of chemical a paramount priority. Friends, chemicals are an integral part of the modern society, and their diverse use enhance the quality of experience of the product and articles we use. We have witnessed many times that the failure of managed chemicals can lead to chemical emergencies like leakages, damage of ecosystems, and loss of human lives. These failures not only short-term effects, but severe long-term human and environmental impact. Over a period of time, India has come a long way in regulating the domestic issues of chemical management. Not only at the domestic level, but on global stage too, India is an active member of all multilateral environmental bodies, and we are successfully implementing their provisions in line with our national priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to share that India has ratified 19 chemicals for banning and severe regulation under the Stockholm Convention. An action is underway in coordination with the UN Environment to develop the national implementation plan, which would bring in place a strategy for their management. Similarly, a robust institutional mechanism has been put in place to regulate the international trade of hazardous chemical under Rotterdam and Minamata Conventions. We have also taken action to safeguard the health of citizens by regulating the content of lead in household paints to not exceed 90 parts per million ppm. Friends, let me tell you that the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is working on the call given by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to support the mission on circular economy. Our interventions are aimed at life cycle management of chemicals and wastes. The primary objective is to implement the principle of reduce, reuse and recycle to achieve environmental sustainability. We are actively taking up the regulation of waste management to align them with the sustainability principles of extended producer responsibility, circular economy and resource efficiency. In this context, I feel delighted to share that waste streams of hazardous waste, e-waste, tire waste, batteries waste, including battery waste and plastic waste are already being implemented with EPR principle. Friends, due to the unching efforts of stakeholders, our country has become one of the fastest growing economies in the world. However, despite our national interest and requirement of rapid economic development, we are committed to pursuing low carbon strategies wherein the role of chemical and petrochemical industry would be significant. In meeting our goals and commitment toward the challenge of climate change, we are guided by the philosophy of Panchamrit, given by Honorable Prime Minister as the 5 nectars of our strategy to decouple the economy from the fossil-based resources and reduce carbon intensity. Our long-term low-emission development strategy to reach out net zero is multifaceted and include, first, time-bound policies and program for promotion of clean and renewable energy. Second, enhancement of energy efficiency. Third, development of less carbon intensive and resilient urban centers, promotion of waste to wealth initiative. Fourth, adoption of safe, smart and sustainable green transportation network. Fifth, abatement of pollution. And last and sixth, increasing the carbon sink by intensifying efforts of forest and tree cover increase. Ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with unprecedented challenges from climate change to resource depletion of environmental pollution. Therefore, it is time to rise to the occasion and become agents of change. These challenges may not be seen as obstacles. Instead, they may be perceived as opportunities for transformation and growth. The government is taking all effort for just transition, which is inclusive and equitable in nature. We have witnessed that our sector is pioneer of progress and champion of sustainability. As our country moves forward into the future, we must remember that our work extends beyond manufacturing and we must focus to create a sustainable tomorrow. With these words, I would like to conclude by saying that I am confident that the summit would prove to be an opportunity for all stakeholders to explore the ways and means towards sustainability, which would eventually help India to steer the transition from being a developing country to a developed one. Thank you and best wishes for the summit. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Thank you so much, sir, for your warm wishes. Well, now we begin with our session 2 for the day, and we request our moderator, Vaibhav Singh, Executive Director, Energy, PwC, to kindly take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be starting this session focusing on roadmap for net carbon zero. To begin with, we have a small presentation, sort of a context setting that we would have from Mr. Rajendra Gokri from Aarti Industries. He's the chairman and managing director. So we would request if you can make that context setting and that brief presentation, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Vaibhav. Just a few slides on this roadmap to net carbon zero. So there are top 7 emitters: China, USA, UAE, 27, India, Indonesia, Brazil. They combine plus international transport is about 55% of the global emission. And G20 is about 75%. The global per capita is about 6.3 and India is 2.4. So it is well below average actually, because India has a substantially high population. It is helping even reducing the global per capita emission. And this UNUP report originally the goal was 1.5 degree, but now I think it is very difficult, and now the target is to be about 2 degree above pre-industrial levels. So actually right now, the climate change and net zero has really come on a global radar, and all the countries around the world, major economies have declared their goals, and already huge impact is being seen across the globe. The climate doesn't see any borders. Even though the developing country had much less roles in, in all the damage what has happened up till now, with developing and the poorer countries are really facing the brunt of this. If you come to the sectoral bifurcation, industry is about 13 to 14%, and within that, industry chemical comes to about 16 to 18% of GSG. So overall, chemical sector comes to around 2.5%. For net zero transition and chemicals, India has a potential to lead in this, especially in green hydrogen. Then that green hydrogen, already government has given a big focus on hydrogen, so that can further lead to green ammonia, green methanol, biofuels, etc. But the entire transition is going to depend on technology, finance, and government policy initiatives. The three things will be very important for this to happen. And along with that, the commitment from all the stakeholders will be very crucial to ensure its success. And also continuous collaboration over, evolving situation has to happen between entrepreneur, government and financial sectors. As a newer and newer technology and challenges appear, the continuous collaboration also will be required. And moving toward net zero and improving ease of doing business can overcome your traditional barrier of success also, like access to feedstock, competitive power, and logistic cost, etc. Now coming to opportunities, India is really blessed with abundant sunshine and wind, so that can really become a source of immense energy for green power, and then correspondingly green chemicals and hydrogen. And that can, transform energy-intensive industry, chemical industries. And can also create a lot of jobs on this sector. Important thing will be that this global net zero concept is going to lead to a lot of new materials requirement also, which will be downstream of chemicals. So a lot of polymers, batteries and all. So a lot of those opportunities also will come. India can be a good manufacturing hub for those also, in addition to the chemicals. And when we are talking about global chemical manufacturing hub, the chemical also, what is going to happen is that a lot of chemicals, maybe the route of synthesis will change from greener routes. So there will be new manufacturing routes will happen, or certain newer chemicals which will be required, which has a less carbon footprint. So a lot of those research on that is being done globally by a lot of global startups as well within India. So India can really pitch in to get that opportunity of ultimately converting those newer technologies and newer products as a manufacturing hub for India. So that can be, it can have a lot of good partnership with domestic partners, because India is a big, going to be a big market also for this kind of products, being a very, very sizable economy. So India can really become a good manufacturing hub for this, either the newer chemicals or the newer technologies. So this will also strengthen India's role in global chemical change fight. Some of the few points which I'd like to highlight is what will be required for from industry and government point of view. First of all, we'll have to start measuring and monitoring emissions. I think that is becoming more and more requirement. Will be for both our end customers also and the authorities also. And then go in detail, how do you decarbonize our core operations and energies. And we'll have to look at both, all scope 1, 2 and 3, how do you manage all the 3 parts of the emissions, and industry will have to proactively invest in newer climate technology related activity, and also the financing plan, transparent reporting. Actually the reporting is going to be actually one of the very big activity globally which is going to happen. Because now like Europe is talking about, some sort of a carbon tax. So entire carbon footprint calculations and how that is going to be, used for putting additional tax. So reporting is going to become a very, very important point. And as I mentioned earlier also, a lot of innovations and all is going to happen. So that innovation and partnership is also, industry will have to look with within themselves. On the government side, I think some sort of a financial incentive for use of clean and green technology, some sort of a hand-holding may be required. Then policy also for encouraging the renewable energy and energy efficient processes. And research and development fund, actually research and development is very crucial for chemical industry in general also, but for when we are talking about transition to net zero, it becomes an additional thrust. So whatever the R&D incentive which has been taken away from the income tax, I think at least for this sector and for this climate related research, I think government has to come out with some sort of a support on that, not only for research and then maybe even the startups. I think a lot of those things is being done in biotechnology field by Birex. So this research and startups should be supported. And next point is develop a master plan for agri-waste biofuel as energy source in chemical. Chemical in the industry, in addition to electric power, the heat energy is a very important part, the use of steam and all. So for that steam, the bio waste is very important, and India is really a big problem currently also, agricultural waste, stubble burning and all. So there has to be a comprehensive master plan so that we channelize all this bio-agricultural waste and bio-waste, especially in the chemical industry dominated states like, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and all those states. So they have really a master plan that all those agricultural waste can be properly collated into and segregated, made bio-briquettes and all. So that, that can solve multiple problems. It will help the farmers also to raise their income and also help in net zero targets. And last thing, I think one of the important point is, I think Honorable Minister also suggested regarding, everything recycle and reusability. And that's also one of the themes. So we have to encourage judicious and productive use of byproducts or so-called hazardous waste, hazardous chemicals, hazardous waste rather, to promote, circular economy. So entire, how the same chemicals from can be used by, further downstream or some other industries. So that will reduce either the landfill or the incineration needs or also. So those are the things that are going to become very important for path to net carbon zero. And I think our Honorable Prime Minister already has declared India 2070 as a goal. And now it is important that government and the industry and maybe the financial institute and all, they really work out a very strong plan for achieving that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gogri, for the brief context setting. So, a roadmap for any sector to grow would be firstly policy and regulatory mechanism that would come in place. Subsequently, the end owners would be with the industry. So we are honored right now to also have MOEFCC, or Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So CPCB, or Central Pollution Control Board, that's being represented here through Mr. Prashant Gargav, Member Secretary. So I would request Mr. Gargav if you can deliver an address and offer the perspective from MOFCC standpoint.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My compliments and also big thank you to DCPC for giving this opportunity to be here. I wanted to spend some time, talk in more details about the initiatives of the government, how CPCB has been trying to help in circular economy, but unfortunately I'll have to leave very shortly for a Parliament Standing Committee meeting. So very briefly I'll just apprise you of some of the initiatives that we have been working on. Honorable Minister, he spoke about extended producer responsibility, the current regime, wherein CPCB has been working very closely with the government and also with the industry partners. As a matter of fact, all of you are aware about the hazardous waste being used for various processes since many, many years. Under Rule 9 of Hazardous Waste Management Rules, CPCB in partnership with industries have been able to come out with standard operating procedures. I think so far we have close to 90 such processes where close to 60 different hazardous waste types are being used. So we have been working on this for quite some time, but initially it was essentially to handle the hazardous waste, to try and minimize the impact of hazardous waste. But then we started saying that it's a win-win situation for everyone. While we are able to handle the waste and its adverse impact, at the same time, industry is also able to sort of recover some of the resources, the virgin resources. With current EPR framework, Honorable Minister spoke about, we started with plastic, then expanded to e-waste, batteries, waste tire, and also used oil will come, and then other waste streams also will come eventually. And what we are attempting now is, those who have been working closely with the plastic sector must be knowing that we are trying to put a very, very transparent mechanism. All the processes to be handled, to be monitored through a portal wherein the producer on one hand gets registered, the targets are all automatically calculated, the liabilities is again cross-verified through registered processors. So everything is accounted for. The entire chain is completely in a closed loop, and that's what we are trying to attempt even for other waste streams as well. Lot of waste, plastic, we have since spent some time on this. I think more than 20,000 brand owners have already been registered. We have close to 25 to 30 lakh tons of plastic waste targets, and almost 70 to 80% of this has already been processed. We have been able to verify that it has been processed. The point that I'm trying to make is that CPCB is working in close collaboration with industries, trying to set up a system wherein on one hand we are able to minimize the waste generation or handle the waste that goes into the environment to try and minimize the impact. At the same time, there's a lot of material that is being recovered. If you've seen plastic waste, let me again go because we have some experience now on this. There is also mandatory requirement for the use of the material and also use of recycled material. So therefore it provides a very good opportunity, a complete business model wherein recyclers also grow, and then the entire waste, part of that gets back into the system, thereby promoting circular economy. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave right now, but my colleague Mr. Vinod Babu is here, so he will be available for any further discussion in this limited time. All that I can tell you is that CPCB, or assure you that CPCB has always been working in close collaboration. In fact, under the guidance of Secretary Sir here, we are also working on one of the few hazardous waste streams, developing new avenues for use of this waste material. So Mr. Vinod Babu will be here. I can assure you that CPCB is with the industry on circular economy. We have also created a cell that specifically looks into this. Mr. Vinod Babu heads that cell. He'll be here. And I can also, convey the best wishes, from my side for successful summit, and look forward to further deliberations. My apologies for not being able to spend more time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We still have CPCB that's represented here, so if you have any questions or if you have any queries, please feel free to do so. Coming back on to our panel discussion once again, so if we look at, say for example, decarbonization or net zero energy transition, that's a complex problem. And there are a lot of things that would have to fall in place for that to be resolved. It could be policy, it could be regulations, there is a play for technology, financing. So within this panel discussion, we'll try to deliberate on some of those things. We're glad to have a panel that's represented here, that has industry that finally have those targets to meet, that has OEMs that are going to be supplying them with their technology or solutions to effectively achieve their target. And we also have some independent advisors that are going to be advising throughout this exercise. So we'll begin with discussions for the panel. The first thing we would want to do is to have a perspective from the end consumers first, in terms of what the end targets are, in terms of how they envisage this problem and the steps they are taking to address this. So I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Alexander Girding, or Alex, Managing Director for BASF. So BASF has a net zero target by 2050. So Alex, my question would be if you can just inform the participants about what the target is, how do you plan to achieve it, any challenge that you may have been facing that with the target.
Thank you. Thank you. And good afternoon to everybody here in the audience. So we create chemistry for a sustainable future. This is BASF's purpose. So sustainability is ingrained in our DNA and in everything we do. We had set ourselves a net zero target back in 2018. Our net zero ambition is to reach net zero by 2050. And we have set ourselves a target in 2018 also to reduce our CO2 emissions by 2030 by 25%. But our CO2 reduction did not start in 2018. Actually, between 1990 and 2020, we had reduced our CO2 emissions already by 50%, despite the fact that our volume, our sales doubled in that same time frame. So it didn't start in 2018. Our net zero ambition, the question is how to get there. So we have three vertical pillars that are key and fundamental to achieve this ambition. One is carbon management, so making sure that the energy that we consume in our operations is green, transitions to green, making sure that the emissions that we generate with our operations are reduced, and that we also do carbon abatement, carbon capture of those emissions. So that's what would be carbon management, and ultimately also ensuring that we can measure, because I think measurement, it was mentioned before, is a very important element. What is a product carbon footprint that each of our products, 45,000 products, actually has? And I think that's also a key element, the measurement, so that we can share with our customers which technologies, which solutions have what product carbon footprint. So that's the first vertical, carbon management. The second vertical on the road to net zero is circularity. So making sure that we have renewable raw materials going in as feedstock, but also recycled materials going in as feedstock. So that would be the circularity piece. And then the last element on our path to net zero would be proactive portfolio steering, and starting with research and development. So when we research new molecules, we not only look at the effectiveness of the molecule, but we also look at the regulatory profile of the molecule, making sure that we develop greener technologies moving forward, and that we also steer our portfolio towards more sustainable products. So we have a categorization inside the company. We call it Sustainable Solution Steering, SSS, where we categorize all our products into different categories, and the accelerator products are the ones that are the most sustainable. And we have set ourselves also targets as to what percentage of our sales should be done with accelerator products in the future. And we are researching also more and more accelerator products in our portfolio. So those would be the three verticals: carbon management, circularity, and sustainable solution steering of our portfolio. That will help us on our way to net zero. We are well on our way, I would say. But I think very, very important to mention, we cannot do this alone. I think the path to net zero, be it individual companies, be it targets that countries set themselves, can only be achieved through partnership. Partnership among private companies, partnership among private and public sector undertakings as well, and with a strong support by the government. Because this transformation will be substantial. It will require a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of brains to achieve it, a lot of innovation as well. And the willingness to pay by the end consumers will take some time, So, because greener products will be more expensive per se. So until they become economically competitive to the products that you have today in the market, there will have to be a push, there will have to be a proactive investment upfront by companies, but also supported by strong partnerships and supported by the government. That will be the only way that we all can achieve our net zero ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So the keyword here is investment that would have to be coming in within the sector. Taking that point forward, I would also want to invite Mr. Mukesh Malhotra to the discussion now. He is country manager and managing director for Solvay India. And they have also been investing significantly in various initiatives to reduce carbon emissions, scope 1, scope 2, as well as scope 3. So Mr. Malhotra, if you can just highlight, so where have those investments been made? So just your perspective and how does that bring circularity?
Thank you, Weber. Listening to Alex, I was wondering, did we hire the same consultants, or it's just that we have similar goals, similar timelines? We at Solvay also at about 2018 set up our targets to go carbon neutral for scope 1 and scope 2 for all our businesses by 2040, except for soda ash, which is very energy intensive, and that's 2050. And to achieve that, you asked about investment. We've committed about 2 billion euros, which would be spent to do this. So you're right, it is capital intensive. Bulk of it comes through energy. So energy transition is something which is very important. I think we have currently about 59 energy transition projects going on. More than 30% of our plants are switching to renewables. We have an interim goal to get out of coal-based fuel, coal-based energy by 2030. And 4 of our plants are, as we speak, are currently getting out of it. So it all boils down to low-hanging fruit on the energy transition. But on the other hand, our company was formed with invention of soda ash process 160 years ago. And that process is still the best and the clean process of making soda ash. And we are now reinventing that because it is energy intensive. And we are running a pilot. It's in the public domain, which will reduce energy consumption by 50%, will reduce the material intake, and completely eliminate the limestone residue. So that's the other part. So you do the energy transition on one side, then you go on to the technology side to do that. And then we also have, like you said, we have 4 pillars. One of them is renewable materials and biotechnology, which is primarily focused on working with suppliers on the one side and accelerating circularity on the other. To give you an example, we partnered with Veolia, where we are using end-of-life batteries as a source of raw material. So once you start using that waste as material, waste is no longer a waste, right? So, and in terms of measurement, I think we were one of the few companies who not only announced, but to make ourselves accountable, we made our goals public. We've started reporting on it on a quarterly basis. So if you ever see Solvay quarterly results, you will also see our progress against our emission objectives, or what we call Solvay One Planet objectives, which are basically just not, climate is one part of it, then there's a better life and reduction of resources as the other two. So that's what we are doing. So to give you a context, we are aiming to take out 3.5 million tons of carbon emission every year. And to give you a similarity, it will be about taking 2 million cars off the road every year. So that's the extent we are working on. We started back in 2018, 2019. Our interim target for 2030 was to reduce our carbon emission by 26%. We've already achieved 19%, of which 15 came out of structural. So encouraged by that, we've already revised our target for 2030 to 31%. Similarly, coal would go out 100%. So it may be capital intensive, or we need to commit projects, but what we believe in is this is not only a necessity for the society, but it also makes a big economic sense. End of the day, when you're using less materials to do more, it's going to become more efficient, right? And it's going to make more economic sense. So that's how we are proceeding towards this.
Thank you so much. So technology and financing, I mean, the chicken egg problem, whether there should be financing to be addressed first, whether there should be technology that should be in place first, and then subsequently alternates to be looked out for. But now that we have discussed financing to some extent, we move on to technology. So it's only opportune to introduce Mr. Ashish Modi, President for Honeywell. You wear both hats. You have a footprint of your own. At the same time, you have also been assisting organizations, assisting companies implement technologies to help reduce emissions. So can you just highlight your perspective in terms of what technologies you have been promoting, not just in terms of end output, but also to, for example, monitor progress of projects?
Yeah, thanks, Vaibhav. So there are many technologies that are commercially available, we believe, for our customers to achieve their net zero goal. So I think while technology continues to improve, I would argue that there is a significant amount of technology that's already available. I'll give you an example. We just partnered with ExxonMobil in US, Baytown, Texas, and it is a public announcement where we are partnering with them to capture 98% of their carbon dioxide for the new hydrogen plant. And that's, now I think the challenge always is going to be, which you mentioned, which is the chicken and egg, financing versus, the technology. And I think in the early stages of any technology adoption, you pick any technology and they've all gone through the same curve, is you need some help. You need some help in terms of financing, and you need some help in terms of the government policies and regulations. And so I think once that starts happening, we can see a lot more projects happening. Across the world, we have many, many such projects. That's just one example that I gave, which is a very large one. Similarly, we also announced another ethanol to jet, which is SAF project with Summit Agro, which is again a very large 250 million gallons of SAF production with this company. Again, commercially available, sustainable aviation fuel technology. And this is just a couple of examples. The list is long, I can go on. Couple of other areas we work heavily on is green hydrogen. We have catalyst-coated membranes for that. We have, for circularity, you mentioned, we have what we call upcycle technology for plastics reuse and circularity and so on and so forth. So I can go on with a list of 10 things that are commercially available. But I think at the end of the day, it comes back to what's commercially viable for a particular application for a customer, and we work with them and help them get through that.
Thank you, Ashish. So we also have on the panel Mr. Pala Ramani, Director for Sustainability Consulting and Asia Strategic Advisor for ICIS, or Independent Commodity Intelligence Services. We do understand ICIS has been offering services to stakeholders in developing methodologies, forecasting scenarios for net zero. Specifically for that, if I could just invite you in to share your perspective on how those methodologies would play a role, what scenarios you are looking at, specifically from an India standpoint if we have a target. So just your take on that.
Yeah, thank you, Vaibhav. I think the topic around net zero is quite complex, and it applies differently to different sectors. Given the audience here and our coverage also, which is focused on the chemical sector or refining and petrochemical sector, I'll try to kind of draw some examples and pathways for the transition of the chemical sector towards a more environment-friendly and a decarbonized world. So if we look at globally, chemical industry is actually the third largest emitting sector in terms of direct emissions. So there is a problem, and however, we are also, as a chemical industry, a key enabler for almost every other sector is actually dependent on us. So any step that the chemical industry takes in moving towards a decarbonized production process or even the supply chain would mean a lot down the chain as we progress into the end-use application sectors. So firstly, chemical industry can be a key enabler of sustainability for a wide range of end-use sectors, and this applies to India, this applies to every part of the world. So on emissions, there are, of course, if we look at from a chemical standpoint, there are some large some chemicals which are higher in terms of the emission component. If we look at this from a global standpoint, it includes ammonia, methanol, and then comes our olefin, aromatics, and related derivatives. So the building blocks for petrochemicals are actually also, if not the highest emitting in terms of the chemical value chains, but they are in the top 3. So it becomes quite important for us to try and look at different possible pathways to reducing these emissions. I would say the long-term goal is to go towards net zero, but steps have to begin now. And what can a chemical consumer do today is there are some simple steps that can be done to optimize your supply chains, meaning let's say an FMCG player who's sourcing packaging for their material or plastic packaging for their end products. They could choose to source from suppliers who are lower in terms of the emission, and they could choose to source from suppliers who are closer and in proximity to their location. So the choice of supplier in the near future, could be determined based on where your producer or the supplier is on the emission curve. And this is happening today in some parts of the world, although we are yet to see that happen more with rigor in India. But this is one of the steps which can be implemented in the short term. Then I would take a slightly longer term horizon and break it down into 3 components that could be different pathways for decarbonizing the chemical industry. And Mr. Alex and Sir actually spoke about some of this already. And first is around energy. So what can we do about our energy? There are some low-hanging fruits in terms of energy efficiency, slight modification in design to actually optimize your energy input. Those are simple steps which could be taken. There's also the bigger question around how do you want to move your energy mix towards more renewables or other alternative sources of energy which are more environment friendly. And in the interim, at least in the 2030, 2040 horizon, we do see natural gas being a part of this transition until we make a more robust shift towards other alternative sources. So critical, there will be other aspects which become critical, including hydrogen, carbon capture. In the broader scheme of, or broader umbrella around energy transition, there are some of these key initiatives which can be implemented. The second and quite important for the chemical sector is around feedstocks. Today, I believe 98% of our supply, and I'm speaking from broader, vast majority of the conventional chemical chains, they are extremely reliant on fossil-derived feedstocks. This could be crude, this could be processed into refined products and the petrochemical feedstocks, naphtha, LPG, and so on. So, or it could also be ethane for that matter. So, fossil-derived feedstock dependency is extremely high for the chemical sector. So, moving towards alternative feedstocks is one of the other opportunities for decarbonization. And this could make a material impact in, is easier to kind of, it'll be an incremental change, but it'll have a significant impact on the carbon emission aspect of it. But it is certainly a longer horizon sort of initiative. So this could include, for a country like India, this could include bio-based or bio-balanced kind of feedstocks. So, be it biomass-derived or waste-derived feedstock. We could also, India, it's not, in fact, it's not new to India to actually use bio feedstock because we have a glycol facility which comes from ethanol and already in operation since in India for over 2 decades now. So this concept is not new, although the scale of implementation is very limited as of now. The third aspect, and I believe very critical aspect for the chemical industry, and polymers being a critical aspect or critical area within chemicals, I would say is around end of life. How we manage the end of life is going to be quite crucial because plastic is not the problem, it's actually the plastic waste that is the problem. So how we manage the waste through recycling, be it mechanical or chemical recycling, maybe mechanical in the short to medium term, but there is certainly a role for chemical recycling to play in the medium to long term horizon from what we have seen in different scenarios that have panned out. This again brings me back to a broader question around industry convergence, because if you look at the largest chemical recycling facility in Asia, it's actually in implementation for over 10 years now, and it's actually from a steel manufacturer. So again, we are an enabler for sustainability as a chemical industry. So the chemical recycling facility need not be only looked at from being processed back into our steam cracking, but we could kind of broaden the thinking to consider wider industry sectors as well. So those are some of the initiatives in the short, medium to long term.
Thanks, Bala. It was a very pertinent point for chemical industry being the fulcrum and enabler for other sectors. And moving on to other sectors, we also have Pranjal, a partner with Bain. You have been drafting net zero strategies, net zero roadmaps for organizations, including several chemical ones. So for the benefit of this audience, would you want to touch upon some key learnings and examples from industries, including chemical, for everyone to discuss?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for all the comments from the fellow panelists. I'll just build on some of them. What we do is a fair bit of work with companies in India, regionally and globally, in helping them with their net zero roadmaps as well as implementing them. Just taking a step back, putting it some numbers in perspective, our assessment is that around 3 to 4% of emissions globally are happening from the petrochem industry. If we break it down by the 3 scopes, it's roughly around 20% being scope 1, 10% being scope 2. which is where the major focus right now is, and then 35% each upstream and downstream in scope 3. Just looking at this from two lenses, right? One is to decarbonize scope 1 and scope 2, and second also to derive operating cost efficiencies, which kind of go hand in hand. We have seen a fair bit of success with clients across industries, and especially petrochem. To share some learnings and examples, a bit of an integrated program looking at all these areas is something which we have been driving with our clients. From a scope 1 standpoint, some of the things which have stood out are really around process efficiencies to reduce your own energy spend and consumption. And second, also changing your fuel mix. So quite a few of the clients we work with have shifted away, for example, in their boilers from FO to briquettes, natural gas, and so on. Which is highly efficient from a carbon footprint perspective, as well as from an operating cost perspective. The arbitrage was fairly large between FO and briquette till some time back. It's kind of narrowing down, but still makes very good economic sense. Then from a scope 2 standpoint, there's a lot which can be done, and that's probably the first thing that we advise our clients to do, and a lot of shift is happening towards renewable energy from a CNI perspective. Again, a fair bit of delta between grid power cost and what you can get from especially RTC kind of projects, and a combination of wind, solar, and battery is really helping our clients drive down cost, as well as on the spot kind of trading on the exchange. So these are two elements that we are seeing which are helping drive down the carbon footprint, as well as leading to anywhere between 15-20% of derived savings on operating costs, with a further path to this reaching around 30 to 40%. The other big element, again touched by some fellow panelists, is around the feedstock, is around the recycling and circularity. This is again something that is picking up in the industry. The one area slightly away from chemicals, but still a core industrial sector, where I think the chemical sector can learn from, is the industry of steel, where there's a overall push towards a fair bit of circularity and going green, and the shift from BF technology in steel towards EF, supported by scrap recycling. That is something which is kind of standing out. That is perhaps one industry which is most advanced in terms of recycling and enabling circularity. Steel also enables it, because steel is fully recyclable, as opposed to some of the chemicals. So that is again an area where I've been working on globally as well as in India. And we see a fair bit of learnings from that industry to chemicals industry, which can be applied to again help with the scope 3 targets, as well as cost, as well as emissions.
Thank you, Pranjal. So what we clearly see and what's evident is that intent to decarbonize, intent to achieve net zero targets. And that takes us to second half of this panel discussion. We have deliberated a lot upon considerations towards net zero, initiatives which are being undertaken, technologies, need for financing, so on and so forth. But it would be prudent now to also deliberate upon what needs to happen, what should be the key recommendation, what has to be in place for this target to be met. And with that, I would want to go back again to Mr. Gokri. If you can just touch upon what supporting policies or reforms should be in place for chemical and petrochemical fertilizers to help achieve that target.
Yeah, I think lot of policies being has evolved over last 10-15 years, but now with net zero has become a very, very important factor for all the countries and for India also. So I think some sort of a tweaking in our existing policies or methodology should be thought of. Like one thing I can highlight for pollution control and on, one point was that you go for zero liquid discharge. So now that ensures that there is no effluent and that effluent related problems are solved. But zero liquid discharge inherently is not a carbon friendly, because you are putting a steam to remove the water and then also creating a landfill. So it is not a sustainability point of view, it is not that friendly. So we have to now move towards, instead of insisting zero liquid discharge, go for marine discharge wherever the marine discharge is possible. So have more marine discharge deep pipelines, or where the pipeline is not available, maybe up to 200 kilometers, those kind of effluent can be sent by GPS monitored trucks. So this kind of a tweaking in the policy without missing the overall requirement, I think that kind of an approach should be required. Another point I mentioned, that on R&D side also, more of that incentivizing on R&D. Second thing is on hazardous waste also, I think the Honorable Member Secretary also mentioned on a lot of SOPs are being created. So even while creating those SOPs, this principle of carbon footprint and net zero and all factor also should be considered. Sometime some products are being used for decades, and now they are coming up for SOP, and then we have to look at that, whether if we are not going to allow it to use, then so much additional carbon footprint you will be creating. So this factor now has to come in a lot of policy initiatives, I think.
Thank you so much, sir. To go back to Alex once again, we had discussed the technology part of it. We discussed there has to be availability of technology. Not all of it would be developed in-house. There would have to be collaboration. There would have to be participation from entities outside of India that would have to come in, develop that technology, help deploy that technology here in India. So on that, would you have any recommendation on or suggestions on, how that can be done? What can India leverage to ensure that advanced R&D is happening here? Those technologies can come in, not specifically for emerging, for existing ones, but also emerging technologies. That may not have a footprint right now, but are promising. How should India go about that?
First, maybe I would mention that the government is doing quite a lot, and if you look at COP21 to COP26, COP21 with the solar mission, COP26 then with the green hydrogen, green ammonia mission, I think the government is really accelerating and pushing this development, towards net zero, because I think India, as was also mentioned before, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of sun, and you have the country has a unique spot also when it comes to these green key materials like ammonia, which is one of the molecules that where there's a lot of CO2 emission, if you produce gray ammonia. So green ammonia, green hydrogen, green methanol, those are all very, very important building blocks, and India is a leader here globally. So I think the government is doing a lot to accelerate. It's also good to set targets. Then the question is how to achieve those targets. And measurement, again, becomes important, that we have a common language, because I think all companies are setting themselves net zero targets, but they might be calculating product carbon footprints a little bit different. And I think we need a standardized common language eventually, and I think that's also where the government can support. And we need an enabling system to facilitate, to encourage investments into these type of technologies. And I give you one example, what we do at BASF. In Antwerp, in Belgium, we have a big Verbund site, so a chemical complex, integrated chemical complex, one of the 5 complexes we have around the world. And we partnered with Air Liquide, which is also a multinational from France. In that production, in 5 plants where we have CO2 emissions, the CO2 is captured, stored, liquefied, and transported to the North Sea and put permanently on the ground of the North Sea. Yeah? And this will enable us to basically abate 1 million metric tons of CO2 per year, which is huge. And that's one element on our path to CO2 reduction. And this is supported by the European Commission, because there's an innovation fund by the EU that is also helping. So here you see 2 companies getting together, BASF and Air Liquide, cooperating, and supported also by the European Commission. I think these are the type of examples that we need to see more. And then you will see really this transformation happening.
Thank you, Alex. You emphasized upon green hydrogen, green ammonia, definitely would act as conduit for net zero within the sectors. But that also brings in this perspective of those being cost effective, and is industry currently prepared to invest in those, to pursue those options? So Ashish, if I could loop you in the discussion right now, you have been front runners with not just green hydrogen, also carbon capture and other technologies that you have been investing. You talked about that. So where is it that the industry is lagging behind, and what is it that should happen?
Yeah, I think I answered your second segment in the first segment maybe, so I'll repeat. Look, I think the economics varies a lot by the conditions of the location, the proximity to the feedstock, the associated infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very hard to give one answer that fits all. It varies project by project. But I will say that, and I'll repeat, that when you are in the early phases of adoption of any technology, it will need help. So by and large, it's fair to say that most of the technologies in its early phase do need help. The Exxon example that I gave was not without help from the government. I believe that there is an IRA funding as well. So the technologies are in early phases, and they will need help. You started off with the question on policy side of things. One of the things that I would like to add there is, I think we need to do more on the emissions monitoring, because my view of this is that what you can't measure, you can't control, and you can't reduce. So I think there could be some sort of policy or regulation around the emissions monitoring thing. A lot of the calculation that happens today is Excel-based, calculation-based, and I think we have to move away from that, move to a real-time, measurement-based reporting of those emissions. And today there are commercial technologies, we have them, to enable that. So that could be another big area that we can look at.
Thank you, Ashish. So we were discussing recommendations, so we have discussed, for example, what can or should happen in terms of policies and regulatory framework that should come into place, what can happen in terms of incentives, what can happen in terms of technology tie-ups or programs that support that. Another part to it is in terms of product or product placement or customer preferences, or in terms of, how we would manufacture, what is it that can happen. So that's what I would want to invite Mr. Malhotra to suggest, from a supply side perspective, what is it that can be done?
Well, I think one thing which we need is all these new challenges, we need new technology, right? So the technology will evolve. At the same time, we need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. So at Solvay, we are focused on trying to convert renewable feedstocks into sustainable molecules. We also have a methodology where we evaluate any new product which we take. We call it sustainable product portfolio management, where you look at the complete carbon footprint. You do the product's market alignment with sustainability criteria. So you look at operational vulnerabilities, what is going to be the environmental footprint, or what are the correlated risks and opportunities, and what is the need of the society. You could look at, somebody mentioned here, like scope 1 and 2 represents only about 30% of the emissions, right? The 70% of the rest comes out of basically scope 3, upstream and downstream. So if you're going to be looking only at what you are doing and what you are causing, you may miss the big picture. Some product may look very good at your this thing, but then when it moves out, it may not be contributing to the sustainability as it would. Or the other way around, it could be more energy intensive at your hand, but then it's going into applications where it's helping cut a lot of carbon emissions. Like lightweighting, you do thermoplastics, which are for lightweighting. So the moment you start replacing metal structure with polymers, it's lightweighting, it's lower consumption, but that all happens outside of this. So I think people will have to look at a holistic view of the products, the processes, how you're going to manufacture. This whole thing will have to be revisited. So you need to not only need the technological innovation on types of materials we need, but also the type of processes we need, and how we could use less resources and still get the same benefits. Because it's very difficult to change people's habit. People are not going to not use what they need. The thing is, how efficiently can we fulfill those needs? So I think that's going to be the focus on it.
Thank you. Another part that we would want to touch upon is the compliance part or the obligation part. So we've discussed incentives to a great extent. Often, I mean, are a good measure to promote some technology. Compliance is another one. So specifically on that, I would want to bring in Pranjal here to specifically discuss how has the traction been on that part, specifically, say, for example, on recycling or extended producer responsibility.
Sure. So I would say that for chemicals industry, still a bit early days in terms of in terms of EPR. It's traditionally been there, but has been there in a very informal setting, and it is just kind of shifting and formalizing, and the whole system is coming in place with the government portal and all being there. So that's broadly what's happening within chemicals in the plastic sphere. However, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the industries where chemicals could take some learning from is really the steel sector. And if you think of steel, that's fully recyclable, and portals are being set up which are also B2C in nature, where customers are able to kind of log in and provide their used scrap. With the rise of consumerism, the consumer cycles and the ownership patterns are becoming shorter, and hence more and more scrap being generated, and this scrap is then being captured and being recycled, being purified as required in terms of end-of-life vehicles, in terms of demolition scrap and so on from buildings, and then going back into the value chain. This value chain, this vicious circle or this flywheel has started working well for the steel industry. Again, some learnings for this for the plastics industry, which is still in early phase, and there's a lot to learn from this. The efforts around EPR, creation of portal, formalization, registration of both producers as well as recyclers on this is a very positive step to kind of promote this. But more still can be done.
Thank you, Pranjal. So that brings me to our last panelist, almost to a conclusion. So Bala, you have done similar assessments for other countries within Asia. So just as, for example, a learning or best practice, would you want to highlight or indicate any specific example or learning for us to specifically look at?
Sure, thanks, Vaibhav. I would say in the context of plastic circularity, it may be difficult to pick an example from Asia because most Asian countries are also going through the similar sort of learning curve, although there are countries like Japan, Taiwan, in the area of plastic circularity, they are faring better in terms of implementation of certain projects which is happening and also on the regulation front. I often look at Europe as an example for plastic circularity because there is a lot of regulatory push from policymakers in Europe which is supporting sustainability and the transition towards a decarbonized world. Taking an example from plastic circularity, there is a mandate which will be implemented by 2025. They have targets for 2025 and 2030, which enforces the use of recycling or recycled content. In fact, both. They have different targets for use of recycle and how much of it should be recycled and how much of your end products should come from recycled content. They have set targets in both in the context of plastic packaging as well as the other areas. So even though these targets are quite ambitious, but I think that creates the kind of push that the industry needs to try and make that vision come to life, right? So that's one example that I can think of. The EU Green Deal is another example where there are a lot of specific initiatives and also coupled with regulatory support that is required for the industry to make a shift and transition. So those are some of the examples and learnings from other regions.
Sure. Thank you, Bala. Thank you so much. EU specifically is a very intriguing example. Fit for 55 also, so highlighting a clear roadmap, putting in obligations and mechanisms in place is definitely the need of the hour. So with this, we reach the end of this panel discussion. We still have a few minutes to go, and I think it would be a good opportunity to open up this panel for discussion. So if you have any questions, anything, please feel free to ask. You can address it to anyone. You can address it to a specific speaker, but do quickly introduce with a single liner, and then you may ask the question.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhari, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what specific disruptive innovations will be incorporated by the chemical industries to support their decarbonization efforts to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals?
Alex?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if all of these would be disruptive, but I think they're transformational. So for example, we're working on an e-furnace, which would be an electrically powered steam cracker, which doesn't exist today. That's, I would say, quite disruptive innovation that we're currently working on with several partners in Germany. I mean, product carbon footprint reduction with multiple measures continues as well. And I mean, they're not all disruptive, but we're looking into the future also. I mean, electrolysis is certainly a technology that already exists, right? We are looking at heat pumps, incorporating heat pumps more into our operations. It's also already existing, but not in a massive industrial scale in Verbund, big chemical complexes. So I would call all of these transformational technologies that will certainly be incorporated on our way to net zero. Yeah.
Hello, I am Ravinder Singh. I am technology expert. I represented India at Expo 85 World Exhibition of Inventors. So there are so many things. Energy efficiency, you are not talking. You are not talking about hydropower. You are not talking of, DC motors for our fans and appliances. For industrial motors can also be can be DC motors. So we are going. You can say out of control. We are not reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So there are so many low-cost options, and we are still, going ahead with our coal-based generation. So there are so many options, to reduce our energy consumption, to reduce our green technologies, green options are available. Thank you.
So, I mean, absolutely, the point that you mentioned, right? I mean, I'd also covered this earlier in terms of scope on emissions. Energy efficiency is a key requirement, where all the things that you're mentioning, right? They're all being put in practice, including the use of VFDs and all. So yes, these are lower hanging fruits, and absolutely, the companies which are aware and a lot of clients we are working with are going ahead with all of this. In addition, the question which was asked earlier, in terms of technology, while Alex made great points around what they are doing, but it's also not just revolution, but also about a bit of evolution. If you think of green hydrogen, which is right now at around $3 to $4, shifting the cost curve and bringing it to a sub $1, right, is again something that a lot of research is happening in India, in Nordics, also around how do we ship green hydrogen, convert to ammonia and back, and what is the most efficient way of that conversion. Those are again technologies where a lot of our clients are working on, and these are again all the technologies which will help in massive decarbonization of chemicals and other downstream industries.
Yeah. I think I will only have room for one more question, so last question please.
I am Joy Shah. I am practicing sustainability consultant. I have heard all of you talking about the carbon footprint reduction, but there are 7 GHG gases, and we have to talk about all 7 gases. So I have not heard anything. How can you achieve the net zero or net zero GHG by say 2050 or 40? You are only talking of carbon when you are talking of 2040 or 2050? That is my question.
I'll take this. I think that's a very good question. I think that's a miss. I'll make 2 points there. One is around hydrofluorocarbons, which are as, let's say, warming as anything else, and it's creating a hole. We have technologies called HFOs, which have 80% less what we call greenhouse warming potential than an HFC. So I think it's very, very important. There are technologies that exist today that can actually address those issues. I mean, they go in HVACs, in refrigerants, in mobile air conditioners, everywhere. So I think that's one point I'll make. And the second point I'll make is I'll come back to the original point that I made on emissions monitoring, which is absolutely critical. Unless you are measuring what you're emitting in real time, this problem will continue, and you'll only talk about 1 or 2 things. So I think that's a very valid point.
Just to add to what he said, of course, carbon emission is the most common thing to talk about, and it's easy to relate. But when we set our carbon neutrality targets, that takes into account everything. And you have to become net zero, and it is as per the definition of COP 21, 26, whatever you have. So you have to, these all goals are aligned to make sure that whatever is needed to achieve less than 2 degrees temperature rise, right? So that's that's the goal. So that's how it is. We haven't talked about it, but I know that in our company we are working on the other all sort of emissions, and I'm sure Alex company is doing the same. So it's just that it's most common to talk about that, and that's probably the bulk of it today, most commonly understood. So that's what we all end up talking about.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for this wonderful session. Kindly take your seats. Thank you. And now, before we proceed with the third session of the day, I'm sure the body language has already changed post-lunch. I can see that. So I'd request everybody to kindly rise up once. Can we all stand up? Not for the national anthem, but let's just stand up. Let's just do a very small drill so that we are charged and all set to go again. So let's just take 10 seconds of your time. And can we stretch on our left or right, center? Let's just stretch. Please stretch. Yes? Great. And now kindly settle down with a smile on your face. Kindly settle down. Thank you so much. It's time for the third session. That's India's journey to be energy self-sufficient by 2047 and way forward. The session will emphasize the importance of policy support, regulatory frameworks, and financial incentives to attract investments, promote sustainable practices, and drive innovation. For the same, I'd like to request Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, Partner PwC, to kindly come up on stage. Shri Deepak Mishra, Joint Secretary, Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. Mr. Janardhan Ramanujalu, Vice President, Regional Head, South Asia and Australia, SABIC, India. Mr. Navneet Narayan, Whole-Time Director and CEO, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Mr. Sankash Venkatesh, Managing Director and Partner at BCG. Mr. Sujoy Chaudhary, Director, Planning and BD, IOCL. And Ms. Varthika Shukla, CMD, EIL. Can you please welcome all of them with a huge round of applause? And now we'd request Mr. Janardhan Ramanujalu, Co-Chairman, FICCI Petrochemical Committee, to kindly give the green certificate to Shri Deepak Mishra, Joint Secretary, Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. We'd request Mr. Janardhan Ramanujalu to kindly present a green certificate to Shri Deepak Mishra, Joint Secretary, Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. Kindly settle down. And now, I'd request our moderator of the session, Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, Partner PwC, to take over from here.
Welcome to the lady on the dais and gentlemen. Such a pleasure to start the session perfect in time. 15:30 plus few minutes, and we have the next hour and a half with us. A little odd situation, as I was talking to my co-panelists in a chemicals conference speaking about energy independence. Does it sound odd to some of the audience? It does? I heard one voice, more? Oh, you too? Okay, fantastic. So there are some latent voices also which I'm not hearing. But
in this panel, we will try and check with the panelists how relevant it is for them, how much is their dependence on the oil players, and so on. So from my end as knowledge partner, PwC, and from the organizers, FICCI, warm welcome to the panel. Warm welcome also to the audience. And I'm going to take about a few minutes to start before I start and talk to the panelists to get their views on the subject. But it's my humble duty to get onto the background. Is there a projection? Projection? Lovely. Thank you. Yeah. So let me begin with a very common rising charts that we see in India for many, many years. Whichever chart you look at, it keeps going up. What a lucky country and territory we are in where things are hard to bring down. And so is growth. And so is the attendant growth in consumption of primary energy. Primary energy has grown at 4%. Somewhere in 2006, as a consultant and along with the Ministry of Petroleum, we dared project hydrocarbon products growth until 2030-35. And even at that time, in 2006, we had projected about 4% of cumulative annual growth rate of 4%. It's humongous. I'm sure all of you have mathematics at the back of your minds when you do in your own professional career. 4% cumulative annual growth over 30 years, 25 years is not small, big. It has become a challenge for the country to secure this energy sources and provide it to the industry, to homes and whatnot. But obviously there is one very nice message in all this. I'll not go into the breakups of those colors, but there's a very nice message there, which is that our economy has grown at anything like 5.5, 6. In fact, if it grows at 5.5, people say it's slow. And at 6, and at 7, and 8, and in some years 9+% of cumulative annual growth rate, which is where the subject of energy securitization and energy security arises. But one message from this I'll take from the Petrochemicals conference perspective is that for a growth of say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% of annual growth in years of GDP, by the way, being supported by something like just 4% energy growth, which essentially means that at one time we were 1.2% intensity of growth of energy, growth of GDP with intensity of energy supply, where there seems to be a lot of efficiency getting induced into this. By the way, there are countries which outstrip us on building efficiency in energy consumption. There are many energy economists in the audience I can see, and they'll lever these numbers out at fast. But something like China, which has far exceeded everybody's expectation in terms of how efficiently can a growth happen, and India is not too far. It's chasing, it will be there, but this itself is an amazing message that even if 4 in itself is humongous in terms of energy provisioning, we are growing in industry and in other areas with relatively less quantum of energy for that growth. The increasing supply and demand gap then starts worrying us. Obviously, our domestic sources aren't growing at even 4%. In fact, in some of those cuts, you will see even degrowth. And therefore, all those in the room and outside the room, those who manage to source energy from wherever it is possible, including the nature, are doing a stellar job of not letting energy come in the way. And I must say with pride, with IOC and EIL executives sitting on the dais, to say that we must give all credit to these companies to have even managed the situation so amazingly well during Corona, and most importantly, after Corona. I don't think on any corner of India or state or district or taluk, except some supply chain disruptions that may have happened for any variety of reasons, I don't think India ever suffered for energy supplies during the growth, the kinks that we have had in growth and otherwise. But from an insights perspective, another number I would like to leave on your table is that we imported 53% of this primary energy. significant. We're third largest consumers of energy, and despite that, 53% of energy being imported. So just imagine the machinery that is behind all of this to import energy into India and manage all this. There are obviously latent risks. This morning I was with one of the administrators and we were discussing the subject of this management as to how does it happen. I remember from similar days as we've spoken about energy insecurity, price, availability, but one of the most important securitization parameters that are spoken about is all to do with supply chain disruptions. What will happen if war arises or disruption arises on our east or west side where provisioning of LNG, gas or any other molecules that we're importing becomes a problem? Obviously those subjects still remain live, I don't think. But the worry at a sentimental level and at planning level about availability of energy seems to have gone down. While the jury is out. In the audience, I'm sure questions will be there. We'll ask this question to the panelists also. Is our supply situation from the rest of the world to India sound enough? Has India become a magnet? Does any supplier in the world of molecules, which is essentially crude oil and gas and any other chemical feedstocks that we have, are they running to India to supply? I have seen it. I've seen so many suppliers in the world are using energy supply to India as a point to boast about. Russia obviously notwithstanding. And also trying to do that energy diplomacy to even strengthen relationships. And to add to all of this, even India is now speaking about saying, okay, we will start to buy molecules from you, and that becomes a point to talk about. So have you moved from an insecurity to over-security perspective? We'll ask obviously the panelists and we'll try to get that question. But that question also will be very pertinent from the context of chemical feedstocks. Are we deficient? Are we suffering? Or are we oversupplied? Obviously there are shades of answers that will be available from all contexts. There are several financial and operational drivers to the energy management and supply that's happening. If some of you have been in this sector for about last 1.5 years, you may have noticed that Niti Aayog has started to publicly, they have a website page in which they publish variety of energy scenarios with respect to energy independence or self-sufficiency, if I may say. One of those 11 or 12 scenarios is energy security scenario. The scenario says that we are most securitized. Well, there are a lot of assumptions behind that, but if we for a moment assume that we are well securitized, supplies or procurement and price is not a problem, what will it mean? Where will consumption go? Which sector will consume what? What options will we have? All of those subjects are discussed in that particular scenario out of those 11, 12. But worth looking at this chart, and this has not been put in perspective from the perspective of energy security, but just see the breakup. Just one glance tells us as to where is industry, where is transport, where is building, and so on and so forth. With respect to the share of consumption of energy, few percentages in here and there, but you can get a general picture of where do we stand. Again, intuitively simple, but that then converts into variety of activities with respect to the imports, sectoral energy mix, which is designed as a part of that study which was conducted, and the fuel mix. More relevant to today's context is the right-hand side bar graph, which says a very important terminology, which has now become a kind of jargon in Niti Aayog documents, is about which is the desirable source of energy and which is the undesirable source of energy. So look, from an insecurity perspective, now we have grown to a level of speaking, I want this or I don't want this. Naturally, the most desired will be renewables, most desired will be domestically produced, and so on and so forth. But then, as compared to 2019 to 2047, where will we be? Bad news for people who work in the oil and gas sector like me is that the graph of oil products has shrunk in 47 significantly. All other graphs are trying to race up and give some indication to us. So the question to the panelists again in this panel is, where does the feedstock come from then? I'll leave any explanation to the panelists. We'll go there when we actually talk to the panelists. To achieve import dependence, focus efforts in the parts of overall energy value chain will be required. A lot of analysis has been done. Recently, one committee, I don't know if some of you know, there's an IMAC committee which paints a picture about what all sources will be looked at very aggressively, which will replace, etc., and how by 2047 we will achieve energy independence. On that context, I'll take a break, move to the panel, and let's hear some of their voices as to how is the chemical sector connected to energy independence as well as feedstock independence? Thank you. Yeah, may I? While you heard the background, what's the scenario on feedstocks?
Fortunately, chemical industry is only consuming on an average of about 10 to 12% of the hydrocarbon as feedstock. Yeah. Just to give you the size, the global refining capacity is 5 billion, and the global petrochemical output is 400 million. So we are 1/10 in general, and including gas mix, not just refining. So that is growing at a rate which is about 3 to 4% globally, and consistently will continue to grow. So I think the feedstock challenge for petrochemicals itself from the hydrocarbon, it's not a major. On the other hand, it is attractive for the oil majors to go into petrochemical as an outlet when the fossil fuel demand is over a period of time will slow down due to electrification. So actually petrochemical is sitting in a nice place. Yeah, but too much of it may not be good because we cannot absorb all that from the hydrocarbon into petrochemicals, but just enough for us to keep thriving as we are. So it's in a good situation. 10 to 12% can become 15 to 20%, but cannot become 30%, and that will be flooding us. So I think, like the reason to worry would be much after 20%, but at 10 to 12%, we are in a good situation.
On an absolutely lighter vein, absolutely lighter, and don't get me wrong, I know how wedded you are to the chemicals and petrochemical sector. What do you do with those commodity cycles? How do you net those prices? Where do you take those profits? I know when crude oil prices go up, you complain about very, very high feedstock prices. Where do you make money?
You see, this question I have to answer in an absolutely light-hearted manner. There are many here publicly listed companies. So only if you look at a financial year or a calendar year, you are stuck in your mind on profits. If you don't look at those timelines, commodities have been giving money profitably for the last 150 years. So when you start to look at a quarter or 2 quarters or 4, 5 quarters, then you're in trouble. But on the other hand, I think commodities have been profitable. There are many companies which have exited commodities, and those who acquired them have been doing very well. LyondellBasell, for instance, is INEOS for another example. They're doing quite well. So don't look at the quarter or half-yearly view, but because the reason is to build a huge plant take 5 to 7 years. And your cycles, you're talking about 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years kind of cycles sometimes. But even to build it after you've decided takes 5 to 7 years. So only those companies which have those long-term assets which operate for 40, 50 years can withstand those kind of cycles. And be happy with that. Yeah?
Very good. Thank you so much. So now I'll bring with IOC's interlock with the oil security, supplies, sufficiency, etc., to chemicals. Who better than you, sir, can explain to us as to how do you manage this balance? India is demanding excruciatingly for feedstocks. You want to consume them in-house. You also want to balance industrial growth, fuel growth. You have swing capacities which can go from fuel to, I'm putting it in simple words, from fuel to feedstocks. How do you manage all this? And in 2023 context, what does it mean to you?
My co-panelists, Deepak and the audience here. See, we have to first admit, as you have shown in the graph, that the fuel has been the bedrock of India's energy, as we have seen in the graph as well. So, as a company, as a nation-first player, we need to be mindful of the fact that first we need to provide energy. And we have seen the implications of that across the globe, especially the EU, where you have seen trillions of dollars being spent only to stock up gas for the winter. In our case, the challenge is even more diverse because you have to manage the hills of Himalayas to the Andaman's island. So first and foremost, we need to ensure that energy is available, energy is affordable. So that is the primary concern as citizens of India and as Indian Oil as well. Now, given that, the next point comes that you also need to have a reasonable amount of money to invest and go along. And there possibly this chemical element also fits in perfectly. As you have said and as Mr. Janardhan has also said, So we are in a sweet spot in the sense that as our energy demand is growing at a fabulous rate compared to the rest of the world. At the same time, our urbanization rate, our need for chemicals and petchem is also growing. So that leveraging between fuel and chemicals is a given situation. So that gives us that amount of comfort, then possibly we can play between oils and chemicals or petrochemicals. Now, as a company, we need to constantly balance that. When we started, because as you know, many of our refineries are historic, so over a period of time, they were constructed principally with the focus of producing products, oil products. As a result of that, they were configured in a particular way, and EIL, Mrs. Vartika was there in the panel. They played a very significant role in designing this. Now, as we move to the modern refining capacities, as you know, we are at 80 million tons, and we are doing our part to increase it to 107 very soon, maybe another 2 years down the line. So what we are trying to do is in this expansions or in this modifications that we do, we are trying to dovetail the flexibility to switch to chemicals every time we expand. We're going into high severity FCCs, et cetera, so that we ensure that every time my refinery capacity increases or I construct a greenfield refinery, which we have done at Paradeep, we have that flexibility of increasing the petchem index. And we are on a path to increasing it from 4 to 15% by 2030. That's a well laid out path, thereby meaning that I am also possibly keeping a flexibility at, let's say, 2035 or 2040. That is a debatable year when this transition will actually take place. As it takes place, by that time I'm a decent player in petchem and I have all the flexibility to switch between oil and chemicals and ensure that I make either way it is available to the country at large. It's a tough challenge, it's a thin line walk, but that is how we are doing. And in between, it also to an extent leverages or de-leverages us or leverages us in terms of product pricing, as you were asking, because the cycles somehow tend to crisscross each other and maintain a stable balance given the economic boundaries that we operate in.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you on feedstock in a different context altogether, but continuing on this subject, Madam Vartika Shukla, two questions. One, and importantly, you sit in such a hot chair there defining energy efficiency of assets which are going to run for next 20, 30, 40 years. I'm, for the time being, just restricting myself to the consumption of energy within the sector, chemical and oil and gas. How much progress has India made from design, engineering, and building that energy efficiency into the equipment, including any revitalization of projects that you do? And the second, obviously, is how is the finesse of Indian companies in terms of feedstock utilization and getting the best of the yields that are possible?
Thank you, Deepak. And it's a pleasure to be with such an esteemed panel, with such the industry and audience here. To answer your first question, yes, I think efficiency, in fact, the previous session was reducing the carbon footprint towards a decarbonized sector. The first and foremost low-hanging fruit is actually the energy efficiency, both in the existing assets which are in place, and EIL team has actually worked in almost all the refineries, all the PSU refineries, and given them a staged path, staged short-term, mid-term, long-term kind of goals, and also gap reduction interventions in doing that. When we look at the new designs which are there, particularly when we are looking at chemicals and petrochemicals, in yesteryears, as my colleague from Sujoy has mentioned, the previous refineries which were giving the feedstocks for petrochemicals primarily were actually not designed to do so, so they were not optimum. But in today's configurations that we have done, they are all customized to petrochemicals. So inherently there is a great benefit of stream sharing, which happens, and every molecule is very optimally utilized. Having said that, we have done some work wherein we have looked at the carbon pricing which will be coming in the future. And when such policy regulatory framework actually come in picture, the selection of technology, the selection of equipments are all going to play a very crucial role in bringing down the energy intensity. In comparison to the refinery where we have a certain, something like 10 to 12% of crude goes to energy consumption. The petrochemicals are very intensive in terms of power consumption, for example. And while we may not have that kind of steam loads except the mother cracker, the other units need a lot of energy. And the intensity of making petrochemicals, naturally when you are making monomers, ethylene, propylene from heavy feedstocks like naphtha or even maybe heavier feedstocks, you need a lot of energy. So intrinsically the petrochemical industry is extremely energy intensive, and newer technologies, newer higher efficiency equipments, more heat integration is going to play a very, very crucial role. That is what we are doing in some of our designs. Our cracker at HMEL, which we had implemented in record time in the lowest cost, has actually been benefited by some of these interventions, and it is operating at Bathinda for our HMEL client. And even the Rajasthan refinery, which we are implementing, which has about 26% petrochemical intensity, an average intensity today is about 7.5, and that is one of the highest energy petrochemical intensity, has almost 20% of its feed going to energy, just consuming that for generation of steam, power and other utilities. So there is a lot of technology involved in carrying out pinch analysis and carrying out selection of equipment to actually get going. And to answer your second question, which was related to
yields.
Yields, yes. So let me dovetail this with an element of feedstock. We have challenges today in the petrochemical industry on feedstock, but I do see a silver lining as we go forward, looking at something like 65% of our gasoline which we produce going to the transport sector, and the penetration of EVs, especially in the two-wheeler segment. 65% goes into two-wheeler segment, and when we have this PLI incentive in new battery technology, we have a lot of other schemes and incentives to especially the two-wheeler segment. We will have a substantial release of this naphtha component for upcoming petrochemicals. But needless to say, we must also look at the shrinkages happening in diesel in terms of reduction in, although it's growing now, it is phenomenally growing, much beyond our predictions. It is going almost 12.5%, 13% growth, which was not expected. Our nation is actually full of surprises, and what we predict, we always step and achieve a lot more. So once that happens, we have a lot more refineries and diesel. We will look at yields from heavier streams also in the cracker. And these are the technologies. Beyond this, of course, as we proceed, it will be crude to chemicals, which are going to play a very major role in years to come. And we are very excited about these technologies, evaluating them and putting up complexes to tailor that. I might just add a little element of the light end feed, which we also may have a significant role to play in the sector. Today we import more than 50% of our LPG, which is C3, C4s. And if we have a game changer of the CBG, and we have a game changer in tying up, like Indian Oil has tied up with the gas supplies from ADNOC, we may have easing out of the, and the PNGRB releasing almost 94% of the population with gas, and we get that gas. We may have a good amount of C3s and C4s available, and if we can even hit on the ethane market globally, that could also supplement the feedstock for petrochemicals. So I think there is a vast vista of opportunities to actually cash on, and we must cash them fast.
Madam, did you notice some smiles in the audience when you said more C3 is going to be available, more C4 is going to be available? Sure. You wanted to make a comment?
No, I think it's a very crucial piece of feedstock, which is actually will open up a lot of avenues for small petrochemicals, niche petrochemicals, especially in the private sector, who are looking for actually making that space and doing import substitution. Sure.
Definitely. I'm going to come back to Mr. Chaudhary on that aspect of how he's going to look after the downstream industry. But in the meanwhile, two more questions. Two comments. One is, I can't help but kind of acknowledge within my mind the kind of work that engineering companies like yours do, madam. Amazing. There's so many variables, including regulations, supplies, wars, disruptions. And within that, the choices of fuels that are going forward. So my acknowledgement goes to your industry. Thank you so much. In that, you mentioned about what's happening to companies and 20% consumption just within house. So we have the privilege of having our joint secretary on the panel. Mr. Mishra, is BEE in touch with you? Is petrochemical a target industry for carbon emission? Are carbon markets going to be hitting petrochemical industry? What are you confirming to them? Is there any prediction of next 3, 4, 5 years? Any subject that's getting discussed in the government for petrochemical industry?
Definitely. Basically, as the focus shifts on sustainability, as the focus shifts on making India carbon neutral, though the target seems to be a little remote, 2070, but still a lot of discussions are happening in the government side as to how to get the India carbon neutral. We have task forces on even the newest technologies like carbon capture, carbon utilization, and transport, which are working on the roadmap for the future. And whole lot of renewable energy, as you know, the targets are clear. We are moving ahead on that. So then we have a sustainability in form of circularity, which have come in form of regulations from Ministry of Environment and Forest in terms of producer responsibilities in various sectors. So I guess the focus is also on petrochemical industry along with other things.
Good. So another shivers in the bones of chemical companies. Keep some capital aside for investing in reduction in carbon. So on that note, if I may move to Navneet. Navneet, you have shown a path for Indian petrochemical industry to depend on imports. As much as energy self-sufficiency is on the cards for India, there will also be feedstock self-sufficiency as a subject. How has been the experience? How much can we depend on in-house industry? Has the industry development been curtailed because of availability of feedstock? Are there any way out?
Sorry. Thanks, Deepak. So when we look at our industry and, especially our company, we import 50% or more of the naphtha as a feedstock. And while obviously we would like to, our preference would be to get more domestic feedstock, but there's a limitation of what we can get and how much we can get. And so Joy's company is actually obviously a big supporter in this. They have been helping us right from day one. But going back to importing feedstock, there is a huge dependency on certain markets. And when you look at geopolitical events that happened, let's say 2 years back, and the impact that it had on the costing. So there is a huge fluctuation in costing. So economics for companies like ours really get impacted when we are so dependent on the importing feedstock. And I think that is definitely something that is a challenge to us. We are looking at how we can rework the mix of what we bring in, because the financials of the companies are impacted, and that's really a matter of concern, especially when we look at where our end products go and how the market is behaving, especially in the last few quarters, given the other part of Asia, which is Chinese economy going through its own trouble, and the realization that we are getting is under a lot of pressure. So that is actually a time that we really think about how we will sustain ourselves, how we'll rework our economics to take the companies forward.
Appreciate your comment. So there is always an element of risk involved in these feedstock dependency from imports. There is an attempt by each of these companies to be self-reliant. And I'm sure this dialogue among the industry forum like this is immensely important for getting a view on what's going to happen in the coming years. And I'm sure DCPC must be playing an important role in this. Sankesh, 500,000, 1 million barrel diesel growth is going to go up. Madam has also highlighted that even if we foresaw something like 500,000 in the next 4-5 years, it could also be more. 12-13% growth is humongous. How will this import dependency for products and growth on diesel-like products, as also chemicals feedstocks, will play out in the coming some years? If there's, because these are all in-talk subjects, what's your perspective on how will the industry look like in coming years? How much their import and self-dependence in the country look like?
Thanks everyone for giving this chance to share my perspective on this. So I think there are some trends which are very clear at the global level, and there are some nuances which we need to take into account at the regional levels. I think what is clear in the global context is that naturally the gasoline pools will start to shrink, the diesel and the heaviers will naturally still be in play. Marginally maybe that will go down. But if you really look at the India and the nearby regions, we are still in such a fast growth mode where we will still need to keep an eye on how much, light motor vehicle fuel we need from the gasoline side, while still getting prepared for over-indexation on the diesel and the lighter feedstock side of things, right? So I think that gives us an opportunity, but also it comes on the back of a lot of complexity in scheduling and decision making. What is clear is as Madam was saying, the investments on crude to chemical side of things, which will pretty much drive that value pool, is very clear as long as the techno-commercial viability of it is established. If you just step down a little bit to the refinery side of things, petchem integration is absolutely, a no-brainer. The degree to which you can bring in the interdependencies and make sure you have that flexibility to switch from the gasoline pools to the diesel to the petchem feedstock side of things, whether be it, just by enhancing your severity levels of FCC or going on the other extreme of putting in a naphtha bolt-on to the existing unit configuration, or adjusting your hydrocracker and the aromatic reformate side of value pools, right? So that investment is also a no-brainer to keep that flexibility in the refining petchem integration. I think what we will need to really just very carefully balance out is to what degree are we going to index on gasoline. We still are not in a position to just say, especially India and the immediate vicinity, it will be a slam dunk like let's switch over. We are not yet there. I think if you really look at the overall oil demand and the gas demand, we are probably like 10 years going to be at a later stage peaking in terms of demand compared to the Western or global levels.
That's nice. And this interdependency of oil companies with chemical feedstocks is something which is not new, but plays out with every new capital project being announced in India with respect to that. So on that note, I'm going to switch over to the next half of our panel discussion, which will be concentrated more on planning side. So Mr. Chaudhary, how much should the downstream industry look forward to anchor producers like you? What's the industry looking like? Not alone your own company, but in general, how much is the import dependency of feedstock and how much is the domestic one? Honest view. Should be on.
Yeah. If you look at the present scenario, I think it appears to be a bit balanced on the building blocks, but on the intermediates and end products, it is heavily skewed towards import. But going forward, as the demand, if you look at a number, let's say what we talk of a reduced number of 20 trillion economy of India going from 3 trillion what it is today by 2047, which is, I think, a much reduced or a much scaled down number compared to what Government of India thinks. The urbanization rate is will go up to around 60% from a 37%. This itself is a huge demand growth for petchem, in spite of whatever greening, in spite of whatever comes, because there's no substitute per se. If you look at glass, you look at paper, you are talking of far higher carbon footprint, though the notion around is different. So considering that, if this is the kind of growth which we anticipate India would be in, and the kind of index between GDP and energy demand, it's a very challenging situation. Where exactly this will ease off is not known. Secondly, as many of us were talking, if you look at what is the substitute, if I want to substitute a gasoline with a natural gas as CNG feedstock, what is happening is that geopolitics is playing in such a way, today nobody is willing to shift to gas on an industry level, because alternate fuels are far cheaper. End of the day, he has to price his product depending on that. Until unless green becomes a notion, he is not ready to shift. So that's a big challenge on the energy perspective. Now, if as a principal supplier of energy, because we now look ourselves as a supplier of energy, we are roughly supplying around 8.5% of India's energy. And once we commission our refineries, we will be at 12.5%, 1/8 of India's energy supplier. It's a huge number. Now, if I look at that number, giving off intermediates to the downstream players is not an easy thing to do. But on the perspective, if you look, as I'm saying, I'm giving them a naphtha to HPL. If you look at CPCL, most of its products are going for downstream petrochemical industry. And on top of that, we have made a commitment which no other company has given today, that I am sacrificing 10% of my propylene and 10% of ethylene when my new cracker comes at Paradeep to the propylene is right away we are giving, and the ethylene, once the cracker comes, to the downstream industry. I think this is a huge commitment. Now, India alone cannot fulfill that. All of us as an industry need to help and come, including the private players, of course. So that's a big challenge. But given that situation, I think the low-hanging fruits lie differently, as many of us have also explained, that possibly the low-hanging fruits are increasing energy efficiency, doing the integration to the best possible extent, reducing the bottom of the barrel, with the new technologies that are coming, like a resid hydrocracker. All these things are important, that we increase the feedstocks to a level where we saturate all that. And then possibly we go to more money or capital-intensive projects like O2C or something else. So these are, I think, the gradual steps which should be taken. But ensuring right away a downstream player with a lot of feedstock is, I don't think the industry would do as such. It's a challenge, because what is possible rather is to possibly go on a JV mode, possibly take collaborations on board. That would be a better way to do it, because that brings value to both the companies.
There is a hint there, at least I heard it, I don't know others. But moving on from capital and feedstock, I wanted to check with Madam Shukla. Is the status of companies, both Indian as well as inward investing companies, such that when they decide to put up a chemical or a petrochemical plant, do they put up their own boiler, their own power generator, their own air compress facility, housekeeping, land? Do you foresee in India a real chemical industrial belt where utilities will be available to company? I'm going beyond your current role, but just since you have a scan of all the industry that's available. Also, added a question, if there are companies like IOC, and don't go by the name, is it possible that they provide those utilities also in case the industrial belt is available? Is there anything of that sort coming up? Are we going to replicate some of the global models?
So I would put it like this, that any project or any investment has to be backed by good financials and a good policy framework. We have been talking of doing that on a larger scale on the model of the PCPIRs, for example. wherein it was almost maybe 250 kilometers kind of square area where we have been talking. The international model of the hub and spoke, or basically the BOO model of supplying some of the utilities, leaving the core function of petrochemicals to one industry with an assured supply of utilities at the battery limit, is to be judged on a case-to-case basis for the industries. It is quite workable because when you do production of utilities at a certain scale, the pricing itself will be very optimized in comparison to individual industries putting this up. Yet it is a very complex thing, essentially because when you see a refinery and petrochemical, typically, or a petrochemical alone, every industry would like to have the self-reliance of this, because reliability of operations, the ensuring that the availability of the equipments and the units are there is of utmost importance, because the margins are very thin. It's a cyclical industry, the margins are very thin. There is a lot of huge investment which has gone in. So intrinsically, the thought process is, yes, if you are investing, let us say, $2 billion, you can just do 30% more and get that into your grip. So that is the trend, and that is what is prevalent. Most of the new complexes that we are looking at in brownfield are actually integrating with the existing refineries, existing network of utilities where they get optimal benefit. Cost is sunk in terms of land, in terms of racks, piping, etc. It brings benefit. But to have this would need some kind of, very methodical feasibility and location specific. The tie-ups need to be there with the specific industries who would put up these investments in BOO mode, with the owners getting ensured that yes, they would get this supply. It is done in the West, and I think that kind of assurance on a project-to-project basis is very much possible. The good part is that despite the geopolitical situation, India has been very robust in terms of supplies of equipment. We are almost 70% to even 80% in some of the petrochemicals reliant on the supplies of Indian manufacturers. That brings the cost stable and ensures that the projects come up. So that's a good part that we have, and that will also attract investors to come in and be here. Honorable Finance Minister in the morning mentioned the dearth of chemical engineers. So we have the largest pool of chemical engineers, so we are there. And there is absolutely, engineering-wise, there is no gap. So that is another attraction which the foreign investors or the joint ventures or whatever is being planned can be a very supportive proposition. And your second question
was on utility. And is there a possibility of
yes,
industrial zones coming up?
Thank you for it can come. Yes, definitely.
Very good. So I must thank you that because you dovetailed the utility independence subject with even OEM independence. And I'm going to move to Navneet and Sankesh on two other independent subjects. Sankesh, on infrastructure, third-party access to tankages, pipelines. Where do we stand? Honest view. And the next question will be obviously to Navneet on technology. You have one technology company under your belt. How is technology access available to chemical and petrochemical? Is there a sufficient free mind available in India to say, I want to go into India, these technologies are accessible and available? Sankesh first.
Yeah, so on the infrastructure side, I would come in from the angle of like making sure we are set up for sustained growth, right? The opportunity potential is huge. Today we might even be balanced, but going forward, we need a lot more of feedstock flowing in seamlessly, and we need to like really be prepared for 3x demand growth within the Indian borders, and probably like if you want to tap into the export markets, We need to be ready for double of that, right? Uh, See, if you really look at the feedstock side of things from there, you can see that the government has actually taken tremendous steps in terms of opening up acreages which never were accessible before. It's put data on the cloud. It's put regions which in other areas have similar sedimentary characteristics but haven't been explored for example, in the Northeast, for example, in the Andaman Nicobar and so on. So all those have actually come into play now, and the above surface factors like the environment needed to attract partnerships and so on to actually invest and explore, that is also coming into play, and there is a lot of moves being done. But then the question next comes on, if let's say we find today gas in the Andaman and Nicobar, which is pretty much sharing the Indonesian side of the sedimentary characteristics where gas has been found, then what do you do with that gas? Do you have infrastructure to push it back to India, or do you actually need to enter into a swap arrangement where you will push that back to Southeast Asia, and then you need to be just credited for that gas, right? It becomes very important to really now put that foresight and anticipate that we will take some large bets in getting ready to put that infrastructure, right, from those fields back to the domestic region. The other play is infrastructure is by and large, in many countries that we actually look at as the North Star, you don't see that each company is investing on its own infrastructure. It's unbundled. It's pretty much, everyone can access it on a pay basis and so on. The degree to which we can move on that front and make it completely accessible to the entire thing and optimize it at a country level, not at a player level, I think is the next game changer that I see.
So sorry to put you on the spot, but it's just that I'm getting this point across to the audience. How much free will can an investor have to come into India, that it can have free access to utilities, to land, to technologies, and to infrastructure? For example, are we going to see one ethane cargo coming into India, which will be used by, say, 5 or 10 industries with tankages across on the coast? Are there C2, C3s, as were talked about, will be shared through third-party access to infrastructures? How far is that, in your view?
I don't think we are far away from it, because the way we are actually looking at increased pooling of gas contracts and really doing, or at least looking at contracting at a national level, trying to build storage facilities at the national level. Eventually, we will have to move into a mode where you pretty much access the molecules and pay for it, regardless of who is actually sourcing it.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to talk about technology?
Yeah. So Deepak, as you know, we have a group company, Lamas, and I think it's a vision of a founder that we invested in Lamas, because clearly from our industry perspective, technology is core to what we do and how we grow. And without access to technology, we really can't do that. And as we all know, every technology is not available freely. There are still some technologies which are very closely guarded, and they're not shared. And I'm sure Vartika can talk a lot more about that. But that is a challenge. And I think that's one of the reasons we went with Lamas. And Lamas has got a very strong R&D, and they're very strong in their sphere of work. But I think it's an opportunity for us in India to really start building in a lot more technologies ourselves to the extent possible. For example, Lamas has got a big center right here in Gurgaon, and they're doing a lot of work out of India because the talent pool is here. And we have to leverage the talent pool to really create more technologies, which the industry will need, because we can see globally there'll be a lot of growth happening in the industry. And this will be the place where most technologies will be required. And if you don't have access to a lot of technologies, we'll be restricted to importing them or forming joint ventures in a way, and finding new structures to bring in those products into India.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So I'll take the last 5 minutes on completely different subject of markets. Mr. Mishra, you are in government. Companies must be coming to you on a day when they think about India. They're about to invest. They have invested, are enjoying investment at different phases, I'm sure. What are you hearing from the market? Where is it heading to? How is India prosperous from that perspective?
Well, I think as everybody has told right from morning, we are on a growth path actually, this particular industry. And a lot of investments are happening, a lot of intents are also there from the domestic industry. Janardhan ji is still not coming to India. So many other foreign companies not coming to India, but from the domestic side, great vibrancy is there in the market. And so I just wanted to have one thing which I welcome Sujoy ji's thing, that they will be giving, I think, 10% of ethylene and propylene to the downstream units. So that's a very very good step, because a lot of investments may happen for the downstream products, except for the fact that free ethylene is not available in the country. Because whoever, as Madam has also pointed out, invests in the cracker, they want to go ahead and produce the next product themselves, like polyethylene or something. So that's a very good step. We would like to have more such collaboration so that downstream products also happen. As Suyaji also pointed out, that if we see the market structure in the country, the basic feedstocks we are exporting. Intermediates and final products we are importing reasonably heavily. So some kind of this, because we are not utilizing our feedstocks properly somewhere. So there's the a few things which we want to really see that and somehow want to solve the problems. But definitely the market is on the real growth path, as I see it.
Excellent. I per se am happy that the decision makers have got the issue and the matchmaking is on. And on that note on market share, specialty chemicals, value-added chemicals, etc., how is the Indian market maturing? What is it that we will need for Indian consumers to start providing market for companies like yours?
I think we all know that at an early stage of development, our chemical industry was growing at a multiple of more than 1.5 times the GDP. And as our base has become a little bit bigger, we are still above the GDP growth rate. So the GDP is 6 to 8%. Specialty chemicals is a little bit higher than the basic chemicals, for the simple reason the value addition is much higher in that sector. So to coming to this question, I'm just trying to round up all this discussion on the feedstock and self-sufficiency. I want to share with you, during the intense RCEP meetings with Mr. Piyush Goyal and Finance Ministry, finally, to break it down for complete ease of understanding, I had to put it across this way. We need to import, like you said, 53% of primary energy is imported. 85% of crude is imported. That's the baselining. We need to import something. Should it be crude oil and gas, or should it be plastic buckets, mugs and bottles? So if you look at this value chain, it is preferable to go upstream and try to import crude oil and gas, and then try to do as much as you can downstream, and then try to protect the jobs which are in the mugs and buckets. By the way, mugs and buckets are also getting imported into the country. The petrochemical plastic industry has made a study. 40,000 crores worth of processed plastic products are getting imported into the country. We don't talk about it actually. We are more focused on the feedstock and the building block. So the question is, if that is happening, it could also be happening where avoidable imports is what I would say, not necessarily self-sufficiency in terms of at any cost become self-sufficient is not going to be making business sense. So I think, overall, we have to make sure that we have to do things which protect jobs, which protect investments at a much wider level. And then those which we are not fortunate enough, crude oil, for instance, natural gas, for instance. Yeah. Eventually, we have to shed coal. A big part of your chart was showing that 2047 is going to come from nuclear to make that happen. And we don't even have the nuclear raw materials, by the way. We are not signatory to NTP. So a lot depends on chemistry, by the way, even for the future energy, whether be it hydrogen or be it blue ammonia. It is the chemical industry which has to give you the solution. So with that, with that good note, that chemical industry is not the problem, chemical industry is the one which is going to give you the solution. Even breaking hydrogen at a very cost competitive $1 target which you are talking about, that solution also has to come from the chemical industry. I hope I rounded it up for you, yeah?
Very good. So I must let you know the secret. This is the reason why I asked JR the last question. Great. So on self-sufficiency subject, the question that I asked to you from the dais was, is energy independence or self-sufficiency a odd subject to be discussed in a chemical complex conference? I think DCPC and FICCI were absolutely bang on to bring oil companies on the dais, talk about feedstocks, talk about their interlocks of imports and domestic production to feedstocks. And then we took the liberty of taking this discussion from self-sufficiency of feedstocks and fuels to technology to BO, utility companies and markets and so on and so forth. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, panel. Let's put our hands together before we move to the question and answer session. Questions? I don't know if somebody's going to decide or I can decide the questions. Hand up and any questions to the panel. Anybody wants to know from IOC when is the feedstock going to be available, where and what quantities? I'm sure even those questions are welcome. All right. Thank you so much. Back to the MC.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we please have a huge round of applause for this insightful session? With this, we come to another break. It's a breather. So we meet at 5:30 now, like in next 1 hour. Thank you so much.
So how much time you have, accordingly we'll arrange.
The sound of progress echoes
A very warm welcome to our guest of honor, Sri Bhagwant Kubaji. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. And we are expecting the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, any moment. So kindly settle down as we're about to begin very, very shortly. A very, very warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India. And for the next session, that is session number 4, FTAs, Connecting the World, Vasudeva Kutumbaha, One Earth, One Family, One Future. I'd request Shri Bhagwant Kubaji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to kindly come upon the dais. Also, I'd request Shri Arun Baruka ji, Secretary, Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. And now, we'd request Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak ji, Secretary General, FICCI, to kindly present the green certificates to our dignitaries. To Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India. And now, to Shri Bhagwant Kuba, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Kindly be seated. And now we'd request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman, FICCI, National Chemical, and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitrite Limited, to kindly take this session ahead.
Honorable Piyush Goyal ji, we are very, very fond of you, sir. And Honorable Kuba ji, Shri Sahani ji, Sailesh ji, Baroka ji. Sir, today we have gathered for a two-day session to discuss about the chemical sector and the chemical industry. As we see today in the world, India is the only bright spot in the chemical sector. Until yesterday, China had been the leading star. Today, we find that China is having challenges in terms of overcapacities and demands not enough. Europe is going through recession. And today, if any country that continues to grow in terms of chemical consumption in the world, that is India. At this time, we are also finding that not only for India's consumption, but also the world is looking at India as possibly a second source of supply for the chemicals. We were recently in Europe, where we have been finding more than one company asking us that we want to have a second reliable source, and looking at all the countries, when it comes to chemicals, we are not finding Indonesia as the country, we are not finding Vietnam as a country, we are finding India as the best option, provided India is able to put its act together and is able to offer opportunities which are long-term and reliable. Today, as we have been discussing, how do we really work to create not only an ecosystem, but a cluster concept which brings in economy of scale and competitiveness for the chemical industry. We have been encouraged for the last few years, since the time your government is here, which has brought the chemical industry from strength to strength. We were just discussing the other day that when it came to FTAs, many years back, we did sign a lot of FTAs where today we find that a lot of products are coming which are duty-free in India. And I may acknowledge that during those days when we signed the FTAs, we were not feeling as bold as we feel today to be able to talk to the world. In those days, we, shall we say, succumbed to the world. But today, sir, under your leadership, we are finding that we are able to talk with the world leaders to look at mutual interest rather than a one-sided interest. So, Piyush ji, I am very thankful to you for having led us into a different type of dialogue and discussion with regard to FTAs. We still need to see how we could find a solution to some of the past FTA-related issues, particularly when some of the businesses that were signed off for zero duty were not made in India those days. But today, when we look at Atmanirbharta, we do want to see that these products are made. And these are some challenges that we are seeing. If you have helped us so far to see that now onwards we do a great job, how do we also repair the past to see that India can unlock these opportunities? In the same way, when we are looking at even future FTAs, I am very, very inspired by Piyush ji when he has said that as long as the industry is thinking about today and tomorrow, we as a government are willing to listen and work hand in hand to see how we can find solutions. So far as therefore the FTAs are concerned, we have a strong support and a leader in Piyush Goyal ji. When we talk about exports and we talk about competitiveness of the Indian industry, of course we need to see that technologically we are as good, if not better than the world. But some areas that we are finding becoming a challenge are, I am told, getting to be improved. One of them being shipping, because today the cost of shipping makes a big difference to our cost competitiveness. When we look at China, one of the biggest strength of China has been waterways. And movement in waterways have made them make products and transport products literally at 30% of the cost of land movement. So I'm sure Gati Shakti initiatives that are being taken by the government will bring in that competitiveness. Since exports are a part of Piyush Goyal ji's department, we would sincerely request if there is a way in which your team could also oversee how competitiveness could be brought in terms of ports movement, and how can we become competitive not only in terms of cost of doing things at the port, but also in terms of the time that goes into making these. We have even Mansukh Bhai Mandavia, our Honorable Minister, who used to be looking at shipping earlier, and I'm sure together they will work out to see that we make the competitive option available to the chemical industry. Lastly, sir, I may just bring another idea on the table. We, in order to look at building blocks, country blocks, like the way NAFTA had been done, we were looking at the fact that India is very, very close to Middle East, and how India and Middle East can work together as one block, competing the blocks that China and other countries are doing. So one thought we had put in those days was, can we really look at something like a reverse SEZ, where we are able to put in making building blocks in Middle East countries, bring them to India and bring the value-added products, and together between Middle East and India, we are able to have the most cost-competitive advantage that nowhere else in the world is possible. So these will come more out of a mutual discussion, mutual friendship, and we would love to see that in those countries, we have created an SEZ under which Indian companies can go and produce those building blocks and bring them to India. So these are the few forward-thinking thoughts, and I'm sure we will be able to find ways and means of making India not only cost competitive, not only meeting up with India's growing needs of $1 trillion of chemicals businesses by 2040, but also become a hub for manufacturing for the world. Thank you very much, Piyush ji. Thank you, Gobaji.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta. And now we'd request our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Textiles, Government of India, to kindly address the gathering.
My in the chemical and petrochemical sector in India make every Indian proud. Thank you very much for the good work that all of you are doing. My apologies, I got late, but while Parliament is in session, our time is not our own, and events in Parliament coupled with a lot of other engagements kept me away from you for a long time, and I really appreciate all of you waiting to give me this chance to share my thoughts with you. What an appropriate theme, sustainability and circularity. That's India of today. Prime Minister Modi himself is very, very conscious and has on more than one occasion spoken about both these themes as the future of the world and India's own role as a responsible global citizen in meeting the very serious challenge of climate change, due to which we are already seeing the effect of weather, the effect of El Nino. We're seeing the impact it's having in the smaller island nations, the potential impact it could have on my home city of Mumbai being on the coastline, with all of the impact it's having on floods on the one hand and drought on the other hand. I think we are all conscious that promoting circular economy will help us embrace sustainability, and truly that is the need of the hour. And I'm glad that your industry is conscious of it, is seized of the matter, discussing it and finding ways and means to find solutions for the future, because our international business will get severely impacted if we are not able to commit and confirm, particularly to the developed world, that we are a nation conscious about the environment, that our products and processes are moving towards carbon neutrality. We are engaged, maybe not on a net zero mission, but certainly engaged in a mission to balance our carbon needs with other sustainability practices so that we actually start contributing to this global effort. And I'm really delighted that FICCI and the Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemicals is working with all of you towards this very, very noble objective. Yours is a very vibrant and dynamic sector. You've grown into a large industry base. You have your tentacles in agriculture, in pharmaceuticals, healthcare, so many areas. In fact, even in textiles now, in a big way, with geotextiles and man-made products coming up. I think, and in the biotech sector, another big sector which you have an important role to play. My own sense is we are really at the tip of the iceberg when it comes to our true potential. And there will obviously be fears about competition, there'll be fears about the Middle East, there'll be fears of other countries having a cost advantage, particularly when we don't have crude oil. But let me tell you, the fear is in our mind more than it really is. It's a perceived fear. End of the day, India's own domestic market is so large. that if we were to focus on quality, if we were to focus on scale, so that we can benefit from economies of scale, if we were to focus on innovation, so that we remain abreast or a step ahead of the rest of the world, and couple all of that with technology and sustainability, I think there's nobody in the world who can compete with India. We have the labor arbitrage, we have our skill and talent arbitrage, we have the democratic framework in which we are working, which strengthens the trust factor that the world has in India. We have the demographic dividend, 140 crore Indians with an average age of what, 28 years? Expected to continue to be low for the next 3 decades. So a young, vibrant population, aspiring for a better quality of life, connected with the best things in the world, internet, television, all of them giving exposure to our young boys and girls who don't settle for anything but the best, who want to contribute with their ideas, with their talent, with their hard work, to make India a developed nation, to make India a prosperous nation, a prosperous society. That fire in the belly that our young boys and girls have is going to drive ambition, is going to drive the growth in the country. So I can promise you, the next 25 years are ours. The next 25 years are a moment in history that doesn't come again and again. And if we fail to seize that moment, history will never forgive us. Our future generations will never forgive us if we don't meet the aspirations of India. And therefore, I'm delighted that you are ready to address these challenges. I can assure you, we on our part, whether it's Arunji or Kubaji or Mansukh Mandavia from the government side, whether it's my colleagues and I working in commerce and industry, or whether it is captains of industry, we are all in it together. We'll have to work synergistically. We'll have to work together as a team. It will not be a whole of the government approach only. It will be a whole of the nation approach, which will achieve us good results. And for those of you who must have seen the Bharat Mandapam being dedicated to the nation yesterday, the country is prepared to meet any challenges in the world. Free trade agreements are happening, but then we are doing a lot of stakeholder consultations. For the older people in the room, I dare say no government in the past and no FTA of the past has had the level of engagement and stakeholder consultations that this government has done in the last 9 years. We were literally thrown into the RCEP negotiations in 2012. In fact, we were not a part of the RCEP originally. We chose to join the RCEP negotiations in 12. At the highest level, a meeting was held at the highest level. And when I dug in the files to figure out why the hell are we in that room at all, I was amazed that we chose to negotiate with the RCEP grouping, where we already had a free trade agreement with ASEAN countries. We already had a free trade agreement with Japan and Korea. So 12 countries done. Australia we were already negotiating, and it was on the verge of finalization. You saw we negotiated that in 3 months. Not difficult at all. With a country with whom we have no competition. We don't compete on anything with Australia. In fact, we complement each other. It could have been done in 90 days, even 10 years ago. New Zealand, our total trade is 2,000 crores. 2,000 crore ka total trade hai bilateral. $350 million. Not even worth mentioning in this room. And मेरे गले को और खराब कर रहा हूँ. तो किसके साथ हो रहा था ये फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट आरसेप? With China, one country. और 2012 में शुरू हुआ, हमें विरासत में मिला And of course, we are not the type of government who changes international outlook and international policy. So we continued to engage, but we stood fast to protect India's industry interest. And after stakeholder engagement, when we realized it is detrimental to your interest, and universally, across the country, across every sector, there's not one industry or business person in the country, होंगे दो चार भटके बुले लोग जिनको चाइना से बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार हो सकता है दो चार पॉलिटिशियंस हो जिन्होंने चाइना के साथ कुछ सीक्रेट एमओयू साइन किया हो जिसकी हमें आज तक जानकारी नहीं है, जिनका इंटरेस्ट हो कि हम भारत की मार्केट पूरी चाइना के लिए खोल दें, जो होगा इंडियन इंडस्ट्री का वो खुद भुगतेंगे, फंसेंगे. हो सकता है कुछ लोगों की वो सोच हो सकती है, पर आई कैन अश्योर यू मोदी जी अगर कुछ एग्रीमेंट करेंगे तो सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत करेंगे. It will be to protect your interest, to grow your interest. And it is the first time in the history that after 7 years of negotiations, in a group of 15 top leaders of the world, in a room in Bangkok it was, and I'd had 4 rounds of negotiations before that between June when I took charge, June 19, to October 19, where I had forcefully said my stakeholders' demands are the following. You meet our demands, we are in the room. You don't meet our demands, we cannot agree to your requests. They all thought, ठीक है, India always negative बोल के end में तो हम दबा ही देंगे उनको और साइन करवा ही लेंगे. और उनको एक्सपीरियंस भी ऐसा ही था. आसियान एग्रीमेंट 10 देशों के साथ, मोस्ट इल कंसीव्ड एग्रीमेंट. मतलब आप में से अगर किसी ने भी वो एग्रीमेंट पढ़ा होगा, इट इज सो अनफेयर टू इंडियन इंडस्ट्री. Japan and Korea, we have opened our markets for them. They have not allowed our exports to their country. Our exports have not grown at all. What it was 10 years ago, it is the same today with Japan. Their exports to India, that means our imports, have grown 200%, 3x. किसको फायदा हुआ? If they had done stakeholder engagements, if they had understood from you all the pain points, we wouldn't have had to be seeing this day that we are requesting and asking them to renegotiate with us the free trade agreement to make it more balanced, fair and equitable. But in that room on 4th of November, when Prime Minister Modi stood alone against so many other nations, powerful nations, nations who have a large share in global economy, geopolitically important nations, and said, India chooses not to be a part of RCEP because it does not meet my people's interest. It does not meet my nation's interest. To my mind, that is true strength and decisive political leadership. ये होता है निर्णायक नेतृत्व. हमें एग्रीमेंट करना भी आता है और अगर एग्रीमेंट हमारे देश हित में नहीं है तो हम उसको ठुकरा के, छोड़ के उससे बाहर भी निकलना जानते हैं. और इसी के कारण हमने आरसेप नहीं किया. मैं आपको यूएई का भी एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं. यूएई के एग्रीमेंट के टाइम मैंने आपकी इंडस्ट्री के साथ स्टेक होल्डर नेगोशिएशन डिस्कशन किया. उन दिनों कोविड था तो वो वीसी के पे ऊपर हुआ. शायद आप में से कोई रहा होगा उसमें, मुझे मालूम नहीं. आप थे. आप लोगों ने कुछ चीजें एग्री करी. मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी के साथ बात कर रहा हूं. आप लोगों ने कुछ चीजें एग्री करी जो मैंने यूएई को ऑफर करी. उसके बेसिस पे यूएई ने मुझे कुछ चीजें ऑफर करी. आफ्टर ऑल इट्स अ गिव एंड टेक ना. इट हैज टू बी विन विन फॉर टू साइड्स. वो ऐसा तो नहीं एग्रीमेंट हो सकता है कोई आपकी मार्केट मुझे पूरी खोल दो पर मेरी मार्केट मैं नहीं खोलूंगा, मेरी मार्केट तो बंद रहेगी. वन वे ट्रैफिक तो नहीं हो सकता है ना। आपने एग्री किया, मैंने कन्वे किया, उसके एवज में हमने कुछ उनसे मांग लिया, ले लिया। उसके बाद एज एन आफ्टर थॉट योर इंडस्ट्री केम बैक टू मी एंड सेड हमसे गलती हो गई। हमने माना तो था पर हमें प्रॉब्लम होगी आगे चल के, हमारे इन्वेस्टमेंट सफर करेंगे, तो आप कृपया करके इसमें कुछ टैरिफ कोटास, टैरिफ रेट कोटास वगैरह डालिए और रिस्ट्रिक्ट करिए कितना बेनिफिट यूएई को मिलेगा। अब फ्रैंकली इट्स अ वेरी एम्बैरेसिंग सिचुएशन। एक बार एग्री होने के बाद मैं बैकआउट हो रहा हूं। एग्री होने के बाद और उनसे कुछ कंसेशन उसके एवज में लेने के बाद अब मैं बोल रहा हूं मैंने तो ले लिया, अब मैं आपका नहीं एग्री कर पाऊंगा, तो बैलेंस डिस्टर्ब हो जाते हैं। उसके बावजूद आपकी इंडस्ट्री के रिक्वेस्ट पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पास गया, उनसे मैंने मार्गदर्शन लिया, उनको कहा कि साहब ऐसी तकलीफ आ गई है। इंडस्ट्री ने एग्री किया था पर अब उनको कुछ ध्यान में आ रहा है कि नहीं इसमें तकलीफ हो सकती है, कुछ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान्स को तकलीफ आ सकती है, और अगर मैं इससे बैकआउट होता हूं तो जो हमें बेनिफिट दूसरी जगह मिला वो हम खो सकते हैं। मुझे क्या करना है? प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने मुझे मार्गदर्शन दिया कि अगर इंडस्ट्री की तकलीफ है तो हम इनसेंसिटिव नहीं हो सकते, we'll have to respect the industry sentiment। ठीक है, शुरुआत में गलती हो गई, आप फिर एक बार खोलो। चर्चा खत्म होने के बाद, और आप में से याद है ना आपको, बाद में आप लोग आए, कुछ लोग हैं मुझे ध्यान में आ रहे देख के, बाद में आने के बावजूद मैंने मेरे काउंटर पार्ट मिनिस्टर को रिक्वेस्ट की, पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का आज ये वर्चस्व है पूरी दुनिया में कि भारत के रिक्वेस्ट पे, और वो वर्चस्व आपके बलबूते पे। आज 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की जो क्षमताएं हैं, जो ताकत है, उसी के बलबूते पे मोदी जी को ताकत मिलती है। आपका प्यार और विश्वास ही उनको ताकत देता है। पर उस ताकत के तहत वहां के किंग ने, उस समय क्राउन प्रिंस ने एग्री किया कि नहीं, अगर मोदी जी का मैसेज है, भारत की रिक्वेस्ट है, तो रीओपन किया जाए। वो टीआरक्यू लाया गया एग्रीमेंट में, और व्हाइल आई वाज विलिंग, उन्होंने कहा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हो जाता है कभी गलती, हमें कुछ हमारा अमेंड नहीं करना है, जो हमने आपको दे दिया हम वैसा का वैसा रखते हैं। यह है ताकत मोदी जी की आपकी, और यह है उनका संवेदनशील चरित्र और उनका व्यक्तित्व कि इंडस्ट्री के लिए सरकार को चिंता करनी पड़ेगी, सरकार इंडस्ट्री की बात सुनेगी। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों याद रखिएगा, ये टू वे ट्रैफिक है। अगर हम हर एक चीज में ना करते रहेंगे तो हो सकता है 1000-2000 करोड़ की आपकी इंडस्ट्री को इन्वेस्टमेंट और मिल जाएगी। आपकी इंडस्ट्री में बहुत ज्यादा लेबर या जॉब्स क्रिएट भी नहीं होती है, तो हो सकता है 2-4-10 जॉब्स कम क्रिएट होगी। लेकिन उसके सामने अगर हमारे छोटे कारीगर, कोई एमएसएमई सेक्टर से उत्पादन करने वाले कामगार, या किसानों का जो उपज होता है जिसमें करोड़ों लोग इंपैक्ट होते हैं, या वस्त्र उद्योग जहां 4 करोड़ से अधिक लोग पूरी तरीके से निर्भर हैं, 4 करोड़ पीपल आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर, और आर हैंडीक्राफ्ट और हैंडलूम सेक्टर where over 1 crore families get a living, or the fisheries sector where 2 crore Indians survive on that fisheries sector. You will be doing injustice to some of those people, और लाखों करोड़ लोगों का शायद आप नुकसान कर रहे हो। तो एक फाइन बैलेंस हमने भी लाना पड़ेगा हमारी डिमांड्स में और हमारी ओपननेस में, तभी जाके ये एफटीएस कर पाएंगे, तभी जाके भारत के लिए नई मार्केट्स खुलेंगी, तभी जाके भारत का निर्यात बढ़ेगा, एक्सपोर्ट विल इंक्रीज, एंड fair, equitable and balanced free trade agreements will be created. I'm sharing this with all of you because end of the day, it's a difficult task for us in government also. When we fight for you, we have to also recognize that we fight for the textile sector, we fight for our farmers, we fight for our auto sector, we fight for our fisheries sector, we fight for our electronic sector. It's a large ecosystem, and 140 crore Indians cannot be satisfied with only one sector. And therefore, I would urge all of you, when you look at free trade agreements, be more open about it, be more practical. And bear in mind, there is another element in which you are all equally participants, and that is the consumer. After all, you are all in the industry, but whatever products you make go into some other industry and then to some other industry, but the final finished product, so your petrochemical may go in this plastic or this bottle, but this bottle you are also purchasing as a consumer. And 140 crore Indians are consumers, more than any other sector in this country. In fact, until a few years ago, the Consumer Affairs Ministry used to be considered कि तो ऐसी है, dead end job है, इसमें कुछ काम नहीं है. Am I wrong, Arun ji? कि वो punishment posting मानी जाती थी. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उस इक्वेशन को भी चेंज कर दिया. सरकार किसके लिए? 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की सरकार है. तो उनका इंटरेस्ट, कंज्यूमर का इंटरेस्ट तो सबसे पैरामाउंट होना चाहिए. Am I wrong when I say that? और अगर कंज्यूमर इंटरेस्ट को हम पूरा नजरअंदाज कर दें, we totally ignore the consumer interest, will we be doing justice to 1.4 billion Indians? If we spoil the value chain, suppose somewhere in between in a product, we load it with so much duties, so much restrictions, just to protect one sector, then the whole value chain gets disturbed. Our finished product will not be competitive anywhere in the world. Possibly thanks to one of these ill-conceived FTAs, finished goods will start getting imported. So neither will you be protected, nor will the entire value chain be protected. And in the process, who will suffer the most? The consumer. So the paramount interest will have to be 140 crore consumers. And working backward, we'll have to address the concerns of the entire value chain. You are a cog in the wheel. Every cog in the wheel should have a say, will have to be protected, and a holistic approach taken. And that is the effort we are trying to do. Maybe that is the reason Prime Minister Modi chose to keep commerce and industry and consumer affairs for the first time in the history of independent India under one minister, to balance the interests of India, to bring quality consciousness in India, because consumer affairs also has quality and BIS under them, to use the right tools to bring this quality consciousness across the country. You know, we are taking out so many quality control orders. They are to help all of you, to bring best of technologies, help all of you to make products which are internationally acceptable, help our consumers get world-class quality products at affordable prices, so that each one of you can expand your scale of operation and become more competitive. And therefore, friends, I look at FTAs as fueling trade ambitions, fueling technology ambitions. And I have no doubt in my mind that fuel being one of your raw materials, Parukaji was sharing with me how crude oil determines the future and fate of your industry. But our taxes on fuel oil for export purposes are zero. And if anywhere you are facing any tax on your export products which is related to your exports, we have an open mind to address that issue. On domestic consumption, if there's a tax issue which is affecting the value chain, please talk with Mansukh Bhai or Kubaji. If necessary, I'll also sit and talk with you, along with Mansukh Bhai and Kubaji. We have done that in the textile sector. I'm sure you will be able to share your experience with your other colleagues. There was an issue on the textile sector on certain products. But by doing the actions that were requested by industry, I would have killed the entire value chain ahead. Because we would have become uncompetitive, and somewhere along the line, duty-free imports would have come in. तो ना तो टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर बचता और जो यहाँ की रॉ मटेरियल सप्लायर है वो भी नहीं बचता. तो दोनों तरफ से उनको तो नुकसान ही था. मैं ये बात समझा पाया, पर साथ ही साथ अगर इरेशनल इंपोर्ट हो रहे थे तो उसको रोकने के लिए भी मैंने पूरी इंडस्ट्री से अपील करी. And you will be happy to know the entire textile sector sat in a room. I told them I'll lock the door from outside. When you have all come to an agreed condition, I'll open the door. और जब भूख बढ़ती है, तब तक एग्रीमेंट जल्दी हो जाता है. नहीं, ऐसा मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, उल्टे बहुत ज्यादा खाना पीना भेजा था उस रूम में. और डिनर भी ऑफर किया था, पर बहुत ज्यादा लोग रुके नहीं डिनर के लिए. वैसे हम ताज की केटरिंग करवाते हैं वाणिज्य भवन में. उनकी एक लो कॉस्ट लो एंड केटरिंग है, सर्विस है, तो बढ़िया स्वादिष्ट खाना देते हैं. अगली बार आपको ये मीटिंग करनी हो तो आप वाणिज्य भवन यूज करिए. आपका 5 स्टार होटल का खर्चा भी बच जाएगा और 5 स्टार होटल कल्चर से भी हम बच जाएंगे. और फिक्की वगैरह बहुत ज्यादा खर्चा करवा देती है. हमारे वहां पे हम आपका होस्ट करेंगे डिनर. Friends, I promise you, I stand here to safeguard your interest, legitimate interest. I promise to stand with you to protect domestic interests, not at the cost of others, not at the cost of the consumers. I stand here to provide a level playing field for you. But when we look at things comprehensively, holistically, when we are ambitious, when we are looking to capture the world, when we are looking to grow the India story, when we are looking to become a superpower, a world power, when our ambition is a $35 trillion economy, as a base, not as a cap. Anything above that is welcome. पर इससे नीचे मंजूर नहीं है आज देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों को. Am I right, young boys and girls? Don't you want to see that? The next generation will not forgive any of us. And I include myself. We are roughly all of us same age. Arunji and I may be 1 or 2 years apart at best. इस stage में हम सब भगवान खुबा is the youngest. बाकी हम और Sailesh may be, no, Sailesh is also between you and me. Okay. तो अब हम सब old fogies हो गए. पर हमें चिंता इन सब बच्चों की करनी है. And that is the commitment we owe to the next generation. And as Mahatma Gandhi had said, all of us have inherited the planet, inherited the earth as trustees for the next generation. Intergenerational equity is our responsibility. We have to leave behind a world which is better than the one we got for the next generation. And this collective responsibility, this collective commitment to a developed India, this collective commitment to work with a sense of duty, my duty to you, but your duty to the country equally. Of course, वो advertisement का product अच्छा नहीं था, पर वो एक advertisement को मैं आधा ही बोलूँगा, जिससे आप advertisement तो समझ जाएंगे, पर product का जिक्र नहीं करेंगे. मिल जाए दो यार. तो अब सरकार और इंडस्ट्री दोनों को मिल के रास्ते खोजने हैं भारत को एक विकसित और समृद्ध देश बनाने के लिए, और उस मार्ग में सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सर्कुलरिटी का बहुत अहम भूमिका रहने वाली है. पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये एक सेक्टर है जो इस देश को कभी झुकने नहीं देगा, कभी रुकने नहीं देगा. आपका सेक्टर तेज गति से बढ़ेगा. अगर भारत को 3.5 ट्रिलियन से 35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर जाना है, तो आपके सेक्टर को 10x ग्रोथ नहीं, उसको तो ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा. यू आर अ बेसिक फाउंडेशन ब्लॉक of India's growth story. Without chemicals and petrochemicals, there is no $35 trillion economy. And therefore, I appeal to you, in this journey, you should have big ambitions, you should be looking at big targets, you should be looking at scale in a big way, you should be looking at capturing international markets. And on our side, as much as you promote research and development, as much as you promote skill development, as much as you look at engaging with international technologies, we will be there, hand in hand with you, to strengthen you, to promote your industry. We will do FTAs in consultation with you. But we expect from you that openness, so that you also can capture world markets, you also can expand in scale and enjoy the fruits of growth and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sri Piyush Goyal ji. Thank you for the perfect dose of motivation, just what we needed in the moment. Thank you so much. And now we'd request Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak,
Thank you.
Secretary
We'll
General.
Save time. The Minister, Honorable Minister, has to leave in 60 seconds. So I will give 3 commitments to the Minister. Commitment number 1 is on behalf of FICCI. This is the 3rd edition of this conference. The 4th edition will not be held in a 5-star hotel. It will be held in Bharat Mandapam. The second commitment is on behalf of the industry. The industry is currently 220 billion. As Honorable Minister said, the rate of growth of this industry will have to be higher than the rate of growth of India. So that's a commitment on behalf of all of you. Yes or no? Yes? Yes or no?
इससे ज़्यादा तो लोगों ने कल के कार्यक्रम में मोदी किया.
And the third commitment, sir, is on behalf of all of us. 10 years ago, when these FTAs were negotiated, Indian industry was not as confident as today, which is why we could not raise our voice. But today we have the advantage of a government that listens. And all of us, जिन्होंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का भाषण सुना, know that in a few years we'll be the 3rd largest economy and our private sector will be much, much bigger. I just wanted to say thank you to Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji and thank you to MOS. आपको शायद मालूम नहीं होगा कि आज इनका ये 3रा प्रोग्राम है and the energy he has is immense. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. We'd request rest of the dignitaries to kindly stay back with us on stage. We'd request all the dignitaries to kindly stay back with us on stage. Shri Bhagwan Kubaji, Shri Arun Barokaji, Mr. Shailesh K. Pathak, Deepak C. Mehtaji, and Mr. Prabdas to kindly stay back with us. We'd request Mr. Deepak C. Mehtaji, Chairman, FICCI National Chemical Committee, and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitride Limited, to set up the tone for the last leg of the evening, that is the most important session, FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards.
After such a strong, inspiring message from Piyush Goyal ji, we bring yet another, maybe smaller, but equally vital, inspiring message, and that is through the FICCI Awards. These awards have been, FICCI has been keen to see that through giving these awards, it is not only recognizing people and companies who are doing excellent work, but it is also laying the foundation for other companies to follow. And I am sure as we grow from year to year, we will have many more such awards and many more such companies who look forward to getting such awards. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the function.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehta. And with this, I'd request Abhilash Ravi, Senior Consultant at PwC, and Nitin Parate, Consultant at PwC, to kindly moderate the award ceremony.
Good evening, everyone. So this is, the FICCI holds the Chemicals and Petrochemical Awards to distinguish between companies and individuals who have contributed towards the chemicals sector. And this year we have received a total of 104 applications from 45 companies across 16 broad categories. And this was evaluated by a panel of jury members, including Shri P. Raghavendra Rao, Chairman, State Pollution Control Board, Haryana, Mr. Manish Panchal, Executive Director, Equirus Capital and Board Member, ILNFS, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Mr. Joy Shah, Mr. S. Mitra, Professor K.K. Pant, and Mr. Manu Segal. The first award of the evening goes for the Product Innovator of the Year category. The first award winner is Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited for the BCA product. So may I invite them to the dais. The next award in the chemical sector is for Epsilon Advanced Materials Private Limited. Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited for the BCA products. The next winner in the chemical sector is the Epsilon Advanced Materials Private Limited. Could I have a round of applause from the... The next winner for this category in the petrochemical sector is Asian Paints Limited. May I please invite them to the dais? The next category is the best green product for the sustainability. And the award in the petrochemical sector again goes to Asian Paints Limited. So sir, may I please request you to come back to the dais again? The next award goes to Indian Oil Corporation Limited for the 3G ethanol plant in Panipat. May I please invite Indian Oil Corporation for the Panipat refinery?
The next award is for excellence in sustainable safety. The first prize goes to the National Peroxide